The forklift's warning beep echoed through the cavernous warehouse as she backed it toward the shipping dock, hydraulics whining under the weight of the pallet. Electronics inventory mostly. Smartphones stacked in boxes marked with Mandarin characters and fragile stickers, destined for retail stores throughout the Bay Area. The loader checked her mirrors, one hand on the wheel, the other working the lift controls with practiced precision. 10 years doing this job meant the movements came automatic. Muscle memory built from thousands of shifts in the massive distribution center on the industrial edge of San Jose. She set the pallet down with barely a bump, released the forks, and reversed away. Through the open bay door, morning light cut harsh angles across the loading zone. A delivery truck idled near Bay 7, its driver arguing with someone from receiving about paperwork. Normal Tuesday morning chaos. The loader marked the pallet number on her handheld scanner, watching the screen confirm the inventory update before moving to her next pickup. The warehouse stretched 3 football fields long, aisles of steel shelving rising 30 feet toward the corrugated ceiling. Somewhere overhead, the ventilation system rattled, pushing stale air through the space. She'd worked here since the place opened, back when tech warehouses were still sprouting across Silicon Valley's southern sprawl like weeds after rain. The pay was decent, union benefits covered her daughter's asthma medications, and the routine had become comfortable in that numbing way repetitive work can be. Her radio crackled. Bay 3 needs those drone shipments moved to quality control. They're backed up. She keyed the response. Copy. On my way. The drone section occupied the northwest corner, temperature controlled because the lithium batteries didn't like heat. Consumer models mostly, quadcopters for hobbyists and photographers, some commercial units for surveying. The boxes were lighter than the smartphone pallets, but awkward, dimensions that didn't stack clean. She maneuvered the forklift into the narrow aisle, reading pallet tags until she found the right ones. As she positioned the forks, she noticed one of the boxes had been opened. Packing material spilled onto the concrete floor, and the drone inside sat exposed, its carbon fiber arms folded like a dead insect. That was unusual. Quality control checked inventory before it left the manufacturer, and receiving inspected everything that came through the dock. Random opened boxes meant either damage during shipping or someone poking around where they shouldn't. She keyed her radio again. Got an opened box in drone storage, aisle 12. Want me to report it? Static then. Yeah, log it on your scanner. Probably nothing, but document it. She climbed down from the forklift, knees protesting. 42 years old and already feeling it in her joints, the long hours standing on concrete taking their toll. The box sat at eye level on the pallet. She pulled it toward her, foam packing, peanuts scattering. The drone looked intact, though smudged with something dark along one rotor arm. Oil, maybe, or dirt. She wiped it with her finger, and the substance came away sticky, rust-colored. The smell hit her then. Subtle but distinct, like meat left too long in a warm room. Her stomach turned. She stepped back, wiping her hand on her work pants, and scanned the surrounding pallets. More boxes showed signs of disturbance. Torn shrink wrap, shifted inventory, that same smell wafting from somewhere deeper in the aisle. This is weird, she muttered to herself. Her radio crackled again, louder. All personnel, we've got a situation in the break room. Someone collapsed. If there's a first aid responder on shift, report to the second floor. She hesitated, looking between the forklift and the direction of the break room. She wasn't first aid certified, but curiosity pulled at her. People didn't just collapse. The warehouse stayed climate controlled, and it wasn't even hot outside yet. Early April meant mild Bay Area weather, morning fog burning off to clear skies. Before she could decide, shouting erupted from somewhere overhead. The break room. The sound carried through the warehouse's open vertical space, bouncing off metal shelving. Not just shouting, screaming, high-pitched and terrified. Other voices joined in, a chorus of panic that made the hair on her arms stand up. She ran toward the stairs, work boots pounding concrete. Other warehouse workers appeared from different aisles, converging on the same destination. The screaming continued, punctuated by crashes and the sound of breaking furniture. Someone yelled about calling 911. Someone else shouted to stay back. The stairs led to a second-floor office area and the employee break room, windows overlooking the warehouse floor. She took the steps 2 at a time, heart hammering. A crowd had formed near the break room entrance. People pressed against the walls, trying to see inside while simultaneously trying to get away. The smell from earlier intensified here, thick and cloying. "Let me through," she said, pushing between a guy from receiving and one of the forklift mechanics. What she saw made no sense. The break room looked like something had exploded inside it. Tables overturned, chairs scattered, vending machine glass shattered across the linoleum. In the center of the chaos, 3 people wrestled with someone on the floor. No, not wrestling, restraining. The person they held down thrashed and snarled, sounds more animal than human tearing from their throat. Blood covered their mouth and chin, and their eyes had rolled back, showing mostly whites, pupils contracted to pinpoints. "Hold him!" one of the restrainers shouted. "Jesus Christ, hold him!" The thrashing man, she recognized him as someone from inventory, always ate lunch at the same time she did, lunged upward with impossible strength. His teeth snapped at the air, flecks of bloody saliva spraying. One of the people holding him yelped and pulled back, sleeve torn, revealing angry red scratches on his forearm. "He bit Tommy," someone in the crowd whispered. "Just fucking bit him like a dog." Her mind struggled to process it. People didn't act like this. Whatever was happening, it wasn't normal illness. The man's movements lacked any human coordination, just raw, mindless aggression focused entirely on the people trying to contain him. The warehouse manager pushed through the crowd, phone pressed to his ear. "Ambulance is coming. Everyone back up, give them room." But the man on the floor wasn't calming down. If anything, his struggles intensified. The 3 people restraining him couldn't hold him much longer. One of them, a woman from shipping, looked up at the crowd with desperate eyes. "Someone help us! We can't!" The man twisted violently, breaking one arm free, and grabbed the woman's hair. She screamed as he pulled her face toward his snapping jaws. The other 2 tried to pin his arm again, but his strength seemed inhuman, fueled by something beyond pain or exhaustion. The loader felt frozen, watching this nightmare unfold. Her radio continued squawking on her hip, other warehouse personnel reporting the situation, asking for updates, calling for security. The sounds blended into white noise behind the pounding in her ears. Then the man's free hand found the woman's throat and his teeth sank into her shoulder. She shrieked, a sound of pure agony, and blood bloomed dark against her blue workshirt. The crowd recoiled. Someone vomited. The metallic smell of blood joined the rot smell that seemed to emanate from the attacking man. "Get him off her!" The shout came from somewhere in the back, but nobody moved forward. Fear held them all paralyzed. The warehouse manager dropped his phone and grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. He rushed forward and brought it down hard on the man's head. The impact made a sickening crack. The man's grip loosened. The manager hit him again and again until the thrashing stopped, and the man lay still, blood pooling on the linoleum. Silence fell over the break room. The woman who'd been bitten clutched her shoulder, blood seeping between her fingers. Tommy, the one who'd been scratched, stared at his arm like he'd never seen it before. The 3rd restrainer backed away slowly, chest heaving, eyes wide with shock. "What the fuck?" someone whispered. "What the fuck was that?" The manager stood over the body, fire extinguisher hanging from his grip, face pale. "Everyone downstairs. Now, clear this area." The crowd dispersed like water finding cracks, people stumbling toward the stairs, some crying, others silent and stunned. The loader found herself moving with them, feet carrying her down without conscious thought. Her hands shook. She'd seen workplace accidents before. A guy crushed by a forklift her third year, another who lost fingers in a pallet jack. But nothing like this. Nothing that felt so wrong on such a fundamental level. Back on the warehouse floor, people clustered in groups, voices rising in frightened speculation. The loader returned to her forklift on autopilot, sat in the operator's seat, and stared at her hands. They wouldn't stop shaking. The sticky residue from the drone rotor remained on her finger, and now she wondered what it really was. Not oil, not dirt, blood. The drones had blood on them. Her radio crackled with the manager's voice, strained and tight. All operations suspended until further notice. Police and paramedics are on site. Everyone remain calm and stay in your work areas. Through the open bay doors, she heard sirens approaching, multiple vehicles from the sound of it. The delivery truck that had been arguing about paperwork pulled away fast, tires squealing. She didn't blame the driver. Something terrible had happened upstairs, something that made her instinct scream to run. But where would she run to? This was work. This was normal. People didn't eat each other at work, except one just had. She climbed out of the forklift and walked back to the drone section, drawn by morbid need to understand. The opened boxes sat where she'd left them. She examined them more carefully now, noting how the packing material had been disturbed, how several drones were missing from their foam cutouts. The blood smears, because that's what they were, she could see it clearly now, marked multiple units. Why would drones have blood on them? She pulled out her phone and opened the news. The local San Jose station showed a breaking news banner. Multiple emergency incidents reported across Bay Area. She tapped the story. A reporter stood outside a hospital, face grave, explaining that emergency rooms were experiencing unprecedented patient volumes, people coming in with severe violent behavior and high fevers. Authorities urged calm, but offered no explanation. The comment section below the article had exploded with speculation. Someone posted a video from San Francisco showing police struggling with a man who moved exactly like the guy upstairs. Wild, aggressive, inhuman. Another video from Oakland. Another from Santa Cruz. All within the last 6 hours. Her phone buzzed with a text from her daughter's school. Due to increased illness reports, Meadowbrook Middle School will close early today. Please arrange pickup by 1 p.m. She checked the time. 10:47 a.m. She had 2 hours. Police entered the warehouse, radios chattering, boots echoing on concrete. Paramedics followed with gurneys and equipment. The loader watched them disappear upstairs, then returned her attention to the drone boxes. Something had happened with these devices. They'd been somewhere, done something, come back contaminated. One of the drones sat loose on the pallet, not in its box. She picked it up carefully, avoiding the blood smears. The device felt light in her hands, expensive. A commercial model, high-end camera attached, memory card slot on the side. Someone had been using these drones, recently. Without thinking it through, she slipped the drone into her work locker in the employee area downstairs. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it was just a coincidence that blood-stained drones arrived the same day someone went crazy in the break room. But her gut said otherwise, and 10 years of warehouse work had taught her to trust her gut. The next hour passed in surreal slow motion. Police interviewed people in shifts, asking what they'd seen, taking statements. The paramedics brought the injured woman down on a gurney, her shoulder bandaged, her face gray. Tommy walked out under his own power, but looked dazed, a paramedic holding his arm, guiding him toward the ambulance. The man who'd caused it all came down in a body bag. Nobody made eye contact as the bag passed. At noon, the warehouse manager announced everyone could go home with pay for the rest of the day. The police wanted the scene secured for investigation. People grabbed their belongings and fled, cars emptying from the parking lot in waves. The loader retrieved the drone from her locker, tucked it into her backpack, and headed for her car. The drive to her daughter's school took 20 minutes through lunchtime traffic. She kept the radio on, flipping between stations. Every news channel carried variations of the same story: unexplained violent incidents, overwhelmed hospitals, officials asking people to stay calm and avoid crowded areas. The tone had shifted from concerned to alarmed. Something was spreading, something bad. She pulled into the school parking lot and found chaos. Parents crowded the pickup area, honking horns, blocking lanes. Teachers tried to maintain order while students poured from the buildings. The loader spotted her daughter near the front entrance, backpack slung over one shoulder, phone in hand. 12 years old and already looking annoyed at the disruption to her routine. "Mom," she said, climbing into the car. "This is insane. They're sending everyone home because of flu or something." "Not flu," the loader said quietly. She didn't know what else to call it. "Everyone's parents are freaking out. Amy's mom came to get her crying, like actually crying." The loader navigated out of the parking lot, joining the stream of cars leaving the school. "Did any of your teachers explain what's happening? They said people are getting sick and acting weird, that we should stay home until they know more." Her daughter looked at her phone. "Everyone's texting. There's videos online. Don't watch those. Too late. They're everywhere." The loader's hands tightened on the steering wheel. She wanted to protect her daughter from this, whatever this was, but you couldn't protect someone from reality when reality forced itself into your face. The videos were out there. The news was spreading. People were seeing it happen. They lived in a modest apartment complex off Almaden Expressway. 2 bedrooms, old carpet, walls thin enough to hear neighbors arguing. Home. She'd moved here after the divorce 3 years ago, started over with just her daughter and whatever fit in a U-Haul. It wasn't much, but it was theirs. The apartment felt different when they entered. Too quiet. She checked the locks on the door and windows, an irrational compulsion she couldn't explain. Her daughter threw her backpack on the couch and turned on the TV. More news, more footage of people acting like the man in the break room, aggressive, mindless, attacking anyone near them. "Mom, this is actually scary." "I know." "What's making them do that?" "I don't know." She set her own backpack down and pulled out the drone. Her daughter looked over. "Where'd you get that?" "Work. It's complicated." She found a USB cable and connected the drone to her laptop. If it had a memory card with flight logs or camera footage, maybe that would explain the blood. The drone powered on, LED lights blinking. Her laptop recognized the device and prompted for access. She clicked through menus until she found the media storage. 12 video files dated over the past 3 days. She clicked the most recent. The footage showed aerial views of San Jose streets, filmed from maybe 50 feet up. The timestamp read yesterday evening. The drone had been flying a residential route, probably in the Willow Glen area based on the houses. Everything looked normal at first. Cars parked, people in yards, evening routine. Then the drone's camera focused on a house at the end of a cul-de-sac. Police cars surrounded it, lights flashing. Officers stood behind their vehicles, weapons drawn. The front door of the house hung open, and as the drone descended for a closer view, the loader saw why. Someone emerged from the house moving in that now familiar, jerky, aggressive way. The person lunged toward the nearest officer, who fired his weapon. The gunshot echoed tinny through the laptop speakers. The person fell but immediately tried to get back up. Another shot. The person went still. The drone footage continued, following police as they entered the house. Minutes later, they emerged carrying what looked like bodies. 3 of them. One was small, a child. The loader stopped the video. Her daughter stood beside her, having watched over her shoulder. "Is this real?" "I think so." "Why were they filming this?" "Good question." She checked the drone's flight logs. Multiple flights over the past 3 days, all targeting specific addresses. all showing similar scenes: police responses, violent individuals, bodies. This wasn't random hobbyist footage. Someone had been documenting the spread of whatever this was. She opened another video file. This one from 2 days ago, daytime. A shopping center parking lot, people running, screaming. Several individuals chased them with that same inhuman aggression. The drone circled overhead, capturing everything clinically, dispassionately. Blood on pavement. Someone dragged to the ground. The camera lingered on details that made the loader's stomach turn. Why would someone record this? Her daughter whispered. Documentation, maybe. Evidence. The loader's mind raced. Or surveillance, tracking the spread. By who? She had no answer. Government? Military? Private security? Whoever controlled these drones had known this was coming, had been watching it unfold, and somehow those drones had ended up at her warehouse, shipped like ordinary inventory, covered in blood from whatever they'd witnessed. Her phone rang. The caller ID showed her ex-husband. She hesitated, then answered. What? Is our daughter with you? His voice sounded strained, urgent. Yes, we're home. Thank God. Listen, I need you to pack supplies and get somewhere safe, away from the city. What are you talking about? Haven't you seen the news? This is bad. Really bad. I've got a buddy who works emergency management. He says they're losing containment. People are turning violent, spreading it to others. It's some kind of infection. The loader looked at her daughter, who watched her with wide eyes. How do you know this? It doesn't matter. What matters is getting out. Take her and go. Head inland, find somewhere isolated. You're overreacting. Am I? He laughed, bitter. Turn on the news. They're already calling for a state of emergency. Hospitals can't handle the volume. This thing moves fast. She watched the TV, where a reporter stood outside San Jose Regional Medical Center. The camera showed people flooding the emergency entrance, some barely able to walk, others being restrained by family members. Security guards struggled to maintain order. In the background, someone in a hospital gown ran from the building, pursued by staff. The runner moved with that telltale, jerky aggression. I'm at the house packing now, her ex-husband continued. I'm coming to get you both in an hour. Be ready. No, we're fine here. Don't be stupid. This isn't safe. I said we're fine. She hung up. Her daughter stared at her. Was Dad right? Should we leave? The loader thought about it. Leaving meant abandoning their home, their routine, everything familiar. But staying meant hoping this would blow over quickly, that authorities would regain control, that normal life would resume. After seeing that man in the break room, after watching the drone footage, she wasn't sure normal life existed anymore. We'll wait and see, she said finally. Let's just stay inside today. Tomorrow we can assess. They spent the afternoon glued to the TV and internet, watching civilization show its first cracks. The governor declared a state of emergency at 3 p.m. The National Guard deployed to major cities by 4 p.m. Footage from San Francisco showed crowds looting stores, fights breaking out, police overwhelmed. Los Angeles reported similar chaos. Sacramento, Fresno. The entire state seemed to be unraveling simultaneously. The explanations from officials kept changing. First they called it a flu outbreak, then a neurological disorder, then terrorism. By evening, they stopped trying to explain it and focused on instructions. Stay indoors, avoid contact with affected individuals, report any symptoms immediately. Symptoms included high fever, extreme aggression, and loss of rational thought. Progression from first symptoms to complete loss of control took approximately 4 hours. 4 hours. That's how long someone stayed human after infection. The loader's daughter fell asleep on the couch around 8 p.m., exhausted by fear and confusion. The loader covered her with a blanket and returned to the drone footage. She'd watched all 12 files now. The earliest dated 3 days ago and showed what looked like the initial outbreak. A single house, a single family, police responding with confusion rather than force. Each subsequent video showed the situation worsening, spreading, multiplying. By yesterday's footage, entire neighborhoods were affected. Whoever controlled these drones had documented the progression, had watched it happen, had done nothing to stop it or warn anyone. She ejected the memory card and pocketed it. Evidence of what? She wasn't sure. But it felt important. The apartment windows faced east, overlooking the parking lot. She stood there watching darkness settle over the complex. Lights in other units flickered on. TVS glowed behind curtains. Everyone was home, everyone was watching, everyone was afraid. A police helicopter circled somewhere overhead, searchlights sweeping. Sirens echoed from multiple directions, constant now, no longer individual emergencies but a sustained wail. Her phone buzzed. Text from a coworker. "Did you hear about Tommy? He went to the hospital this afternoon, started getting violent. They had to restrain him. Her blood went cold." Tommy, the guy who'd been scratched trying to restrain the first attacker. That was maybe 6 hours ago. The progression timeline matched what the news reported. Scratched or bitten, fever, aggression, loss of humanity. Another text. "The woman who got bit is dead. Saw it on Facebook. Her family posted. She went crazy in the hospital and they couldn't save her." The loader sat heavily on the couch beside her sleeping daughter. That could have been her. She'd almost pushed forward to help restrain the man. Could have been scratched, bitten, infected, dead or worse within hours. She checked her arms, her hands, anywhere the blood from the drone might have contacted broken skin. Nothing. No scratches, no cuts. She'd wiped it on her pants, washed her hands later. Should be fine. The news said infection required blood-to-blood contact or bites. Surface contact wasn't enough, probably. She hoped. Outside, an engine gunned loud. Tires squealed. She went to the window and saw a car peeling out of the parking lot, driving onto the lawn to avoid other vehicles, scraping a fence post on the way to the street. Other cars started leaving too, people fleeing in the night, heading who knew where. Away. That's all that mattered to them. Away from the cities, away from the infection, away from the nightmare. Should she do the same? Pack her daughter in the car and drive? Drive where? The freeways would be jammed, gas stations would be mobbed, hotels full, and the infection was spreading everywhere, not just San Jose. Running might put them in more danger than staying. She made a decision. They'd stay tonight, see what morning brought. If things worsened, they'd leave. If authorities regained control, they'd wait it out. Simple plan, flexible. Her daughter stirred, opened her eyes. "What time is it?" "Little after 9. I had a bad dream." "I know, sweetie. Are we going to be okay?" The loader wanted to say yes, wanted to promise safety and protection and normalcy restored, but she'd never lied to her daughter, and she wouldn't start now. "I don't know," she said, "but we'll figure it out together." They moved to the bedroom, locked the door, pushed a dresser against it. Her daughter fell back asleep quickly, exhausted. The loader lay awake, listening to sirens and helicopters and the occasional gunshot in the distance. Through the bedroom window, she watched smoke rise from somewhere south, orange flames lighting the night sky, a fire burning unchecked, another sign of failing infrastructure. Her phone buzzed continuously through the night with texts and alerts. The news app sent notification after notification. She stopped checking after midnight. Nothing changed except the body count. She dozed fitfully, waking every hour to check the doors and windows, to listen for sounds in the hallway outside, to verify they remained safe in their small fortress. At 4 a.m., she heard shouting from another unit, a crash, screaming, then silence. She held her breath, waiting. Footsteps in the hallway, someone testing door handles. Her door handle jiggled. She gripped a kitchen knife she'd brought to bed. The person moved on. The footsteps receded. She exhaled slowly. Dawn came gray and quiet. The sirens had stopped sometime during the night. No more helicopters, just eerie stillness broken by distant sounds she couldn't identify. Her daughter woke around 7, groggy and disoriented. "Mom, I'm hungry." They went to the kitchen. The loader made eggs and toast, using the stove while it still worked, while electricity still flowed. She didn't know how long that would last. The TV showed only emergency broadcast messages now, the same loop repeating, "Shelter in place, avoid contact with infected individuals, wait for further instructions." No news anchors, no updates, just the automated message cycling endlessly. She tried calling her ex-husband. The call failed. Network congestion, probably. Everyone trying to reach loved ones simultaneously. She sent a text instead. "We're okay. Staying put for now." It showed as delivered but never marked as read. Her daughter ate mechanically, staring at nothing. What happens if this doesn't stop? Let's not think about that yet. I can't stop thinking about it. The loader had no response. She couldn't stop thinking about it either. The drone footage played on loop in her mind. Bodies in the streets, people attacking each other, civilization crumbling block by block. And someone had watched it all happen, documented it, done nothing. She checked the apartment's supplies, food for maybe a week if they rationed. Water in the tap still flowed, but she didn't know for how long. She filled every container they had, pots, pitchers, even the bathtub. Survival instinct kicking in. Around 10 a.m., someone pounded on the apartment door. The loader froze, knife in hand. Her daughter backed toward the bedroom. "Hello?" a voice called. "Is anyone there? We need help." She approached the door carefully, looked through the peephole. A man stood in the hallway, middle-aged, panicked. Behind him, a woman, his wife maybe, supported someone else, a teenage boy bleeding from his arm. "Please," the man called again. "Our son was attacked. We need somewhere safe." The loader's hand hovered over the deadbolt. Every instinct screamed not to open that door. The boy was bleeding, could be infected, probably was infected. "I'm sorry," she said through the door. "I can't help you. Please, he's just a kid. I have a kid too, I'm sorry." She backed away from the door. The man pounded harder, shouting now, desperate. The woman joined him, begging. The loader put her hands over her ears. Her daughter watched from the bedroom doorway, tears streaming. After 5 minutes, the pounding stopped. Footsteps retreated down the hall. The loader sagged against the wall, shaking. She'd just condemned a teenager to death or worse, a kid probably her daughter's age. But letting them in meant risking infection, risking her own daughter's life. "We could have helped them," her daughter whispered. "We couldn't. We could have tried. And then we'd be infected too. Or they'd take our supplies, or we'd all die together." The loader's voice came harsh, defensive. "This is how it has to be now." Her daughter said nothing, just retreated into the bedroom and closed the door. The loader spent the rest of the morning fortifying. She moved furniture against the door, stacked boxes in front of windows, gathered anything that could be used as a weapon. Knives from the kitchen, a baseball bat from the closet, a heavy flashlight. Not much, but more than nothing. Around noon, she heard engines outside, big engines. She risked looking through the window and saw military trucks rolling down the street, soldiers in the back, weapons ready. A loudspeaker mounted on the lead vehicle blared instructions. "Remain in your homes. Do not approach military personnel. Food and water distribution will begin tomorrow. Anyone showing symptoms of infection will be quarantined." The convoy passed, moving to the next street. The loader felt a flicker of hope. Military meant organization, control, government functioning. Maybe they'd contain this. Maybe it wasn't over. That hope lasted until evening, when gunfire erupted somewhere close. Not distant pops, but sustained automatic fire. Hundreds of rounds, magazines emptying. She pulled her daughter away from the windows, and they huddled in the bathroom, the most interior room in the apartment. The gunfire continued for 10 minutes, then stopped abruptly. Silence followed. Heavy, oppressive silence. She ventured out after an hour, checked the window. The street looked empty except for several bodies lying on pavement. Military or civilian, she couldn't tell from this distance. One of the bodies twitched, moved, stood up with that jerky, inhuman motion she'd seen before. The infection was spreading faster than anyone could contain it. That night passed worse than the first. More sounds in the hallway, more pounding on doors, screaming from nearby units that ended in terrible wet sounds, fire alarms blaring until their batteries died, smoke seeping under the door from somewhere in the building. The loader kept her daughter in the bathroom, door locked, towel stuffed under the gap. They sat in the dark, holding each other, listening to the world end outside. By morning, the electricity had failed. The water stopped flowing an hour later. The loader checked their supplies. 3 days of food if they stretched it. 1 bathtub full of water may be enough for a week. After that, they'd need to scavenge or leave. She needed to think practically. Emotional survival meant nothing without physical survival. They needed more supplies, food, water, medicine. And they needed them soon, before everything was picked clean. "We have to go out," she told her daughter. "We can't stay here much longer." "Go out there?" Her daughter's eyes went wide. "Those things are out there." "I know, but we'll starve if we stay." "What about the military?" They said food distribution. That was 2 days ago. I haven't seen them since. The loader checked her phone. No signal. The cell towers must have gone down. No internet, no communication, no way to know what was happening beyond their immediate surroundings. They were on their own. She went through her work clothes, finding the most durable items. Steel-toed boots, heavy jeans, a thick canvas jacket, layers of protection. She gave her daughter similar clothing, the toughest things in her closet. They looked ridiculous, overdressed for April weather, but bites were the primary infection vector. More fabric meant more barriers. The knife went in her belt, baseball bat in hand. She loaded a backpack with empty bottles for water, cloth bags for food. Her daughter carried a smaller pack, a hammer gripped in white-knuckled hands. "We go fast," the loader said. "The store on Camden is maybe half a mile. We get in, grab what we can, get out. Don't stop for anything. If you see someone moving wrong, run. Don't try to help. Don't get close. Just run. Understand?" Her daughter nodded, mute with fear. They left the apartment at dawn, hoping daylight would offer some safety. The hallway showed signs of violence, blood streaks on walls, doors hanging open, the smell of death thick and cloying. They moved quickly, not looking into the open apartments, not acknowledging what had happened to their neighbors. The building's lobby had been trashed. The front door hung crooked on broken hinges. Outside, the parking lot looked like a demolition derby had occurred. Cars smashed into each other, windows broken, some burned down to metal skeletons. Bodies lay scattered, some fresh, some days old, bloating in the sun. The loader guided her daughter between the wrecks, heading toward the street. Movement caught her eye. One of the bodies near the fence stirred, lifted its head. The face had been human once, but now showed only animal hunger. Milky eyes locked onto them. A low moan issued from its throat. "Run," the loader said quietly. They ran. More bodies stirred as they passed, drawn by movement and sound. The infected moved clumsily, stiff-limbed, but they moved. The loader and her daughter sprinted down the sidewalk, building distance. Behind them, moans echoed, a chorus of the damned. Camden Avenue stretched empty ahead. Shops and restaurants closed, many windows smashed. A grocery store sat 2 blocks down, parking lot visible from here. Cars crowded it, abandoned at chaotic angles. People had fought over supplies here, maybe still were. They slowed to a jog, conserving energy. The loader's lungs burned. Too many years sitting in a forklift, not enough cardio. Her daughter kept pace better, 12 years old and still resilient. They reached the grocery store entrance and found it barricaded from inside. Shopping carts stacked in the doorway, blocked with boards. "Around back," the loader said. "Loading dock." The service entrance stood open, metal door bent outward like something had forced its way out, or in. They entered cautiously, bat raised, hammer ready. The stockroom beyond lay in shambles. Shelves toppled, boxes torn open, merchandise scattered. Someone had looted this already, but they might have missed something. They moved through the stockroom toward the store proper. The smell hit them first. Rot and copper and human waste. Then the sounds. Moaning, shuffling, something feeding. The store's interior existed in twilight, emergency lights providing dim illumination. The infected wandered the aisles, maybe a dozen of them, drawn here by some instinct or memory of what this place meant. One crouched over something on the floor, hands working, face buried in meat that had been a person. Others bumped into shelves, knocked over displays, moved without purpose or direction. The loader pulled her daughter back into the stockroom. "We need to be quiet. Grab whatever you find and let's go." They searched the stockroom systematically, filling their packs with anything useful. Canned goods scattered in corners, bottles of water that had rolled under shelves, a case of energy bars someone had missed. Not much, but something. The loader found a first aid kit mounted on the wall, still intact. She stuffed it in her pack. A sound behind them made her spin around. One of the infected had wandered into the stockroom, a woman in torn clothing, face gray and slack. She hadn't noticed them yet, just shambled forward, moaning softly. The loader grabbed her daughter's arm and pointed to the exit. They moved slow, staying quiet. The infected woman turned toward them, milky eyes searching. She moaned louder. More sounds answered from the store, more infected responding to the call. "Go!" the loader hissed. They bolted for the exit. The infected woman lunged after them, surprisingly fast, hands grasping. The loader shoved her daughter through the doorway and swung the bat. It connected with the woman's head, a solid crack. The woman stumbled but didn't fall. The loader hit her again, harder. This time she went down. But more infected poured from the store, drawn by the noise. The loader and her daughter ran across the loading dock, down the concrete ramp into the parking lot. Infected spilled after them, a mob of gray-faced hunger. They ran until their lungs screamed, until the infected fell behind, until the pursuing moans faded. Only then did the loader let them stop, gasping for breath in an alley between buildings. Her daughter bent double, dry heaving. The loader checked their packs, still full. They'd made it. "That was close," her daughter whispered. "Too close. We need somewhere better, somewhere secure." They made their way back to the apartment complex, moving carefully, avoiding streets where infected clustered. The city had transformed in just 3 days. Cars everywhere, some crashed, some abandoned, fires burning unchecked in buildings, bodies in various states of decay, and the infected wandering aimlessly, individual figures and small groups, waiting for movement to trigger their hunting instinct. This wasn't temporary. This was the new reality. Back at the apartment, they barricaded the door again and took inventory. 5 days of food if they were careful, 10 days of water. The loader knew it wasn't enough. They needed a better location, somewhere defensible with access to supplies. The apartment complex was a death trap. Too many entrances, too many units, too many places for infected to hide. She thought about the warehouse, large, mostly secure loading docks that could be sealed, and full of inventory that might still be useful. Electronics wouldn't feed them, but the warehouse had a cafeteria, vending machines, probably emergency supplies in the offices. More importantly, she knew the layout intimately. Every aisle, every corner, every exit. "We're going to my work," she told her daughter. "The warehouse? It's big, defensible. I know how to secure it. And there's supplies. How do we get there? Good question. 5 miles across San Jose, through areas now controlled by the infected. The car would work if they could reach it in the parking lot, if it still ran, if the streets were passable. A lot of ifs. Tomorrow, the loader said. We rest today. Tomorrow we try. They spent the afternoon organizing and preparing. The loader inventoried every item they owned that might prove useful. Kitchen knives, duct tape, rope, batteries, lighters. She made a mental checklist of what they'd need from the warehouse. Tools, materials, whatever remained in the cafeteria. Her daughter watched her work. You're different. What do you mean? You seem, I don't know, harder, like you know what to do. The loader paused. Her daughter was right. Something had shifted inside her over the past 3 days. The fear remained, but it had crystallized into focus. She'd worked in logistics for 10 years, managing resources, solving problems, making things work. This was just another problem. Deadly, yes. Terrifying, absolutely. But still a problem with solutions. I'm scared, she admitted, but being scared doesn't help. We need to act, not panic. Dad would have panicked. Probably. Her ex-husband meant well, but folded under pressure. That's why they divorced. His inability to handle stress, to make hard decisions, to be reliable when it mattered. She'd always been the strong one. Night fell again. They ate a small meal, rationed carefully. The loader kept watch at the window, watching infected wander the parking lot below. She counted 12 visible, probably more hidden in shadows. They'd need to move fast in the morning, reach the car before the infected could swarm. She reviewed her warehouse knowledge, planning their approach. The building sat on the industrial edge of town, surrounded by other warehouses and factories, probably less populated than residential areas, fewer infected. The main entrance would be locked, but she knew the codes for the side doors. Once inside, she could secure the loading dock, set up in the offices, establish a defensive position. It could work. It had to work. They slept fitfully, taking turns on watch. The loader woke to every sound, hand on her knife, ready for intrusion. None came. By dawn, exhaustion had replaced fear with numbness. They packed everything they could carry: food, water, first aid, tools, weapons. The loader left behind photos and mementos, anything with only sentimental value. Survival had no room for sentiment. At first light, they left the apartment for the last time. The hallway remained quiet, but the smell had worsened. Bodies decomposing in sealed units, infected trapped inside with no way out. The loader wondered how many neighbors had hidden like they did, how many had turned, how many now shambled through their former homes. The parking lot showed more activity than yesterday. Infected had gathered in larger groups, drawn together by sound or smell or some instinct the loader didn't understand. Her car sat 3 rows away, too far to reach without being noticed. New plan, she whispered. We take a different car. Something closer. They crept between vehicles until they found a pickup truck near the edge, keys still in the ignition. The owner had abandoned it in a hurry, driver's door hanging open. The loader climbed in, her daughter beside her. She turned the key. The engine coughed, died. She tried again. It caught, roared to life. Every infected head in the parking lot turned toward the sound. Hold on, the loader said, and gunned it. The truck lurched forward. She swerved around abandoned cars, mounted a curb, crashed through a chain-link fence. Infected lurched toward them, but too slow, too uncoordinated. The truck bounced onto the street and she accelerated, putting distance between them and the complex. The streets of San Jose had become an obstacle course. Crashed cars, debris, bodies everywhere. She navigated carefully, avoiding blockages, taking side streets when main roads proved impassable. Infected appeared at every turn, but the truck kept them safe. She just needed to reach the warehouse. They passed a National Guard checkpoint, abandoned. Military equipment sat useless beside barricades, trucks, weapons, supplies. Bodies in uniform lay scattered, some shot, some torn apart. Whatever containment they'd attempted had failed. "Don't look," the loader told her daughter, who looked anyway. The warehouse district appeared less chaotic. Fewer cars, fewer bodies. The infected here wandered alone or in pairs rather than packs. The loader spotted her workplace ahead, the familiar gray building with its rows of loading docks. No movement visible, no obvious signs of infestation. She circled the building once, checking for threats. The parking lot stood empty except for a few employee vehicles, including her own car where she'd left it 3 days ago. A lifetime ago. The main entrance remained secured. Everything looked dormant. She parked the truck near a side entrance and cut the engine. Silence settled over them. Her daughter gripped the hammer, knuckles white. The loader checked the area one more time, then moved. They reached the door. She punched in the access code. Nothing. Power was out, electronic locks dead. She tried the handle anyway, locked mechanically. She went down the row of doors to the loading dock, found one slightly ajar. Someone had left in a hurry. The dock interior lay dark and cavernous. Emergency lights provided dim illumination, battery-powered, maybe 30 hours left. The loader stepped inside carefully, bat-ready. The warehouse stretched vast and silent ahead, shelving rising like metal monuments. Nothing moved. They entered fully, closing the dock door behind them. The loader found a chain and padlock in a maintenance locker, secured the door. One entrance sealed. She'd need to check the others. Her daughter stayed close as they moved through the warehouse. Everything remained as the loader remembered. Aisles organized by product type, inventory still on shelves. The forklift she'd been operating 3 days ago sat exactly where she'd left it. Surreal to see it unchanged while the world outside had ended. They climbed the stairs to the second floor. The offices appeared undisturbed, computers dark, desks neat. The break room showed signs of the attack that started everything: overturned furniture, dried blood on the floor. The loader didn't linger. The manager's office had a window overlooking the warehouse floor. Good vantage point. She dragged a desk against the door, set up their supplies on shelving units. This would be their base. Elevated, defensible, with clear lines of sight. "We'll be safe here," she said. Her daughter nodded, but her expression showed doubt. Safety was relative now. They weren't safe anywhere, just less exposed. They spent the rest of the day securing the warehouse. The loader checked every entrance, every window, every potential breach point. She found the employee cafeteria and nearly cried with relief. Industrial kitchen with canned goods for hundreds of workers, commercial refrigerator full of bottled water and juice. Food for months if they rationed carefully. The vending machines yielded more supplies. She used a pry bar to open them, loading their packs with chips and candy bars and energy drinks. Not nutritious, but calorie-dense. She'd learned in the past 3 days that calories meant survival. By evening, they'd established a routine. Sleep in the manager's office, keep watch in shifts, venture down only for supplies or bathroom breaks. The warehouse bathrooms still had water in the pipes. Not safe to drink, but usable for washing. Small comforts in the apocalypse. The loader sat in the office as darkness fell outside, her daughter sleeping on a makeshift bed of cushions from the break room. She'd done it, found shelter, secured resources, kept them alive. But she felt no pride, just exhausted relief. Her thoughts drifted to the drone footage, still stored on the memory card in her pocket. Someone had documented the outbreak's progression. Someone had known. She plugged her laptop into the emergency battery backup and reviewed the files again. The pattern became clear on rewatching. Each video showed the infection spreading from specific epicenters: houses, apartments, public spaces. Someone had tracked the outbreak zones, mapped the expansion, recorded every stage. This wasn't random surveillance. This was systematic documentation. Why? What was the purpose? She noticed details she'd missed before. In several videos, other drones appeared in frame, flying similar patterns. A whole fleet documenting different areas. And in one clip, filmed at night, she caught a glimpse of text on a building. A logo or company name, but the resolution was too poor to read clearly. She enhanced the image as much as her laptop allowed, zooming until pixels blurred. The logo showed a stylized double helix. Some kind of biotech company? Medical research? Her blood went cold. What if this wasn't natural? What if someone had created this infection deliberately? Number. Too paranoid. The world ended due to disease, not conspiracy. Viruses jumped from animals to humans all the time. This was just particularly virulent, particularly devastating. But the drones bothered her. Their presence, their systematic surveillance, their arrival at her warehouse covered in blood. Too many coincidences. She shut the laptop. Nothing she could do about it now. Survival mattered, not answers. The days blended together after that. Wake, scavenge, secure, sleep. The loader established a routine that kept them fed and safe. She explored the warehouse thoroughly, cataloging every useful item. Boxes of electrical supplies yielded wire and batteries. The maintenance workshop provided tools and equipment. The shipping department had duct tape and rope in abundance. She began improving their defenses, using her warehouse skills practically. She reinforced doors with metal brackets and lumber from inventory. She created noise traps, cans on string, to alert them to intruders. She organized supplies by priority and access. 10 years of logistics training applied to survival. Her daughter helped where she could, learning quickly. Together they established protocols. Never make unnecessary noise. Always have an exit route. Keep weapons within reach. Trust no one. That last rule proved necessary when other survivors appeared. It happened on day 8. The loader was checking the loading dock when she heard voices outside. Human voices, not the mindless moaning of infected. She peeked through a gap in the bay door and saw a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all armed. They approached the warehouse cautiously, checking windows, testing doors. She retreated upstairs quickly, woke her daughter. People outside, stay quiet. They watched from the office window as the group circled the building. One of them tried the side entrance where the loader had entered, found it locked. Another called out, "Anyone inside?" "We're not hostile, just looking for shelter." The loader said nothing. Her daughter looked at her questioningly, but she shook her head. These might be good people, might be desperate, might be dangerous. She couldn't risk her daughter to find out. The group tried several more entrances, found everything secured. Eventually they gave up and moved on, disappearing down the street. The loader exhaled slowly. Close call, but they'd be back, or others would come. The warehouse was too obvious a target, too perfect a shelter. Eventually someone would find a way in. She needed better security. She spent the next 2 days creating reinforced barriers at ground level, using shelving units and pallets to create choke points. She dragged heavy equipment to block vulnerable entrances. She set up makeshift alarms, pieces of metal balanced to fall and clang if disturbed. On day 10, the infected found them. The loader was on watch when she heard the distinctive shuffle thump of infected movement. She looked down from the office window and saw 3 of them inside the warehouse, having entered through a broken ground floor window she'd missed. They wandered aimlessly between aisles, drawn inside by some impulse but lacking clear direction. She woke her daughter silently, finger to her lips. They watched the infected explore below, bumping into shelves, knocking over boxes. One seemed drawn to the stairs, placing a foot on the bottom step. The loader's heart hammered. If they came up, she'd have to fight. 3 against 1, with her daughter to protect. Bad odds. The infected at the stairs paused, head tilting. Then it turned away, distracted by some sound the loader couldn't hear. All three shambled toward the loading dock and eventually wandered back outside through the broken window. She waited an hour to be sure, then went down and sealed the window with plywood and nails. No more breaches. She checked every other window, every vent, every possible entry point. The warehouse became a fortress. But the infected now knew about this place. More would come. They'd seen human habitation, smelled human scent. They'd return. The loader installed better early warning systems. She set up mirrors to see around corners. She marked safe paths and danger zones. She created escape routes from every major area. The warehouse was large enough that they could retreat to different sections if one became compromised. Food remained their biggest concern. The cafeteria supplies wouldn't last forever. She needed to organize scavenging runs, but that meant leaving their fortress, exposing themselves to danger. She agonized over the decision for days before finally accepting necessity. On day 14, she left her daughter in the office with clear instructions. Stay hidden, stay quiet, don't open the door for anyone. Then she ventured outside alone, carrying empty backpacks and weapons. The nearby warehouses offered potential resources. She broke into one containing building supplies, plywood, nails, tools, useful for fortification but not food. Another warehouse held furniture, useless. A third contained industrial cleaning products. She took bleach for water purification and disinfectant for wounds. The loader moved methodically, checking each building, avoiding infected, staying quiet. She worked quickly but carefully, a lifetime of efficiency driving her movements. By afternoon, she'd mapped the area, identified which structures held value and which were empty. A grocery distribution center sat 3 blocks away. She approached carefully and found its loading dock forced open, interior ransacked. But the office section might have vending machines. She entered through a broken window. The distribution center had been a battleground. Bodies everywhere, some infected and killed, others simply dead. Blood painted the walls. The smell nearly overwhelmed her. She pushed through, breathing through her mouth. The office area yielded 2 intact vending machines. She pried them open and loaded her packs with snacks and drinks. Not much, maybe 3 days' worth, but better than nothing. She also found a first aid station with antibiotics and bandages, medical supplies worth their weight in gold. On her way out, she heard voices. Multiple people arguing somewhere in the building. She froze, listening. There's nothing left here. We need to move on. Where? Everywhere's picked clean. Then we take from others. That warehouse we saw had someone inside. I know it. The loader's blood went cold. The group from earlier. They'd come back. We can't just attack people. Why not? It's survival. They have supplies. We need supplies. That's murder. It's reality. The loader crept toward an exit, moving silently. But she'd heard enough. They were planning to raid the warehouse, her fortress, her daughter's safety. She made it outside and ran, taking a circuitous route back to avoid being followed. The 2 miles felt like 20, expecting ambush at every corner. She reached the warehouse and secured herself inside, then woke her daughter. We have a problem. She explained what she'd overheard. Her daughter's eyes widened. What do we do? Prepare. They're coming. The loader spent the next hours setting traps. She stretched wire across doorways at ankle height, invisible in dim light. She stacked boxes to create false barriers, hiding real paths. She set up improvised alarms everywhere. Cans that would rattle, metal that would clang, anything to announce intruders. Then she established defensive positions. The office remained their stronghold, but she created fallback points throughout the warehouse. Corners where they could hide, routes they could use to evade attackers, supplies cached in multiple locations. Her daughter helped, pale but determined. I'm scared. Me too. Will they really attack us? I don't know, but we'll be ready if they do. That night passed in tense waiting. The loader kept watch with a crowbar in hand, ready to defend their sanctuary. No attack came. Maybe the group had decided against it. Maybe they'd found easier targets. But on day 16, they came. The loader heard them testing doors around 2 a.m., multiple people trying to be quiet but not quiet enough. She woke her daughter and they moved to their defensive position, the office with its reinforced door and elevated vantage point. The group found the broken window the infected had used, not yet repaired. They entered there, 5 people moving through the darkened warehouse with flashlights. The loader watched from above, heart hammering. They spread out, checking aisles, looking for supplies or survivors. One called out softly, "We know you're here. We just want to talk." The loader said nothing. They searched for 20 minutes, growing frustrated. Finally, one of them found the stairs and started climbing. The loader tensed, gripping her crowbar. Her daughter crouched beside her, hammer ready. The man reached the second floor and paused, seeing the barricaded office door. "Hello? We're not here to hurt you. We need help. Food, supplies. Can we talk?" Still, the loader said nothing. "Please, we have kids in our group. We're desperate." The mention of kids tugged at her conscience. But it could be a lie, manipulation, a way to lower her guard. "Just leave," she called through the door. "There's nothing here for you." "We know that's not true. This is a warehouse. There's food, resources. We just need some. We can share." "No. Be reasonable. You can't keep everything. Watch me." The man's tone shifted, hardening. "We don't want trouble, but we'll take what we need, one way or another. Try it." She heard him retreat, conferring with the others. Raised voices, argument, then sounds of movement. They were gathering supplies from the warehouse floor, her supplies, her carefully managed resources. The loader felt rage building. She'd secured this place. She'd earned these supplies through risk and effort. These people had no right, but what could she do? 5 against 1, with a child to protect. Direct confrontation meant death. She waited as they looted. They took food from the cafeteria, equipment from the workshop, anything portable and valuable. It took them an hour. Then they left, flashlights disappearing into the night. The loader checked the damage at first light. They'd taken maybe a quarter of her food, plus tools and supplies. Survivable losses, but infuriating. And they knew about this place now. They'd return. She couldn't stay here. The warehouse had served its purpose, but it was compromised. She needed somewhere more isolated, more defensible, somewhere other survivors wouldn't find. She thought about the rural areas outside San Jose. Small towns, farms, houses with wells and gardens. Less population meant fewer infected, and the people who'd stayed in those areas were probably already dead or fortified, not wandering looking for places to raid. "We're leaving," she told her daughter. "Where?" "South. Into the mountains maybe. Somewhere remote." They spent the day packing. The loader took only essentials: food, water, tools, weapons. She loaded the pickup truck with supplies, creating a mobile survival kit. Everything else stayed behind for the next desperate group to find. Before leaving, she made one final check of the warehouse. In the maintenance workshop, she found welding equipment and took it. Might be useful for fortification wherever they ended up. In the cafeteria storage, she discovered cases of bottled water overlooked by the raiders, loaded those. In the shipping office, she found a CB radio and some batteries. Communication device, useless without anyone to communicate with, but she took it anyway. As she worked, she passed the drone storage aisle. The contaminated boxes sat where she'd first noticed them, dried blood still visible on the packaging. On impulse, she checked the inventory numbers, writing them down. Maybe someday she'd figure out what they meant. They left the warehouse at dusk, when infected were less active. The loader drove carefully through San Jose's ruined streets, heading south on Highway 85. Traffic blocked most lanes, but she navigated around, using shoulders and medians. They saw other vehicles, most abandoned, some burned, bodies everywhere, and infected wandering aimlessly, drawn to the sound of their engine but too slow to catch them. The city thinned as they drove. Suburbs gave way to open land, hills rising to the west. The loader felt relief with every mile of distance from the urban center. Out here, civilization's collapse seemed less absolute. Farms still stood, houses looked intact, trees grew unconcerned with human catastrophe. She turned off the highway near Los Gatos, taking smaller roads into the foothills. She'd hiked here before, knew the area had vacation cabins and remote properties. Somewhere in these hills, they'd find refuge. Darkness forced them to stop at a rural church, parking lot empty, building locked tight. They slept in the truck, taking turns on watch. The night passed quiet except for animal sounds. Coyotes, owls, the wind through trees. No infected moans, no human voices, just peace. Morning brought hope. They continued south, climbing into the Santa Cruz Mountains. The road narrowed, surrounded by redwood forest. They passed driveways leading to hidden properties, gated and posted with no trespassing signs. The loader tried several before finding one unlocked. She drove up a steep driveway, tires slipping on gravel, and emerged at a clearing containing a cabin. Wood construction, single story, solar panels on the roof, a well house visible near the trees. Perfect. She checked the cabin thoroughly before letting her daughter exit the truck. Front door locked, windows secured. She broke a window and climbed inside, crowbar ready. The cabin interior smelled musty, but clean. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom, living area with a fireplace. Shelves stocked with canned goods, water jugs lined up along one wall. Solar panels meant electricity. Well meant water. The owners had prepared this as a survival retreat, then never made it here. Their loss was her gain. They moved supplies inside, making multiple trips from the truck. By afternoon, they'd established a new base. The loader barricaded doors and windows, created defensive positions, set up the early warning systems she'd learned to trust. Her daughter explored the cabin, finding a bedroom that must have belonged to another child. Posters on the walls, toys in the closet. She said nothing, just sat on the bed, looking lost. The loader joined her. This is better, more secure. Those people will come here too. Or other people. Everyone's looking for places like this. Maybe. But we're harder to find now. And when they find us? The loader had no answer. Eventually, someone would find them. Someone always found you. That was the pattern she'd learned. Find shelter, get found, flee, repeat. But each time they fled, there were fewer places to go. We'll deal with it when it happens, she said finally. They settled into cabin life. The routine differed from the warehouse but had the same structure: secure, scavenge, survive. The loader explored the surrounding area, mapping escape routes, locating resources. A stream ran through the property, fresh water. Berry bushes grew along the tree line, edible. Deer paths suggested hunting possibilities once their canned food ran out. Her daughter adapted slowly. The first week she barely spoke, just followed instructions mechanically. But gradually she emerged from shock, taking initiative, helping without being asked. The apocalypse aged her, transformed her from child to survivor. One morning the loader woke to find her daughter had already started breakfast, had already checked the perimeter, had already inventoried their supplies. 12 years old and competent. Too competent. Children shouldn't have to be this capable. I'm proud of you, the loader said. Her daughter shrugged. Just surviving. Still, You're doing great. We both are. They were. Against impossible odds, they'd made it 3 weeks, fed, sheltered, alive. The loader wondered how many others could say the same. How many had died in the initial outbreak? How many turned? How many killed by other survivors? The numbers must be staggering. She tried the CB radio occasionally, scanning channels, hoping for voices. Static mostly. Once she heard someone broadcasting coordinates, a voice rough with exhaustion, begging for rescue. She noted the coordinates but didn't respond. Couldn't risk revealing their location. The voice disappeared after 2 days. On day 23, they heard engines. The loader was foraging near the stream when the sound reached her. Vehicles on the main road below, multiple vehicles moving in convoy. She rushed back to the cabin, grabbed binoculars, and watched from cover. Military trucks, 5 of them, moving slowly. Soldiers rode in the back, weapons ready, scanning the trees. A loudspeaker blared the same message she'd heard weeks ago. Remain calm, shelter in place, wait for evacuation orders. But this convoy looked different. The soldiers seemed alert, organized. Not the chaos she'd seen in San Jose. This was actual military presence, not overwhelmed responders. Did that mean containment? Government restored? She wanted to believe it but couldn't. If things were improving, why were soldiers patrolling remote mountain roads? The convoy passed without stopping. She watched until it disappeared around a curve, heading south. Where were they going? What were they doing? Her daughter joined her. Should we try to contact them? No. But they're military. They could help. Or they could quarantine us. Separate us. I'm not risking that. They'd survived 3 weeks alone. She wouldn't gamble that survival on government promises. But the convoy's presence bothered her. It meant the military was actively operating in the area, which meant this region wasn't as remote as she'd hoped. Eventually, patrols would come up their driveway, would find the cabin, would force decisions. She prepared for that possibility. She created a hidden cache of supplies deep in the woods, buried in a waterproof container. Emergency backup if they had to flee again. She marked the location carefully, taught her daughter the route. If we get separated, she said, go to this spot. Wait there. I'll come for you. We're not separating. Probably not. But if we do... Her daughter memorized the location, the landmarks, the route. Insurance against disaster. Day 25 brought the first real threat to their cabin sanctuary. The loader was splitting wood when she heard voices from the driveway. Male voices, rough and aggressive. She dropped the axe and grabbed her crowbar, moving to a window. 3 men approached the cabin, armed with rifles. Not military, not police, just survivors who'd found weapons and decided might made right. Bandits. Her daughter was inside, upstairs. The loader rushed to her, covered her mouth before she could speak. Quiet! Men outside! They crouched below the window and listened. The men circled the cabin, checking windows, testing doors. One called out, "Anyone home?" "We're friendly. Just need supplies." The same lie she'd heard at the warehouse. Friendly people didn't approach with rifles raised. "Nobody here," another man said. "Looks abandoned." "That truck's fresh. Someone's here. Maybe they're out foraging." Then we wait. The loader's blood ran cold. They'd wait, which meant siege. 3 armed men against her and her daughter, no way to escape without being seen. She made a decision. She couldn't let them into the cabin. Too dangerous. But she couldn't sit here trapped either. That left one option: aggressive defense. She positioned her daughter in a bedroom closet with the hammer. "Don't come out no matter what you hear. Understand?" "Mom, promise me." "I promise." The loader took her crowbar and moved downstairs. She knew this cabin now, knew its layout, knew how to move through it silently. The men were outside trying to force the back door. She could hear them prying at the lock. She positioned herself beside the door, crowbar raised. waiting. The lock broke with a snap. The door swung open. A man entered, rifle leading. She swung the crowbar at his head. He saw it coming at the last second, tried to dodge, but the heavy metal bar caught him across the temple. He went down hard. His rifle clattered to the floor. The loader grabbed it, worked the action. Chambered round. She'd never fired a gun before, but the mechanics seemed obvious. Point, pull trigger. The other two men heard the commotion and came around from different sides. She pointed the rifle through the open door at the first one visible. Stop. He stopped, raising his hands. Easy, we don't want trouble. You broke into my home. We're just looking for food. Then look somewhere else. The man on the ground groaned, stirring. Blood seeped from his scalp. The loader kept the rifle aimed at the standing man. Pick him up and leave. You shot him? Hit him. Rifle still loaded. Want me to shoot you? The standing man helped his injured friend to his feet. The third man appeared from around the cabin, saw the situation, and raised his own rifle. Mexican standoff. The loader's hands didn't shake despite her fear. Clear mind, clear purpose. We can kill you and take what we want, the third man said. Maybe. But I'll kill one of you first. And my daughter's upstairs with a shotgun. A lie, but they didn't know that. Everyone loses, or you leave now and nobody dies. Tension held for 10 seconds. 20. The loader kept her aim steady. Finally, the third man lowered his rifle. Not worth it. Come on. They retreated, supporting their injured friend between them. The loader watched until they disappeared down the driveway. Then she collapsed against the doorframe, shaking with adrenaline. Her daughter emerged from upstairs. Are they gone? For now. They spent the rest of the day reinforcing defenses. The loader barricaded the broken back door with furniture. She set up better barriers at the driveway entrance. She created warning systems that would alert them to anyone approaching. But the encounter changed everything. This sanctuary was compromised like the warehouse had been. People knew about it now. Word would spread. More would come. They needed to move again. That night, she sat with her daughter, explaining the situation. We can't stay. Every time we settle, people find us. So what do? Keep moving. Stay mobile. Live out of the truck. For how long? As long as it takes. Takes for what? Everything's gone. There's no government, no help coming. We're just going to run forever? The loader had no response because her daughter was right. There was no end game, no victory condition, just endless survival until something killed them or the world somehow rebuilt. They left the cabin at dawn on day 27, taking everything they could carry. The loader set fire to what remained, denying it to the bandits. Smoke rose behind them as they drove back down the mountain. No destination now, just movement. They drove south through rural California, avoiding cities, staying on back roads. They saw other survivors occasionally, individuals at farmhouses, small groups at defensible buildings. Nobody friendly. Everyone scared and suspicious. The infected seemed less numerous out here, but still present. They encountered packs occasionally, drawn to their engine noise. The loader learned to drive through them, crushing bodies under the truck's wheels, not stopping for anything. Her daughter had gone quiet again, staring out the window at the ruined world passing by. The loader wanted to comfort her but had nothing to say. Comfort implied hope, and she'd run out of hope days ago. They camped in the truck at night, parked in random locations. A rest area bathroom became luxury. A stream for washing felt like paradise. Standards shifted. What once seemed basic now felt abundant. On day 30, they found an abandoned farm. The loader pulled up the driveway carefully, checking for signs of habitation. The house stood empty, door hanging open, interior ransacked. But the barn remained intact. Inside the barn, they discovered a working generator. fuel drums, tools. The farm family had prepared for emergency. Too bad preparation hadn't saved them. Bodies lay in the farmhouse, days old, killed by infected or other survivors or disease. The loader didn't investigate closely. They claimed the barn as temporary shelter, parking the truck inside, barricading the large doors. The generator provided power for lights and the CB radio. The loader tried it again, scanning channels. This time she heard something. A voice, young and female, broadcasting from Sacramento. "If anyone's listening, I'm at the state capitol building. There are maybe 20 of us here. We have food and water. If you're nearby and need help, come to the north entrance. Use the code phrase New Dawn so we know you're friendly." Her daughter perked up. Should we go? The loader considered it. Sacramento was maybe 100 miles north. The Capitol building would be central, visible, known. But it also meant returning to urban areas, high population, more infected, and trusting strangers who might not be trustworthy. "I don't know," she said honestly. "We could have other people, a community. We could also be robbed or killed. We're already alone and scared." "How is that better?" Fair point. Isolation provided safety but also desperation. Eventually supplies would run out. Eventually luck would fail. Maybe cooperation offered better chances than lone survival. The loader made a decision. "We'll scout it. Get close, observe, see if it seems legitimate, then decide." They spent one more night at the farm, planning the route. Sacramento meant navigating the Central Valley, passing through smaller cities, avoiding major highways where infected would congregate. Risky, but possible. At dawn, they loaded up and headed north. The truck had a half tank of gas, maybe enough to reach Sacramento with careful driving. Finding more fuel would be challenging, but not impossible. Most abandoned cars still had some gas, and siphoning had become a necessary skill. The drive took all day, slow progress through California's interior. They passed through Modesto, or what remained of it. The city had burned significantly, entire neighborhoods reduced to ash. Bodies lay in the streets, so many the loader stopped counting. The infected presence seemed lighter here. Maybe they'd burned too, or maybe they'd migrated elsewhere seeking prey. They found an intact gas station outside Stockton and siphoned fuel from the underground tanks using a hand pump. The loader improvised from materials in the truck. Slow process, but it worked. They filled the tank and several spare containers. By evening, they reached Sacramento's outskirts. The capital city had suffered like San Jose. Cars everywhere, buildings damaged, streets littered with evidence of violence. But the city center looked different. Military vehicles blocked major streets, creating defensive perimeters. Intentional organization rather than random chaos. The loader parked the truck behind an abandoned pharmacy and they proceeded on foot, moving carefully through the ruins. Infected appeared occasionally, but in smaller numbers than she expected. Someone had been clearing them out. They reached the Capitol building at dusk. The neoclassical structure stood intact, surrounded by makeshift barriers, cars, concrete blocks, chain-link fence. Guards on the steps, armed with rifles. A generator hummed somewhere inside, lights glowing in windows. Real civilization, real organization, survivors working together. The loader's throat tightened. Hope, dangerous and painful, flared in her chest. They approached carefully, hands visible, weapons holstered. The guards noticed them, rifles rising. One called out, "Stop there! State your business." "We heard your radio broadcast," the loader said. "Looking for safe shelter." Code phrase? New Dawn. The guard lowered his rifle slightly. "You armed?" "Yes. Leave weapons outside the perimeter. You can retrieve them if you decide to leave." The loader hesitated. Giving up weapons meant vulnerability, but they'd come this far. She unclipped her knife, set down the crowbar. Her daughter added her hammer to the pile. The guards opened a gap in the fence and let them through. Beyond the barriers, the Capitol grounds showed signs of habitation, tents, cooking fires, people moving with purpose. Maybe 50 survivors, maybe more. The loader scanned faces, looking for threats, seeing only exhaustion and hope similar to her own. A woman approached, middle-aged, wearing a military jacket. "I'm Colonel Warren, welcome to Sacramento." She extended a hand. The loader shook it. "Thanks, this is my daughter." "We run a tight operation here. Everyone contributes. We have food, water, medical supplies. Defense is communal. You work, you eat. Fair? Fair. Good. Let me show you around." The colonel led them through the camp. She explained how they'd organized: scavenging teams, defense rotations, medical care, food preparation, structure returning from chaos, people working together instead of against each other. They assigned the loader and her daughter a tent near the main building, small but dry, with sleeping bags and blankets. Luxury after a month in the truck. That night they ate with the community, canned soup heated over fires, bread baked from hoarded flour. Not much, but shared. People introduced themselves, told stories of survival, mourned losses. The loader listened, said little, watched everything. Her daughter actually smiled for the first time in weeks, talking with another girl about their age who'd survived with her father. Human connection, desperately needed. The loader let herself relax slightly. Maybe this could work. Maybe civilization could rebuild from pockets like this. People choosing cooperation over chaos. But caution remained. She'd learned too much to trust easily. Over the next days, they integrated into the community. The loader joined a scavenging team, her warehouse skills proving valuable for finding and transporting supplies. Her daughter worked in the medical tent, helping with basic care. Both contributed. The loader met others, learned their stories. A doctor who'd escaped a hospital, an engineer maintaining the generators, a farmer teaching food cultivation, a teacher organizing classes for the children, people trying to maintain humanity in the apocalypse. Colonel Warren ran the operation with military efficiency. Defense schedules, supply rationing, medical protocols, everything organized, everything purposeful. The loader respected the discipline even as it reminded her of the structures that had failed to prevent this catastrophe. On day 35, she joined a scavenging mission into downtown Sacramento. 5 people, 2 vehicles, specific targets, a medical supply warehouse, a grocery distribution center. The colonel briefed them on routes, infected concentrations, contingency plans. They moved out at dawn. The city remained dangerous but manageable with coordination. The team cleared buildings methodically, loaded supplies efficiently, avoided unnecessary risk. Professional. They returned by afternoon with medical supplies and food. Successful mission. The colonel praised them, distributed the supplies fairly, system working as intended. But that night, during her watch shift on the perimeter, the loader overheard conversation between 2 guards. They stood 20 feet away, not seeing her in shadow. "How long do you think this lasts?" one asked. "What, the camp?" "Long as supplies hold." "I mean the colonel's control. People are getting restless. She's kept us alive." "Yeah, but some folks think we should be expanding, recruiting more survivors, building something bigger." "That's dangerous. More people means more mouths, more risk." "True. But hiding here waiting for government rescue is fantasy. Government's gone. We're on our own." "So what? We become our own government?" "Something like that. Warren's got military background, but we need political organization. Laws, leadership selection, long-term planning. Good luck convincing her. She's all command structure." They moved on, continuing their patrol. The loader absorbed what she'd heard. Tensions underneath the surface, disagreements about direction and purpose. The community wasn't as unified as it appeared. She understood the dynamics. Gather people together and power struggles emerge. Scarcity creates competition. Fear breeds control. The apocalypse hadn't changed human nature, just removed the civilized veneer. More concerning, though, was the mention of government rescue. People still believed help was coming. that someone would arrive and restore order. But the loader had seen Sacramento's military vehicles abandoned on the outskirts, had heard the silence on emergency channels, had watched civilization collapse without intervention. No help was coming. They were on their own. She mentioned her concerns to the colonel the next day. Warren listened, then shook her head. People need hope. Believing in rescue provides that hope. False hope. Maybe, but it keeps them functioning. Without it, what's the point? Survival is the point. Survival for what? To what end? Warren sighed. Look, I know you're skeptical. You've been out there alone, seen the worst. But we're trying to build something here. Maybe it fails. But trying is better than giving up. The loader wanted to believe that. Wanted to think human cooperation could rebuild from ruins. But 35 days of watching people at their worst had taught her pessimism. Still, she stayed. Her daughter was safer here than on the road. That mattered more than philosophical doubts. Days passed. The routine continued. Scavenge, defend, survive. The infected probed their perimeter occasionally, but the guards repelled them easily. The community celebrated small victories. Birthdays, successful supply runs, a couple getting married, normal life clinging to existence at the end of the world. On day 42, a scavenging team returned from the eastern suburbs carrying an injured man. They'd found him trapped in a building, leg broken, surrounded by infected. They'd rescued him, brought him back. The doctor set the leg, but the man showed signs of fever. His story raised concerns. He'd been bitten 3 days ago, had cauterized the wound himself, thought he'd prevented infection. But the fever suggested otherwise. The colonel ordered him quarantined in an isolated section of the building. The doctor treated him with antibiotics and hope. But the loader knew how this ended. Fever meant infection. Infection meant turning. She checked her daughter's location and kept her close that day. At dinner, she pulled Warren aside. That man in quarantine. What's your protocol if he turns? We've handled it before. Containment room is secure. And if containment fails? Won't happen. But if it does? Warren met her eyes. Then we defend the community. By any means necessary. That night, the loader slept fully dressed, knife at her belt, ready. Her daughter sensed her tension. What's wrong? Maybe nothing. Just being cautious. The screaming started around 2 a.m. The loader was awake instantly, knife drawn. Outside the tent, chaos erupted. Gunfire, shouting, lights flaring. She grabbed her daughter and they exited the tent toward the noise. The quarantined man had turned. Somehow he'd escaped the containment room and attacked the guards. One guard was down, bitten, another infected person. The escaped man lurched through the camp, grabbing at people, spreading infection. Guards opened fire. Bullets tore through the infected man, dropping him. But the damaged guard was already showing signs: fever, aggression, eyes losing focus. The colonel shouted orders, trying to maintain control, but panic spread faster than orders. More gunfire as guards dealt with the newly infected. People fled in all directions, some toward the perimeter, others toward the building. The carefully maintained structure collapsed in minutes. The loader grabbed her daughter's arm. "We're leaving." Now. They ran toward the perimeter, fighting through panicked crowds. Behind them, more screams as infection spread person to person, chaos feeding chaos. The community was dying, consuming itself from within. They reached the fence and climbed over, not bothering with the gate. On the other side, they retrieved their weapons from where they'd been stored. Then they ran toward the pharmacy where they'd parked the truck. Infected poured from the Capitol grounds, former survivors now mindless predators. The guards' gunfire continued, diminishing as ammunition ran out or shooters turned. The loader heard Warren's voice on a megaphone trying to rally defense, but organization had dissolved. They reached the truck. The loader fired the engine and drove, not looking back. Her daughter stared out the rear window, watching the camp burn. Someone had started a fire, intentional or accidental. Flames climbed the Capitol building, consuming it. All those people, her daughter whispered. I know. We could have helped. We couldn't. It happened too fast. We just left them. We survived. That's what matters. Harsh words, but true. They'd lasted 42 days because she'd prioritized survival over sentiment. The people at the Capitol had lasted as long as their containment held. When it failed, they died. Simple equation. They drove through the night, putting distance between them and Sacramento. The loader didn't know where they were going. East, maybe. Away from population centers, away from failed communities, away from hope that proved false. Her daughter cried silently. The loader let her. Nothing she could say would help. Words couldn't fix this. By dawn, they'd reached the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. Mountains rising ahead, roads climbing toward empty wilderness. The loader considered just driving until the gas ran out, finding some remote spot, staying there until starvation or infection or exposure claimed them. But she kept driving. Momentum was survival. They passed a small town, completely abandoned. She stopped to search for supplies, finding a few canned goods in houses, some bottled water in a gas station. They filled the tank with siphoned fuel and continued. Her daughter finally spoke around noon. We can't do this forever. I know. Then what's the plan? There is no plan. We survive day to day. That's not living. That's just existing. The loader pulled over, cut the engine. They sat in silence for a moment. Then she turned to her daughter. You're right. But I don't know what else to do. I'm making this up as I go, trying to keep us alive. That's all I've got. Her daughter's expression softened slightly. I know. I'm not blaming you. I want this to mean something. Our survival. I want it to have purpose. Purpose is staying alive long enough to see if anything gets better. And if it doesn't? Then at least we tried. They resumed driving. The road climbed steeper, pines replacing oak, air thinning. Up here, the apocalypse felt distant. Nature didn't care about human collapse. Trees still grew, streams still flowed, sky remained blue. They found a national forest campground empty and overgrown. The loader parked the truck and they set up camp properly for the first time in days. She gathered firewood. Her daughter filtered stream water. They cooked beans over the fire and ate watching sunset paint the mountains gold. For a moment, it felt almost peaceful. That night, sitting by dying embers, her daughter asked, "Do you think anyone survived? Like really survived, not just hiding?" "I don't know. Maybe in remote areas, small towns, places infection couldn't reach easily. But we haven't heard anything. No radio, no signs of organization. Radio range is limited, and survivors probably aren't broadcasting. Too risky. So we're alone." The loader wanted to deny it, but couldn't. Maybe. They slept in the truck, safer than tents. The loader took first watch, listening to forest sounds, owls hunting, branches creaking, the wind's whisper. No human sounds at all, just wilderness indifferent to extinction. She thought about the past 44 days, the warehouse, the cabin, the Capitol, each sanctuary temporary, each community fragile, pattern established, settle, defend, flee, over and over until what? Death? Madness? Some mythical safe haven that probably didn't exist? Her warehouse skills had proven valuable. Logistics, organization, resource management, but ultimately useless against the fundamental problem, people. The infected, yes, but also the living. Desperation turned people into predators. Fear made them irrational. Community was impossible when trust had died. She dozed off thinking about supply chains and distribution systems, her mind refusing to stop solving problems even in sleep. Movement woke her. She grabbed her knife, instantly alert. Her daughter stirred beside her. Outside the truck windows, shapes moved through the campground. Infected, maybe a dozen. shambling between campsites. How they'd found this remote location was unclear, but they'd come, drawn by smell or sound or randomness. The loader started the engine quietly. The infected turned toward the noise, moving faster. She reversed carefully, navigating between trees, avoiding obstacles. More infected appeared ahead, cutting off the road. She made a decision and drove off-road, crushing through underbrush, bottoming out on rocks. The truck's suspension screamed but held. They bounced violently, crashing through the forest, leaving infected behind. A mile later, she regained the road, tires shredded but functional. They kept moving, no destination, just away. "They're everywhere," her daughter said. "Yeah, there's nowhere safe." "Probably not." "Then what are we doing?" The loader had no answer. They were running. That's all. Running without destination or purpose, postponing the inevitable. She drove until the truck ran out of gas, somewhere on a mountain road overlooking wilderness. They coasted to a stop and sat in silence. "We could walk," her daughter suggested. "Where?" "Anywhere. Keep moving." The loader looked at their supplies. Food for 3 days, water for 2. If they walked, they'd cover maybe 10 miles a day through mountain terrain. 3 days would take them 30 miles, then they'd starve, unless they found food. Foraged, hunted, scavenged from abandoned buildings, she'd become feral, reduced to base survival instincts. Was this what humanity had become? Animals with slightly better tool use? Her phone, dead for days, sat in the truck's cup holder. She picked it up, remembering when it had connected her to the world. Now just a useless brick of plastic and metal, technology made irrelevant by societal collapse. She thought about the drone footage again, stored on a memory card somewhere in her pack, evidence of the outbreak's documentation, of someone watching it happen. What had that accomplished? Recording the end meant nothing if no one survived to watch. "Mom," her daughter said, "what are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we've done everything we could." And it wasn't enough. That sounds like giving up. Maybe it is. Her daughter's hand found hers. "Don't give up. Please." The loader squeezed back. "I don't know how to keep going. I'm out of ideas." "Then we figure it out together." They sat holding hands as daylight faded. The mountains darkened, stars emerging bright in the clear air. Somewhere down below, civilization's ruins smoldered. Up here, only silence and cold. The loader made herself move. Sitting meant freezing. She gathered supplies from the truck, food, water, tools, weapons. They'd walk until they couldn't, then walk more. No other option existed. They started walking at dawn, heading east simply because that direction looked less steep. The road wound through forest, cracked pavement giving way to dirt. They passed abandoned cars occasionally, evidence that others had fled this way before running out of road. By afternoon, they reached a small settlement, 6 houses clustered around a closed general store. The loader approached cautiously, checking each building. Empty, ransacked, but not destroyed. They found some supplies, old canned goods forgotten in basement pantries, enough for another few days. They slept in one of the houses, barricaded inside. Her daughter asked, "How long can we do this?" "As long as we have to." "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." The next morning brought sound in the distance. Engines, multiple vehicles. The loader pulled her daughter to a window and they watched a convoy pass on the main road below. Military trucks again, heading somewhere with purpose. Her daughter's eyes lit up. Should we signal them? The loader hesitated. Military presence might mean safety, rescue, restoration, or it might mean forced quarantine, confiscation of supplies, separation. She'd trusted government organization before at the Capitol. That had ended in fire and death. No, she decided. We stay hidden. But they might help. They might. Or they might make things worse. Her daughter pulled away, frustrated. "You don't trust anyone. I trust you. That's enough." "It's not enough." We need other people. We can't survive alone forever. We've made it 46 days alone. Barely. We're exhausted, scared, running out of supplies. How long until we make a mistake? Until luck runs out? Valid points. The loader knew isolation wasn't sustainable long term, but neither was trusting strangers when strangers had proven dangerous repeatedly. She compromised. We'll follow them. See where they're going? Observe before deciding. They tracked the convoy's route, staying distant, moving through parallel terrain. The military vehicles headed east into a valley where smoke rose from multiple buildings, a settlement of some kind, large enough to need military presence. They approached after dark, moving silently through the trees. Below, a town of maybe 1,000 people still functioned. Lights, generators, organized movement, walls constructed around the perimeter, guard towers, real fortification. The loader watched through binoculars, studying the operation. Military discipline but civilian population. People farming in cleared fields, children playing in a courtyard, normal life attempting resurrection. Look, her daughter whispered, pointing. The loader adjusted her view. In the town center, a large building showed a painted sign. Provisional Government of California, Eastern District. Government, still functioning, still trying. Hope and skepticism warred in her chest. This could be legitimate, could be salvation, or it could be another capital, another false sanctuary waiting to collapse. She made a decision, the hardest one yet. We approach carefully. Talk to them, see if it's real. Her daughter smiled for the first time in days. Really? Really. But if anything feels wrong, we leave immediately. They descended from the hills at dawn, hands visible, no weapons drawn. Guards on the perimeter noticed them, rifles raised. The loader called out, "Survivors seeking shelter. We mean no harm." The guards directed them to a checkpoint where they underwent inspection. Medical examination for bite marks, fever, infection signs. Questioning about their journey, how they'd survived, whether they'd encountered other survivors. The loader answered honestly, mostly. She mentioned the warehouse but not the drones. Mentioned Sacramento but not her doubts about authority. Mentioned the cabin but not the violence she'd inflicted. An official middle-aged man with military bearing but civilian clothes interviewed them in an office tent. "I'm Administrator Chen. Welcome to New Hope. That's what we're calling this settlement. We've established basic governance, food production, medical care. Everyone contributes according to ability. We're building something sustainable here." "How many survived?" the loader asked. "In this region? Maybe 5,000 that we know of. Scattered in groups like this across Northern California. We've made contact with a few other settlements through radio, slow reconstruction. What happened to the government?" "The real one?" Chen's expression darkened. Federal government collapsed completely. State level maintained some function but barely. We're what's left. Local administrators, military personnel, civilians who stepped up. Not official but necessary. The infection? Still spreading but slower now. Initial wave killed maybe 80% of the population. Survivors are either immune, isolated, or very lucky. We're working on understanding transmission mechanics, developing protocols. 80%. The number staggered her. The loader had known the collapse was bad, but the sheer scale, hundreds of millions dead globally. Chen continued. "We need people with skills. You worked in logistics? 10 years, warehouse operations. Perfect. We can use someone who understands supply chain management. Your daughter?" "She's 12. School age then. We've established classes for the children. Try to maintain some normalcy." It sounded too good, too organized, too normal. The loader's skepticism flared. "What's the catch?" Chen smiled sadly. "The catch is this might not last. We're one bad incident away from collapse. Food production is experimental. Medical supplies are finite. Defense is spread thin. We're holding together through will and luck. But it's something. More than most have. Honest, at least. The loader appreciated that. They accepted placement in New Hope, assigned housing in a converted warehouse, small room but private with beds and basic furniture. Luxury after weeks in a truck. The settlement functioned on rigid schedule. Work assignments, meal times, defense rotations. Her daughter attended school in the mornings, learning alongside other children. The loader joined the supply management team, applying her warehouse skills to food distribution and inventory tracking. Days passed in structured routine. Wake, work, eat, sleep. The loader found herself adapting, her daughter thriving. Other survivors shared stories of their journeys. Families torn apart, narrow escapes, terrible decisions. Everyone carried trauma. She met others with useful skills. A former engineer who maintained the generators and water systems. A doctor establishing medical protocols. A teacher creating curriculum for the children. A farmer teaching agricultural basics. People building civilization from rubble. But underneath the structure, the loader sensed tension. Resource scarcity created competition. Power dynamics formed hierarchies. Some people had access to better food, better housing, better weapons. Others lived on margins, given minimal rations, assigned hardest labor. She kept her head down, did her job, protected her daughter. 48 days had taught her to spot danger signs. And New Hope, despite its name, showed warning indicators. On day 53, a supply team returned from a scavenging mission with troubling news. They'd encountered another settlement 20 miles west, a smaller group, maybe 50 people, heavily armed. The groups had negotiated cautiously, establishing basic trade agreements, but the other settlement wanted access to New Hope's medical supplies in exchange for ammunition. Administrator Chen called a council meeting to debate the trade. The loader attended as part of the supply management team. The discussion grew heated quickly. "We need ammunition," the military chief argued. "We're running low and defense is critical." "But medical supplies save lives directly," the doctor countered. "Ammunition only saves lives indirectly through security." "Security enables everything else," Chen said. "Without defense, we lose everything. And without medicine, people die from treatable conditions," the doctor snapped. "We've already lost 3 people to infections that antibiotics would have prevented." The loader listened to the debate, understanding the impossible calculus. Every resource was finite. Every decision involved sacrifice. The apocalypse reduced ethics to mathematics. How many lives was one bullet worth? They voted to make the trade. Ammunition won over antibiotics by a narrow margin. The doctor left the meeting furious. The loader followed her outside. "I'm sorry. Don't be. You didn't vote. I didn't vote against it either." Would it have mattered? This place runs on fear and force. Medicine is secondary to violence. The loader had no response. The doctor was right. New Hope prioritized security over healing. Survival trumped compassion. That night she lay awake, thinking about those antibiotics. 3 people had died preventable deaths. How many more would die from the trade? And on the other side, how many would live because ammunition protected them? Impossible questions with no good answers. Her daughter sensed her distress. "What's wrong?" "Everything. Nothing. Just thinking." "About leaving again?" The loader paused. "Why would you think that?" "Because you always do. We find somewhere, you get uncomfortable, we leave." "I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know. But maybe we need to stop running. Maybe this is as good as it gets." Her daughter's words cut deep because they were true. The loader had developed a pattern. Trust nothing, leave early, survive alone. It had kept them alive, but at what cost? Constant flight without destination or purpose. "I'll try," she said finally. "To stay. To make this work." "Promise?" "Promise." They stayed. Days turned to weeks. The loader integrated further into New Hope's operations, making herself valuable, essential. She reorganized the supply systems, improved efficiency, reduced waste. Her warehouse expertise proved invaluable. Administrator Chen promoted her to logistics coordinator, giving her authority over resource distribution, responsibility she hadn't asked for but accepted. Someone had to do it. The role brought her into direct contact with the settlement's problems: food shortages, water contamination, defense failures, medical crises. She addressed each systematically, applying the same skills she'd used for managing inventory, except now the inventory was survival itself. Her daughter flourished in the school program, making friends, learning alongside other children. For the first time since the outbreak, she seemed genuinely happy. That mattered more than the loader's doubts. On day 65, a patrol returned with concerning news. A massive horde of infected had been spotted moving east, maybe 2,000 strong. They'd coalesce in the valley somehow, drawn together by sound or smell or mass instinct, and they were heading directly toward New Hope. Administrator Chen called emergency council. The loader attended as logistics coordinator, her stomach tight with dread. "We can't fight 2,000 infected," the military chief said. "We have ammunition for maybe a few hundred. After that, we're overwhelmed." "Evacuation?" someone suggested. "Where?" "We've built everything here. Crops, infrastructure, shelter. Starting over means mass casualties from exposure and starvation." The loader spoke up. "What if we redirect them? Create noise distractions away from the settlement, lead them past rather than through." The military chief considered it. Possible, but risky. If the distraction fails, we've split our forces. It's better than direct confrontation or abandoning everything. They debated for hours, tensions high. Eventually, they agreed on the loader's plan: use vehicles with loudspeakers to draw the horde north, bypassing New Hope. Volunteer teams would execute the mission while the settlement fortified defenses. The loader volunteered to lead one of the distraction teams. Administrator Chen tried to refuse. "You're too valuable. We need you here." "I know these tactics. I've survived by avoiding confrontation. Let me do this." He reluctantly agreed. They prepared through the night. 3 vehicles, mounted loudspeakers, routes planned to lead the horde away from populated areas. 6 volunteers total, all understanding the mortality risk. Her daughter found the loader before departure. "You promised you'd stay." "I'm coming back." "You don't know that." "I know I have to try, for everyone here, for you." They embraced. Her daughter felt small in her arms despite growing taller. Still a child, despite everything. The loader wanted to protect her from this, from all of it. But the apocalypse didn't care about her wants. "I love you," the loader said. "I love you too." At dawn they departed, driving toward the approaching horde. The loader's vehicle led, 2 others following in formation. They reached a ridgeline overlooking the valley and stopped, watching. The horde moved like a dark tide across the landscape, thousands of infected shambling forward, drawn by some collective instinct. The sight made the loader's blood freeze. This was extinction approaching. This was the end. She keyed her radio. "All teams, activate sound systems on my mark. Draw them north, maintain distance, don't stop for anything. If we lose a vehicle, the others keep going. Understand?" Acknowledgements came back. "Ready." "Mark." The loudspeakers blared simultaneously. Sirens, music, recorded voices, anything loud. The horde responded immediately, turning toward the sound, picking up speed. The vehicles began their careful retreat, maintaining distance, leading the infected away. For an hour, it worked perfectly. The horde followed, gradually redirecting north away from New Hope. The vehicles leapfrogged positions, keeping noise constant, maintaining lure. Then one of the following vehicles hit a concealed ditch and flipped. The loader watched in her mirror as it rolled, coming to rest on its side. The 2 volunteers inside tried to escape, but the horde reached them first. She forced herself to look away, to keep driving, to maintain the mission. 2 people dead. 4,000 saved if this succeeded. Mathematics of survival. They continued north for another hour until the horde was kilometers from New Hope, heading into empty wilderness. Then they cut the speakers and drove fast, circling back east, outrunning pursuit. Only 2 vehicles returned. 4 people survived out of 6. Administrator Chen met them at the gate, relief evident. "You did it. The settlement is safe." The loader climbed out, exhausted. "For now, until the next threat. That's all we can ask for." They held a memorial service for the 2 who'd died. The loader spoke about their sacrifice, their bravery, their contribution to survival. But inside she felt hollow. She'd led them to death. Her plan, her leadership, her responsibility. Her daughter found her after the service. "You came back. I promised. 2 people didn't. I know." They stood in silence. The loader wanted to justify the deaths, to explain the necessity. But her daughter was right. 2 people had died executing her plan. That weight would remain. Life in New Hope resumed its routine. The loader threw herself into work, managing supplies, improving systems, avoiding thought. Weeks passed. The settlement grew slightly, incorporating other survivors found during scavenging runs. Small population increase, but significant. On day 80, a radio message arrived from another settlement 300 miles south. They'd established contact with a Navy vessel offshore, a carrier that had survived the outbreak, maintaining crew through strict quarantine protocols. The Navy was attempting to establish coastal safe zones, offering transport to anyone who could reach designated pickup points. Hope, real hope, flickered for the first time in months. The Navy meant organization, resources, potential rescue. Administrator Chen called another council meeting. "We need to verify this," the military chief said. "Could be false, could be raiders using Navy identity to lure survivors." "How do we verify from here?" the doctor asked. The loader spoke up. "I'll go. Take a small team, reach the coast, confirm if it's legitimate. If so, we organize transport for everyone who wants to evacuate." "That's 500 miles through infected territory," Chen said. "Suicide mission." "Everything's a suicide mission now, but if there's a chance at real safety, we take it." They debated. Eventually, Chen authorized the mission. The loader plus 3 volunteers, 2 vehicles, 2 weeks to reach the coast and return with intelligence. Her daughter confronted her that night. "You're leaving again. For everyone's benefit. If the Navy's real, you could be evacuated to safety." "You mean we could be?" "Yes, we." "You'll come with me?" The loader hesitated. Evacuation meant Navy authority, military command, losing autonomy. It meant trusting government organization again. Every instinct screamed caution. But it also meant her daughter might actually survive long term, might have a future beyond day-to-day scavenging. "Yes," she said. "If it's real and safe, we'll evacuate together." "Promise?" "Promise." They prepared for the journey. The loader selected her team carefully. Experienced survivors, competent fighters, people who'd proven reliable. They loaded the vehicles with supplies and weapons, planned their route through the Central Valley to the coast. They departed at dawn, her daughter watching from the gate. The loader waved, then focused forward. 500 miles, at least a week even with good conditions. Longer if they encountered problems. The first 2 days went smoothly. They traveled on back roads, avoiding major highways where infected concentrated. Passed through small towns, stopping only to refuel and scavenge. The Central Valley stretched vast and empty, farms abandoned, once productive land reverting to wild. On day 3, they encountered another survivor group, 20 people occupying a fortified ranch. They traded information and supplies, learning about infected movements, safe routes, other settlements. Maps were exchanged, knowledge shared. small networks forming from isolation. Day 4 brought trouble. A bridge crossing was blocked by infected, maybe 100 clustered on the far side. They tried an alternate route but found it equally impassable. The only option was fighting through. The loader made the decision. We drive through fast, don't stop. Shoot only if necessary. Conserve ammunition. They accelerated toward the infected, hitting them at speed. Bodies flew, bones crunched under wheels. The loader kept her foot down, ignoring the impacts, ignoring the horror. Several infected grabbed onto her vehicle but couldn't hold. They shook free, leaving body parts and blood behind. They cleared the bridge and kept driving, putting distance behind them. Nobody spoke. Nothing to say about becoming efficient killers. Day 6, they reached the coast near Santa Cruz. The ocean stretched gray and vast, waves crashing on empty beaches. The loader had never been so happy to see water. They found the designated pickup point, a beach access area with clear sightlines. And there, anchored offshore, a Navy carrier sat massive and gray. Real, legitimate, hope justified. A smaller vessel approached the beach, sailors in clean uniforms, weapons ready. The loader and her team emerged slowly, hands visible. "Survivors?" the lead sailor called. "Yes, from a settlement inland. We heard your broadcast." "How many in your group?" 1,100 at our settlement, more at others nearby. The sailor nodded. "We're evacuating civilians to offshore facilities. Processing takes time. We can transport groups of 50 every 3 days. Are your people willing to wait?" "They'll wait if it means safety." They spent hours in debriefing, answering questions about infection spread, survivor populations, settlement locations. The Navy had established several offshore safe zones, carriers, islands, oil platforms, places infection couldn't reach. They were slowly evacuating survivors, rebuilding government function, planning eventual mainland reclamation. Civilization hadn't ended, just relocated to the water. The leader reported back to New Hope via radio, delivering the news. Evacuation was possible. Safety was real. Everyone celebrated, but the loader felt ambivalent. Evacuation meant surrendering autonomy to military authority, meant trusting the same government that had failed to prevent or contain the outbreak, meant giving up control she'd fought so hard to maintain. Her teammate noticed her hesitation. "What's wrong? This is good news." "Is it?" "We trade one survival situation for another. Naval carrier is better than scrounging in ruins." "Maybe. Or maybe it's a different prison." "You'd rather stay here?" The loader looked at the ocean, vast and indifferent. "I don't know what I want anymore." They returned to New Hope with the information. Administrator Chen organized the evacuation systematically, priority to children and elderly, then medical cases, then general population. Groups of 50 would travel to the coast every 3 days, waiting their turn for transport. Her daughter was ecstatic. "We're leaving. Actually leaving." The loader forced a smile. "Yeah, we made it." But uncertainty gnawed at her. She'd survived 87 days by trusting only herself, making her own decisions, maintaining control. Evacuation meant relinquishing that control, meant trusting others with her daughter's life. Trust she wasn't sure she possessed anymore. On day 90, the first evacuation group departed. 50 people, including children, medical patients, elderly. They left with joy and tears, boarding vehicles heading for the coast. The loader watched them go, feeling hollow. Her daughter's turn came on day 96. They packed what little they owned, prepared to leave the settlement they'd called home for over a month. Other survivors wished them well, grateful for the loader's contributions. Administrator Chen shook her hand. "Thank you for everything. You saved this place more than once." Just did what needed doing. That's leadership. Maybe you'll find a role in the new government. Maybe. They traveled to the coast with the evacuation group, familiar road now. The loader drove mechanically, mind distant. Her daughter chatted with other children, excited. The loader couldn't share the enthusiasm. At the pickup point, they waited 3 days for the Navy transport. The loader spent the time watching waves, thinking about the past 3 months. She'd learned so much about survival, about people, about herself. She'd become harder, colder, more capable, but also more isolated, more suspicious, more broken. The outbreak had taken her old life completely. Job, home, routine, normalcy. Even her daughter had changed, aged beyond her years, innocence burned away. They'd survived, but at what cost? The Navy transport arrived on day 99, a landing craft, military personnel, efficient loading procedures. The survivors boarded eagerly, hope renewed. The loader stood on the beach, her daughter waiting for her. "Mom, aren't you coming?" She looked at her daughter, looked at the boat, looked back at the mainland behind them. "I don't know," she admitted. "What do you mean?" "We have to go. This is rescue." "Is it? Or is it just a different survival situation?" "Mom, you're scaring me." The loader knelt beside her daughter. "Listen, you go. Get on that boat. Let them take you somewhere safe. But I need to stay, at least for now." "No." "We stay together. You promised." "I know, but I can't get on that boat. I can't give up control like that. Not yet." "Then I'm staying too." "No. You deserve safety, real safety." "I deserve my mother." They stared at each other, will against will. The loader saw herself reflected in her daughter's eyes, stubborn, determined, refusing to yield. Finally, she stood. "Okay, together." They boarded the transport together. The craft pushed away from shore, engine roaring, heading toward the massive carrier offshore. The loader watched the mainland recede, feeling like she was abandoning something essential. But her daughter's hand gripped hers tight, and that mattered more. The carrier was a city, thousands of crew and survivors, organized into sections, regimented life aboard steel decks. They were processed, assigned quarters, given work assignments. The loader found herself in logistics again, managing food distribution, applying familiar skills to a new environment. Her daughter attended school with other children, taught by volunteer teachers, attempting normal education in abnormal circumstances. She adapted quickly, resilient despite everything. The loader adapted slowly. She followed orders, did her job, maintained routine. But she felt trapped. The carrier's walls closed in psychologically, if not physically. She'd traded open survival for confined safety. She spent off hours on deck, watching the ocean, thinking about the mainland. Other survivors were being evacuated daily, settlements slowly emptying as people chose organized safety over independent survival. New Hope had nearly completed its evacuation. Within months, the mainland would be abandoned to infected and ruins. On day 112, she stood on deck at sunset, watching orange light paint the waves. Her daughter found her there. "You're unhappy," her daughter observed. "No, just adjusting. You hate it here." The loader couldn't deny it. "I miss controlling our fate. We're safe here, isn't that enough? Safety isn't the same as living." "What do you want?" Good question. What did she want? She'd spent over 100 days focused on immediate survival. Now, with that pressure removed, what remained? "I want purpose," she said finally. "Not just existing. Actual purpose." Her daughter nodded slowly. "Then find it. Here or elsewhere." The loader looked at her daughter, amazed by her wisdom. 12 years old and somehow understanding what the loader couldn't articulate. "You're right," she said. "Thank you." Over the following weeks, the loader sought meaningful work, beyond logistics, beyond routine. She volunteered for reconnaissance missions to the mainland, dangerous but purposeful work, scouting settlements, rescuing isolated survivors, mapping infected movements. The Navy utilized survivors with mainland experience for these missions. The loader's knowledge proved valuable. She led multiple missions, always returning safely, always bringing back information or rescued people. Her daughter worried but understood. This was who her mother had become, someone who needed action, needed challenge, needed to contribute meaningfully. On day 150, during a mainland mission, the Loader's team discovered something remarkable. In the ruins of a research facility near San Francisco, they found intact computers with backup power. The Loader, remembering the drone footage, accessed the facility's files. What she discovered made her blood run cold. The outbreak hadn't been natural, it had been engineered, a bioweapon developed in secret, accidentally released. The research facility had been documenting the outbreak, using drones for surveillance, tracking the infection's spread. The same drones that had ended up at her warehouse. She copied the files, brought them back to the carrier, showed them to Navy intelligence. The revelation confirmed suspicions but provided proof. Somewhere in the chaos, someone had created this catastrophe. The Navy launched investigations. The Loader was interviewed extensively about the drones, the warehouse, everything she'd observed. Her testimony became part of the historical record. But knowing the truth changed nothing. The outbreak had happened. Engineered or natural didn't matter. Hundreds of millions still died. Civilization still collapsed. The past couldn't be undone. On day 175, the Loader stood on deck again, her daughter beside her. The evacuation was nearly complete. Most mainland settlements had been emptied. The infected ruled the continent, but survivors had established viable offshore communities. "We made it," her daughter said. "We did. What happens now? We rebuild. Slowly, carefully. Will we ever go back to the mainland? Eventually, when it's safe, maybe years, maybe decades. And until then, we live. Actually live, not just survive." Her daughter smiled. "I'd like that." The Loader pulled her close, watching sunset paint the sky in impossible colors. 175 days since the outbreak began. 175 days of horror, loss, transformation. They'd survived through luck, skill, determination, and love. They'd witnessed the end of the world and the beginning of something new. They'd learned what they were capable of, for better and worse. The apocalypse had taken everything but given something too. Knowledge of their own strength, understanding of what truly mattered, and hope that even after the end, life could continue. The Loader didn't know what the future held. Uncertainty remained constant. But standing there with her daughter, watching the sun sink into the Pacific, she felt something she hadn't felt in months. Peace. Not happiness, not joy. Those might come eventually, but peace. Acceptance of what had happened, of what they'd become, of the possibility that tomorrow might be better than today. That was enough. For now, that was enough. Now let's move on to the next story. The automatic doors of Palm Springs Nursing Center slid open at 5:43 in the morning, letting in a rush of desert air that still carried the night's coolness. Brenda Martinez stepped through with her worn canvas bag slung over one shoulder, the polyester fabric of her burgundy scrubs already beginning to stick to her skin in anticipation of the heat that would arrive by noon. She was 37 years old, divorced for 6 years, and had worked as a certified nursing assistant at this facility for the past 11 years. Her hands bore the evidence of her profession, knuckles dry from constant sanitizer use, nails clipped short, a small scar on her left thumb from when a confused resident had bitten her 3 years ago during a bed transfer. She clocked in at the nurse's station using the biometric scanner, pressing her thumb against the cool glass surface and waiting for the beep. The night shift aide, a younger woman named Letitia, who always looked exhausted by morning, sat hunched over the computer terminal finishing her charting. Dark circles beneath her eyes suggested another difficult shift. "How was the night?" Brenda asked, setting her bag in the staff closet and pulling out her stethoscope. Pen light, and the small notepad where she kept track of which residents needed what throughout the day. Letitia didn't look up from the screen. Mr. Patterson in 214 wouldn't settle, kept trying to get out of bed. His temp was up to 99.4 at 3 a.m., and Mrs. Chen, she caught herself. Mrs. Delgado in 209 was vomiting around 4. I gave her Zofran, charted it. Brenda nodded, making a mental note. Fever and vomiting. Could be anything. A urinary tract infection, food poisoning, or just the fragile constitution of an 86-year-old woman with diabetes and congestive heart failure. The nursing center housed 112 residents across 3 wings, most of them elderly with multiple chronic conditions. Brenda had been assigned to the East Wing for the past 4 years, responsible for 38 residents during the day shift. She knew their routines, their medications, their families, and their fears. "Did you call the on-call physician about Mrs. Delgado?" Brenda asked. "Yeah. Dr. Hamlin said to monitor and keep her NPO until he can see her this morning." Letitia finally finished her charting and stood, stretching her back with an audible crack. "I'm telling you, Brenda, something feels off today. I can't explain it. More call lights than usual. People seem agitated." Brenda had learned over the years to trust the intuition of night shift workers. They saw patterns that day shift missed, noticed the subtle shifts in behavior that happened when the world was dark and the facility was quiet. "I'll keep an eye on things," she said. Letitia grabbed her purse and jacket, pausing at the doorway. "Oh, and the news last night was talking about some kind of flu outbreak. Started in Los Angeles, I think. They're saying people should avoid the emergency rooms unless absolutely necessary." She shrugged. "Probably nothing, but you know how it is with the elderly. They catch everything." The door swung shut behind her, and Brenda was left alone in the fluorescent glow of the nurse's station. She pulled up the assignment sheet on the computer, scanning through the list of residents she'd be caring for today. Morning routine started at 6 with blood glucose checks for the diabetics, followed by medication pass at 6:30, then breakfast trays, showers, dressing, and the endless cycle of turning bedridden residents every 2 hours to prevent pressure ulcers. By noon, she'd be running on autopilot, her feet aching in her white nursing shoes, her lower back protesting from the constant bending and lifting. She gathered her supplies, glucometer, alcohol wipes, lancets, the medication cart, and began her rounds. The hallways of the East Wing stretched out in both directions, doors mostly closed, call lights glowing red above 3 rooms already. The smell of the nursing home was something she'd long ago stopped noticing consciously. The undercurrent of urine and disinfectant, the industrial laundry detergent on the linens, the peculiar staleness of air that had been cycled through too many lungs. Room 214 first for Mr. Patterson's glucose check. She knocked lightly and entered. The old man was awake, sitting on the edge of his bed in his hospital gown, his thin legs dangling. His eyes seemed unfocused. "Good morning, Mr. Patterson. I'm just here to check your sugar." She approached with the glucometer, her voice gentle but clear. Dementia had stolen much of his language, but he responded to tone and routine. His hand trembled as she took it, pressing the lancet to his fingertip. The device beeped. 172. Higher than ideal, but not critical. She made a note in her pad, then helped him lie back down, pulling the blanket up to his chest. His skin felt warm. She pressed the back of her hand against his forehead, warmer than it should be. "I'll let the nurse know," she said, though she wasn't sure he understood. His eyes had closed again. She moved methodically through the wing, checking blood sugars, taking vital signs on residents who'd had concerning symptoms the previous shift. Mrs. Delgado was asleep, her breathing shallow but steady. Brenda took her temperature with the temporal scanner. 99.1, still elevated but coming down. By 7 a.m., the day shift nurse, an older RN named Gloria with 30 years of experience, had arrived and was taking report from the night nurse. The morning medication pass took 90 minutes. Brenda pushed the heavy cart from room to room, scanning barcodes on medication cups, verifying resident identities with wristbands, coaxing reluctant patients to swallow pills with applesauce or pudding. She crushed tablets for those with swallowing difficulties, administered insulin injections, applied transdermal patches. It was repetitive work that required constant attention. One wrong medication, one missed dose, and the consequences could be severe. By 8:30, breakfast trays had arrived from the kitchen, and Brenda was helping feed residents who couldn't manage utensils on their own. Mrs. Alvarez in 221 needed her scrambled eggs cut into tiny pieces and handed to her one bite at a time, each spoonful an exercise in patience. The woman's Parkinson's made her hands shake too violently to hold a fork. The television in the common room was tuned to a local news station, volume turned up for the residents who were hard of hearing. Brenda was walking past with a basin of warm water for Mr. Chen's bed bath when she caught a fragment of the broadcast. Hospitals in Los Angeles and San Diego are reporting unusual numbers of patients presenting with flu-like symptoms that rapidly progress to violent delirium. Health officials are urging. One of the residents changed the channel to a game show, and the news vanished beneath canned laughter and applause. Brenda continued down the hallway, the unease from Letitia's earlier comment settling somewhere in her chest. Flu outbreaks weren't uncommon, especially in nursing homes where immune systems were compromised and people lived in close quarters. But violent delirium was an odd phrase. She'd seen delirium many times. The confusion, the hallucinations, the agitation that came with severe infections or medication reactions. But violent? That suggested something else. By 10 a.m., 2 more residents were running fevers. Gloria, the nurse, was on the phone with Dr. Hamlin's office, trying to get orders for cultures and antibiotics. The physician was running late, caught up at the hospital with an emergency. Brenda overheard Gloria's frustration through the thin walls of the nurse's station. "I understand he's busy, but I have 4 residents with elevated temperatures and we need orders. Can you at least authorize some Tylenol and fluids?" The facility felt different today. Brenda couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, but there was a tension in the air, a brittleness in the way co-workers spoke to each other. The other day, shift aide, a man named Robert who'd been working here for 2 years, seemed jumpy. When Brenda accidentally bumped the medication cart behind him in the hallway, he spun around with his fists half raised before recognizing her. "Sorry," he muttered. "Didn't sleep well." Lunch came and went. Brenda's feet throbbed. She'd already walked miles within the confines of the building, pushing equipment carts, transferring residents from beds to wheelchairs, responding to call lights that seemed to ring with increasing frequency. 3 residents had refused to eat. 2 more had developed low-grade fevers. The charge nurse had called the health department to report a possible outbreak, standard procedure when multiple residents showed similar symptoms. At 2:30 p.m., Dr. Hamlin finally arrived, a portly man in his 60s with a perpetually harried expression. He made his rounds quickly, ordering blood draws, urine cultures, and chest x-rays. By 3 p.m., the medical transport van had arrived to take 2 residents to the hospital for further evaluation, Mr. Patterson and Mrs. Delgado, whose conditions had worsened despite treatment. Brenda helped the paramedics transfer Mr. Patterson to the gurney. His eyes were open but unseeing, and a thin line of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. His fever had spiked to 102 despite Tylenol. As they wheeled him out, she felt a prickle of worry. She'd cared for him for 3 years, knew that he'd been a machinist before retirement, that his daughter visited every Sunday with his favorite butterscotch candies. The afternoon dragged on. By the time the evening shift arrived at 4:30, Brenda was exhausted in the particular way that came from physical labor combined with mental vigilance. Her back ached from multiple resident transfers. Her hands were raw from washing them dozens of times. She gave report to the evening aide, a woman named Vanessa who'd just started 2 months ago and still asked questions about everything. Watch room 214. Mr. Patterson's at the hospital. And keep an eye on temperatures. Something's going around. Brenda pulled her bag from the staff closet, eager to get home, take a hot shower, and collapse on her couch with whatever leftovers were in her refrigerator. The automatic doors slid open, and the late afternoon heat hit her like a physical wall. October in Palm Springs meant temperatures still hovering in the 90s. She walked to her car, a 12-year-old Honda Civic with a dent in the passenger door, and drove home on autopilot, barely registering the familiar streets. Her apartment was small, a one-bedroom in a complex that had seen better days, but the rent was manageable on her salary. She unlocked the door, dropped her bag on the floor, and headed straight for the shower. The hot water sluiced away the smell of the nursing home, the accumulated tension of the day. She stood under the spray until it began to run lukewarm, then dried off and pulled on sweatpants and an old t-shirt. Her phone buzzed with a text message from her daughter, Amy, who was 20 and attending community college in Riverside. "Mom, can you send $50 for books? We'll pay back next month." Brenda sighed, opening her banking app and transferring the money, even though her own checking account balance made her wince. Single mothers didn't get to think about savings accounts or retirement funds. They thought about making sure their kids had what they needed. She heated up leftover chicken and rice in the microwave and settled on the couch, flipping through channels until she found the evening news. The lead story made her pause with the fork halfway to her mouth. Growing concern tonight as hospitals across Southern California report being overwhelmed with patients suffering from what officials are calling an aggressive viral infection. Symptoms include high fever, extreme agitation, and in some cases, violent behavior. The CDC has dispatched a team to Los Angeles to investigate. Dr. Sarah Kim from Cedars-Sinai Medical Center spoke with us earlier. The screen cut to a harried-looking woman in scrubs standing in what appeared to be a hospital corridor. We're seeing a pattern we don't quite understand yet. Patients come in with what looks like flu, fever, body aches, confusion, but then they deteriorate rapidly, becoming combative. We've had to sedate several patients for their own safety and the safety of staff. The concerning part is how fast it progresses. We're talking hours, not days. The news anchor returned, her expression carefully neutral, but with an edge of something Brenda recognized as barely controlled worry. Health officials are asking people to stay home if they develop symptoms and to call ahead before going to emergency rooms. Avoid close contact with anyone who appears ill. We'll continue to follow this story as it develops. Brenda set her plate aside, her appetite gone. Aggressive viral infection. Violent behavior. She thought about the residents at Palm Springs Nursing Center, about Mr. Patterson being wheeled out on a gurney with that empty look in his eyes, about the 6 by the end of her shift, residents running fevers. She pulled out her phone and opened the group chat she shared with other CNAs from work. Robert had posted 20 minutes ago. "Anyone else watching the news? This flu thing sounds serious." Letitia. "My cousin works at Desert Regional. She says the ER is a madhouse. People biting staff. Security had to restrain someone." Vanessa. "Should we be worried? At work, I mean?" Gloria, the nurse, had replied, "Following protocol, using standard precautions. Infection control is monitoring. Everyone wash hands and stay vigilant." Brenda typed, "Let me know if anything changes tonight. I'm on again tomorrow morning." She tried to sleep but found herself staring at the ceiling, thinking about transmission routes and incubation periods and whether the facility had enough personal protective equipment if this turned into something more serious. The window unit air conditioner rattled and hummed, barely keeping the apartment cool. Outside, she could hear traffic, a dog barking, the distant thrum of music from a neighbor's apartment. Her phone buzzed again around midnight. Vanessa. 2 more residents with fevers. Gloria called the on-call doctor. This is scary. Brenda responded, "Keep me posted," and set her phone on the nightstand. Sleep came fitfully, filled with fragmented dreams of empty hallways and distant moaning. The alarm went off at 5 a.m. Brenda dragged herself upright, the exhaustion from yesterday still clinging to her bones. She went through her morning routine mechanically: shower, coffee, scrubs. The news was on in the background as she got ready, and every station was covering the same story. Hospitals overrun, some kind of infection. Officials urging calm while simultaneously telling people to stock up on supplies and avoid crowds. The drive to Palm Springs Nursing Center felt different in the gray pre-dawn light. The streets were emptier than usual. A few businesses that should have been open had their lights off. When she pulled into the parking lot, she noticed there were fewer cars than normal. Night shift and day shift overlapped for 15 minutes during change of shift, but today the lot looked sparse. She clocked in at 5:45. Vanessa was at the nurse's station, and she looked like she'd been crying. Her eyes were red-rimmed, mascara smudged. "What happened?" Brenda asked, the cold weight of dread settling in her stomach. "Mr. Patterson died at the hospital last night, and Mrs. Delgado," Vanessa's voice cracked. "She coded here around 2 a.m. They got her back, but she's on a ventilator at Desert Regional now." Brenda closed her eyes briefly. Mr. Patterson. She'd known him for years, had learned to anticipate when he'd have good days and bad days, had held his hand during moments of lucidity when he'd remember he had a daughter, but couldn't remember her name. What about the others? The ones with fevers? Vanessa pulled up the census on the computer. 11 residents now, 11 with elevated temps. Gloria called the health department again. "They're sending someone out this morning." She looked up at Brenda, fear naked on her young face. What if it's here? That thing from the news? "We don't know what it is yet," Brenda said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "Could still be regular flu. Old people get sick, you know that." But even as she said it, she didn't believe it. The coincidence was too stark. A mysterious infection overrunning hospitals while a cluster of illness appeared in their facility at the same time. Gloria arrived, looking as exhausted as everyone else. The night shift nurse gave report in clipped, efficient sentences. 11 residents with fevers ranging from 99 to 103. Increased confusion and agitation in several patients. 2 residents had required soft restraints during the night because they'd become combative with staff. That alone was alarming. Restraints were a last resort, used only when patients posed an imminent danger to themselves or others. "I've put in a call to the administrator," Gloria said. "We need to consider limiting visitors until we know what we're dealing with." The day shift started the way it always did, but everything felt wrong. The residents were restless. Call lights rang constantly. When Brenda went to check blood sugars, several patients pulled away from her, their eyes wild and unfocused. Mrs. Alvarez, who was usually docile, tried to bite Brenda's hand when she attempted to take a temperature. Brenda jerked back just in time, her heart hammering. "It's okay, Mrs. Alvarez." "It's me, Brenda. I'm just trying to help you." But the woman didn't seem to hear, her lips drawn back from her teeth in something that looked more like a snarl than an expression of pain or confusion. By 8 a.m., the administrator had arrived, a severe woman named Patricia, who wore expensive suits and spent most of her time in her office dealing with billing and regulatory compliance. She stood at the nurse's station with Gloria, both of them speaking in low tones. Brenda caught fragments as she passed by with the medication cart. "Health department wants us to isolate symptomatic residents. We don't have enough staff for that kind of precaution. Families are calling, demanding to take residents home." At 9 a.m., A representative from the county health department arrived, a young man in khakis and a polo shirt with a clipboard and an air of bureaucratic efficiency. He interviewed Gloria, reviewed charts, and walked through the facility taking notes. Brenda watched him from a distance, wondering what he'd conclude, whether he'd order evacuations or quarantines or something she couldn't even imagine. He left after an hour without saying much to the staff, just to Patricia and Gloria. Afterward, Patricia called an emergency staff meeting in the break room. The day shift huddled together, 3 nurses, 5 CNAs, 2 kitchen staff, 1 activities director, and the maintenance man. Everyone looked tired and worried. Patricia stood at the front of the room, her expression grave. "I won't sugarcoat this. We have a situation. The health department is concerned about a potential outbreak of an infectious disease. They're recommending we implement enhanced isolation protocols for all symptomatic residents. That means full PPE, gowns, gloves, N95 masks, eye protection. We need to cohort the affected residents in the East Wing and limit movement between wings." Someone asked, "What about families? Are we stopping visits?" "As of now, yes, no visitors until further notice. I know that's difficult, but we have to think about the safety of our residents and staff." Robert raised his hand. "What is it?" "The infection, I mean. Do they know?" Patricia hesitated, and in that pause Brenda saw the truth. They didn't know. Or if they did, they weren't telling. They're still running tests. Until we have more information, we're treating this as a highly contagious illness. Anyone who feels unwell should go home immediately. We can't afford to have staff working sick. The meeting dispersed. Brenda returned to the East Wing, her mind racing. 11 residents, enhanced precautions, no visitors. This was unprecedented in her 11 years at the facility. Even during the bad flu season 4 years ago, they hadn't locked down like this. She donned a yellow isolation gown, pulled on gloves, fitted an N95 mask over her nose and mouth, and added a face shield. The PPE made her feel disconnected from the residents, like she was moving through their rooms as an alien presence. The residents didn't understand. They kept reaching for her, trying to pull off her mask, confused by why they couldn't see her full face. Room 223. Mr. Rodriguez, 92 years old, former postal worker. He was sitting in his recliner, rocking back and forth, eyes closed. His temperature was 101. When Brenda tried to give him his morning medications, he knocked the cup out of her hand, pills scattering across the linoleum floor. He'd never been aggressive before. She backed out of the room slowly, heart pounding. By noon, the facility felt like a powder keg. More residents were showing symptoms. The dining room was closed. Everyone was being fed in their rooms to limit contact. The kitchen staff was overwhelmed trying to deliver individual trays. Brenda hadn't stopped moving since she'd arrived, hadn't eaten, had barely drunk any water. Her scrubs were soaked with sweat beneath the isolation gown. Lunch break came at 1 p.m. She peeled off the PPE in the designated area, following the careful sequence she'd been trained on. Gloves first, then gown, then face shield, then mask, with hand hygiene between each step. Her face was marked with red indentations from the mask's tight seal. She gulped down water from the break room sink and ate a granola bar from her bag, sitting alone at the small table. Her phone showed dozens of messages. "Amy, Mom, are you okay? The news is saying crazy stuff. Her ex-husband, is Amy with you? Can't reach her. Friends from high school she hadn't talked to in years checking in. Group texts from coworkers comparing notes from different facilities across the valley. She texted Amy, 'I'm fine. Working. Call you tonight. Stay inside.' Then she silenced her phone and shoved it back in her bag. The afternoon stretched into an endless cycle of checking vitals, attempting to give medications, documenting everything in the electronic health record. Gloria was on the phone almost constantly, speaking with doctors, pharmacies, the health department. At 3 p.m., another ambulance arrived to transport 2 more residents to the hospital. Mrs. Chen and Mr. Rodriguez. Both had become increasingly violent, requiring multiple staff members to control them. Brenda helped with Mr. Rodriguez's transfer. It took 4 of them to get him onto the gurney. Her, Robert, Gloria, and one of the paramedics. The old man thrashed with surprising strength, his hands clawing at anyone who came close. His fingernails raked across Robert's forearm, drawing blood through the gown. Robert swore, jerking back. "You need to get that looked at," Gloria said, examining the scratches. "Wash it thoroughly. I'll document it as an occupational injury." The paramedics strapped Mr. Rodriguez down and wheeled him out. Through the window, Brenda watched the ambulance pull away, lights flashing. How many ambulances had she seen today? 3? 4? By 4 p.m., when the evening shift started to arrive, half of them didn't show up. Vanessa called in sick. 2 other evening aides simply never appeared. The facility was understaffed, and the residents who weren't sick were frightened and confused by the sudden changes in routine, the isolation, the masked figures moving through their rooms. Patricia made the decision to ask day shift to stay for overtime. Brenda agreed, partly because they needed the help, and partly because some dim instinct told her that going home might not be safer than staying. At least here she knew what she was dealing with. Gloria pulled her aside around 5 p.m. The nurse looked haggard, her gray hair escaping from its usual neat bun. "I need you to do me a favor. Take vitals on everyone in the East Wing, symptomatic or not. I need a complete picture of where we stand." Brenda nodded and began the tedious process of moving room to room with her thermometer, blood pressure cuff, and pulse oximeter. Some residents cooperated, others fought her. By the time she reached the last room, 238, Mrs. Yamamoto, 101 years old, it was nearly 6:30 p.m. Mrs. Yamamoto was asleep in her bed, her breathing labored. Brenda checked her temperature, 103.6. Her oxygen saturation was 87%, well below the normal range. Her lips had a bluish tinge. "Gloria," Brenda called down the hallway. "Mrs. Yamamoto needs oxygen, and she's burning up." Gloria came, assessed the situation, and called for another ambulance. "That's 5 transports today," she muttered. "The hospital is going to stop accepting them if this keeps up." While they waited for the ambulance, Brenda sat with Mrs. Yamamoto, adjusting her pillow, wiping her forehead with a cool cloth. The old woman's eyes fluttered open briefly, unfocused and glassy with fever. Then she closed them again, and her breathing grew more shallow. The ambulance took 45 minutes to arrive. The paramedics looked exhausted, their uniforms rumpled. Dark stains, blood, Brenda realized, on one medic's sleeves. "We're swamped," the female paramedic said as they transferred Mrs. Yamamoto to the gurney. "Every facility in the valley is calling. Hospitals are diverting. This is—" She stopped herself, glancing at Brenda. "Just be careful, okay?" "Whatever this is, it's bad." They left, and the silence after the ambulance's departure felt oppressive. It was dark outside now, the desert night settling over the facility. Brenda realized she'd been at work for over 13 hours. Her body ached in ways she couldn't catalog. But when she looked at the assignment board, at the list of residents still needing care, she knew she couldn't leave. Dinner trays arrived from the kitchen, but fewer residents ate than usual. Some were too sick, others were too agitated. Brenda managed to coax a few bites of mashed potatoes into Mrs. Alvarez's mouth before the woman clamped her jaw shut and turned her head away. The act of feeding her felt surreal, mechanical, as if Brenda were operating from a great distance from her own body. At 8 p.m., there was a commotion from the West Wing. Shouting, the sound of something crashing. Brenda ran toward the noise, arriving at the nurse's station to find Robert backing away from room 112. His face was pale, eyes wide. "She bit me," he said, holding up his hand. Blood welled from a deep semicircular wound on his palm. "Mrs. Greenberg bit me." Gloria was already pulling on gloves, grabbing gauze. "Let me see." Mrs. Greenberg was 84, a retired librarian with moderate dementia. Brenda had helped dress her just this morning. She'd been pleasant, smiling, asking about her grandson who hadn't visited in weeks. Now Gloria approached her room cautiously, and Brenda followed. The room was in disarray. The bedside table had been knocked over. Mrs. Greenberg stood in the corner, swaying slightly, her hospital gown stained with something dark. Blood, Brenda realized. The woman's mouth and chin were smeared with it. When she turned toward them, her eyes were vacant, and a low moan emerged from her throat, a sound that didn't seem human, didn't seem like anything Brenda had ever heard. "Mrs. Greenberg?" Gloria said, her voice uncertain. "Can you hear me?" The woman lurched forward with sudden violence, arms outstretched. Gloria stumbled back and Brenda grabbed her arm, pulling her out of the room. They slammed the door shut. Through the small window, they watched Mrs. Greenberg throw herself against the door, her fists pounding, that horrible moan continuing unabated. "What the hell is wrong with her?" Robert whispered. He was cradling his injured hand against his chest, blood seeping through the gauze. Gloria's face had gone ashen. She pulled out her phone, dialed. "This is Gloria at Palm Springs Nursing Center. We need emergency assistance. One of our residents has become extremely violent and—" She paused, listening. "No, I understand you're busy, but this is—" Another pause. "How long?" She closed her eyes. "Fine. We'll do what we can." She ended the call and looked at Brenda and Robert. "Police are tied up. Ambulances are all dispatched. We're on our own for at least an hour." "What do we do?" Brenda asked. "We keep that door locked. We don't let her out." Gloria turned to Robert. "You need to wash that bite thoroughly. Soap and water, then betadine, then we'll cover it with a sterile dressing. Move." They retreated to the medication room, where Gloria kept first aid supplies. Robert scrubbed his hand under the sink, wincing as the water hit the wound. Brenda watched Mrs. Greenberg through the window in her door. The woman had stopped pounding and now stood swaying in the center of the room, that low moan still emanating from her. The sound made Brenda's skin crawl. "What is this?" she asked, not really expecting an answer. "This isn't flu. This isn't anything normal." Gloria finished wrapping Robert's hand in gauze and tape. "I don't know. But whatever it is, we need to protect the other residents. We need to—" A crash from the east wing cut her off, then a scream. Brenda ran, her exhausted legs pumping, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. She rounded the corner and saw one of the evening aides, Maria, middle-aged, usually unflappable, backing away from room 216. The door was open. Inside, Brenda could see two figures struggling. Mr. Thompson, a resident who'd been fine this morning, and Mrs. Collins. She had Mr. Thompson pinned against the wall, her face pressed against his neck, her jaw working. Blood ran down his hospital gown. Mr. Thompson's screams were high and terrified, the sound of a man who knew he was dying. Brenda didn't think. She grabbed the nearest object, a metal IV pole, and ran into the room. She swung it like a bat, catching Mrs. Collins in the shoulder. The old woman staggered but didn't fall. She turned toward Brenda, and in the split second before Brenda swung again, she saw the woman's face. The eyes were completely empty, filmed over with something milky and dead. Blood and tissue hung from her teeth. This wasn't Mrs. Collins anymore. This was something else wearing her body. The second swing hit her in the head. Mrs. Collins crumpled. Brenda dropped the IV pole, her hands shaking violently, and ran to Mr. Thompson. He was sliding down the wall, leaving a smear of blood. The wound on his neck was horrific, a chunk of flesh torn away, the bite marks clearly visible. "Oh God," Maria was saying behind her, over and over like a prayer. Gloria arrived with towels, pressing them to Mr. Thompson's neck, but blood was pumping out with his heartbeat, too much blood, and his eyes were rolling back in his head. "Call 911. Gloria shouted. Now! But Brenda was staring at Mrs. Collins's body on the floor. The woman's chest was still moving. She wasn't dead. Brenda had hit her twice in the head with a metal pole, hard enough that she should be unconscious at minimum, and yet she was already starting to move again, her arms twitching. We need to get out of this room, Brenda said. Now. They dragged Mr. Thompson into the hallway. He was going into shock, his body trembling, his breathing shallow. Gloria kept pressure on the wound while Maria ran to call 911, but Brenda knew, with a certainty that felt like ice in her veins, that help wasn't coming, not in time, not in any way that mattered. Mrs. Collins sat up. The movement was wrong, jerky, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. She got to her feet, swaying, and turned toward the open doorway. That moan started again, low and hungry. Brenda grabbed the door and slammed it shut. There was a lock, a simple privacy lock that could be disengaged from outside with a coin or key, meant to give residents dignity, but not to truly secure them in. She twisted it anyway, knowing it wouldn't hold if Mrs. Collins really tried the door. "What's happening?" Maria asked, her voice shrill. "What's wrong with them?" "The news," Robert said. He'd followed them from the west wing, his bandaged hand still clutched to his chest. "The infection. It's here. It's real." Mr. Thompson made a gurgling sound. Gloria checked his pulse, her fingers on his wrist, and after a moment she looked up at Brenda with devastated eyes. "He's gone." They stood in the hallway, 4 healthcare workers around a dead man's body, and through the door behind them came the sound of Mrs. Collins throwing herself against it. The lock wouldn't hold, Brenda knew that, and Mr. Thompson— "We need to move him," Brenda said. "Somewhere secure." "He's dead, Brenda," Gloria said. "I know, but the news said—" Brenda struggled to find words for the impossible thing she was thinking. "It said people got violent. What if it doesn't end when they die?" Gloria stared at her, and Brenda watched understanding and horror dawn simultaneously across the nurse's face. "Help me," Gloria said to the others. They grabbed Mr. Thompson's body, lifting him awkwardly, a dead weight in every terrible sense, and carried him to an empty room 3 doors down. They locked him inside. Behind them, the lock on Mrs. Collins's door rattled and then broke with a sharp crack. The door swung open. Mrs. Collins emerged, her movements stiff and unnatural, her milky eyes sweeping the hallway until they fixed on the cluster of staff members. She began walking toward them, her pace increasing from a shuffle to an unsteady run. "Move!" Gloria screamed. They scattered. Brenda ran toward the west wing, her mind blank with panic. Behind her she heard Maria scream, a sound that cut off abruptly. She didn't look back, couldn't look back. She ran until she reached the nurse's station, the only place with doors she could lock. Robert was right behind her. They slammed the door and engaged the deadbolt, then stood gasping, staring at each other. "Where's Gloria? Where's Maria?" Robert asked. Brenda shook her head. She moved to the window in the door, peering out carefully. The hallway was empty. Not empty. A figure was moving down the corridor. Maria. But she walked like Mrs. Collins had walked, with that jerky, wrong gait. And as she passed under the fluorescent lights, Brenda could see the blood on her scrubs, the torn flesh at her throat. "Oh, God," Brenda whispered. "Maria's infected." Robert looked, then immediately turned away, his face green. "We're trapped. We're trapped in here, and those things are out there." Brenda's mind raced. The nurse's station had windows on 2 sides looking out into the hallways, but it was essentially a secure room. They had phones, computers, medical supplies, but they also had no food, no water except what was in the small bathroom sink, and no way to know what was happening in the rest of the facility. She pulled out her cell phone. No signal. She tried the landline on the desk. No dial tone. The power was still on, computers still glowing, but something had cut the communication lines. "Try your phone," she told Robert. He fumbled it out of his pocket with his good hand. Nothing. No service. Through the window, Brenda watched Mrs. Collins and Maria converge, but they didn't attack each other. They moved past each other without acknowledgement, both wandering the hallway with those same shuffling, uncoordinated steps, searching, hunting, a sound from the west wing, glass breaking. Then more sounds, moaning, multiple voices, all making that same low, inhuman sound. "How many?" Robert asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How many residents are infected?" Brenda thought about the 11 who'd had fevers this morning, about Mrs. Greenberg, about the 2 they'd sent to the hospital. "I don't know. Too many." She moved to the computer terminal and pulled up the facility census. 112 residents total, 38 in the East Wing, 42 in the West Wing, 32 in the North Wing. 3 wings, all connected by this central hub where the nurses' station sat. If the infection was spreading the way it seemed to be spreading, through bites, through blood contact, then everyone who'd been exposed was at risk. "We need to find Gloria," Robert said. "She was right behind us." She might have made it to another room. Brenda picked up the desk phone, even though the dial tone was dead, and clicked through the facility's intercom system. Sometimes that worked on a separate line. She pressed the button for an all-call announcement. "Gloria, if you can hear this, respond. This is Brenda at the main nurses' station. Gloria, please respond." Static hissed through the speakers. Then, faintly, a voice. "In the medication room, West Wing, door locked, can't get out." "Gloria!" Brenda pressed the talk button. "Stay there. We'll figure something out. Is anyone else with you?" More static. Then, "Alone, 3 of them outside the door. Brenda, what is this?" "I don't know, but stay locked in. Don't open the door for anyone." The intercom cut to static again. Brenda tried several more times to raise Gloria, but the nurse didn't respond. Either the connection had died, or she couldn't risk making noise. Robert was at the window, watching the hallway. "There's more of them now. I count 5. No, 6. Brenda joined him. 6 figures shambling through the corridors. She recognized some of them. Residents she'd cared for this morning, people who'd been alive and human just hours ago. Now they were something else. The word her mind supplied was one she'd only heard in movies and books, something she'd never thought she'd apply to reality. Zombies. But that was impossible. Zombies weren't real, except she was watching them move through the nursing home, and there was no other word that fit. "We need to get out of here," Robert said. "We need to run." "Run where?" "The exits are through those hallways. Through them. Then we break a window. A figure appeared at the nurse's station door. Brenda's heart lurched, but it wasn't one of the infected. It was Patricia, the administrator, her expensive suit torn and bloodied, her face scratched. She pounded on the door. "Let me in! Please let me in!" Brenda hesitated. On the other side of the hallway, the infected had turned toward the sound of Patricia's voice. They were moving toward her, accelerating from shuffles to lurching runs. "Open the door!" Patricia screamed. Brenda unbolted the lock and hauled the door open. Patricia stumbled inside, and Brenda slammed the door shut just as the first infected reached it. The thing, it had been Mrs. Alvarez, Brenda realized, threw itself against the door. Others joined it, a chorus of moaning and pounding. Patricia collapsed against the wall, sobbing. "They're everywhere. I was in my office and I heard screaming. I came out and they were everywhere. David, the maintenance man, he tried to help me and they—" She couldn't finish, just buried her face in her hands. "Is anyone else alive?" Brenda asked. "Did you see anyone?" "I don't know. I just ran. I didn't know where else to go." The pounding on the door intensified. The window cracked, a spider web of fractures spreading across the safety glass. The door itself was solid, meant to withstand a certain amount of force, but Brenda didn't know how much. And there were more infected gathering now, drawn by the noise. She counted 10, then 12, then lost track. Robert was hyperventilating, his breathing coming in short, sharp gasps. "We're going to die. We're going to die in here." "Shut up," Brenda snapped. "We're not dead yet." She forced herself to think. The nurse's station was designed to be a secure workspace, which meant it had certain features: reinforced doors, windows that were difficult to break, locks on the medication cabinets. But it was also small, claustrophobic. 3 people couldn't stay here indefinitely. She looked around the room, cataloging what they had: medical supplies, gauze, tape, medications, IV supplies, a small refrigerator with insulin and other temperature-sensitive drugs, 2 computers, a desk phone that didn't work, a bathroom with a toilet and sink. No food except some protein bars in Gloria's desk drawer, no weapons except scissors and maybe some scalpels. The window cracked further. A chunk of safety glass fell inward, leaving a hole the size of a fist. A hand reached through, grasping blindly. Brenda watched in horror as the infected Mr. Rodriguez, she thought, though his face was so distorted with decay and violence that she couldn't be sure, forced his arm through the opening, heedless of the glass shredding his skin. "We need to block that," Robert said, his voice steadier now that there was an immediate problem to solve. They shoved a filing cabinet in front of the window. It wouldn't hold forever, but it bought them time. The pounding continued, relentless, accompanied by that constant moaning that drilled into Brenda's skull. Patricia had stopped crying and now sat on the floor with her knees drawn up to her chest. "What's happening?" "What are they?" "I don't know," Brenda said. "Some kind of infection. It was on the news, hospitals in LA, San Diego. It makes people violent. And when they die—" She stopped, not wanting to say it out loud. "When they die, they don't stay dead," Patricia finished. "That's not possible. That's not scientifically possible." "Then explain what we're seeing." Patricia had no answer. The hours crawled by. Midnight came and went. The infected didn't tire, didn't give up. They pounded and moaned and pressed against the door, their weight making the hinges groan. Brenda, Robert, and Patricia took turns watching, resting, trying to make plans. But every plan fell apart under scrutiny. They couldn't call for help. They couldn't fight their way through a dozen or more infected. They couldn't stay here indefinitely without food or water beyond what was available in the bathroom sink. Around 2 a.m., the lights flickered. Then they went out completely, plunging the nurse's station into darkness. Emergency lighting kicked in after a moment, battery-powered strips that cast a dim red glow, barely enough to see. The computers died, their screens going black. "Power's out," Robert said unnecessarily. "Generator should kick in," Patricia said. "We have a backup generator for essential systems." They waited. The generator didn't start. The red emergency lights continued their anemic glow, but nothing else came back online. "So much for the generator," Brenda muttered. Without the ambient noise of computers and ventilation systems, the moaning outside seemed louder, more immediate. Brenda could hear other sounds too, now that she was listening. Screaming from somewhere deeper in the facility, the crash of furniture being overturned, glass breaking. "There are still people alive," she said. "Still people fighting." "We should help them," Robert said, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it was possible. "How?" Brenda gestured at the door, at the mass of infected bodies visible in the dim red light. "We can't even help ourselves." Another hour passed. The emergency lights began to dim as their batteries depleted. Brenda found a flashlight in one of the desk drawers and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. She swept it across the room, taking inventory again, looking for anything she might have missed. The medication cabinet. She hadn't thought about it earlier, but it was secured with a heavy lock and stocked with controlled substances, opioids, sedatives, benzodiazepines. Nothing useful as a weapon, but... "Do you think we could sedate them?" she asked. Robert looked at her blankly. What? The infected. If we could inject them with something, morphine, Ativan, could we knock them out? You'd have to get close enough to inject them, Patricia pointed out. And you saw what happened to Maria and Mr. Thompson. One bite and... I know. But what else do we have? Robert shook his head slowly. Even if you could sedate them, it wouldn't solve the problem. There are too many, and we don't know if drugs would even work on whatever they are now. He was right, but Brenda's mind kept circling back to the idea, grasping for any solution, any way out of this trap they'd found themselves in. Around 4 a.m., the pounding on the door stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. Brenda crept to the window, shining her flashlight through the gap in the filing cabinet. The infected were still there, but they'd stopped actively trying to break in. They milled about the hallway, bumping into walls and each other, that low moan continuing but less focused now. "Why did they stop?" Robert whispered. "I don't know. Maybe they got tired?" But even as she said it, she knew that wasn't right. These things didn't get tired. They'd been pounding for hours without pause. Then she heard it, a sound from the other end of the facility, a door slamming, raised voices. The infected in the hallway all turned as one, their heads swiveling toward the sound. Then they began moving, shuffling away from the nurse's station, drawn toward the new noise. "Someone else is alive," Patricia said. "Someone's making noise and, oh God, they're drawing them away." Brenda watched through the window as the hallway cleared. Within 2 minutes, every infected had shambled off toward the north wing, leaving the corridor in front of the nurse's station empty. "This is our chance," Robert said. "We need to move now." "Move where?" Brenda asked. "Anywhere but here. Out of the building. Away." Patricia stood, smoothing down her ruined suit jacket with trembling hands. "He's right. We can't stay here. If we can get to the parking lot, we can drive away, find help." Brenda didn't argue, even though she wasn't sure help existed anymore. The news broadcasts she'd seen before coming to work, the stories of hospitals overwhelmed, of violence spreading. This wasn't just Palm Springs Nursing Center. This was everywhere. But staying in the nurse's station would mean dying of thirst in a few days. At least attempting an escape offered a chance, however slim. She grabbed her canvas bag from the closet and stuffed it with supplies. Bandages, alcohol wipes, a bottle of hand sanitizer, scissors, the flashlight. Robert found a box cutter in one of the desk drawers and pocketed it. Patricia had nothing but her car keys, which she clutched like a talisman. Brenda unlocked the door. Her hands shook as she turned the deadbolt, the metal scraping. She eased the door open an inch, then 2, then wide enough to look out. The hallway was empty. Blood stained the walls and floor, dark and viscous in the dim emergency lighting. The air smelled like copper and decay and something else. Something organic and wrong that made her gag. "Stay quiet," she whispered. "Stay close." They moved into the hallway, stepping carefully to avoid the puddles of blood. Brenda led, Robert behind her, Patricia bringing up the rear. The main entrance was to their right, down a corridor and through the lobby. Maybe 50 yards between them and potential freedom. They'd gone 10 feet when Brenda heard a door open behind them. She turned. A figure emerged from one of the resident rooms, Mrs. Yamamoto, who'd been transported to the hospital just hours ago, except the ambulance must not have made it, or the hospital had sent her back, or... it didn't matter. Mrs. Yamamoto saw them and moaned a wet, gurgling sound. Then she began moving toward them. "Run," Brenda said. They ran. Patricia's heels clicked on the linoleum, impossibly loud. Behind them, Mrs. Yamamoto gave chase, and her moans drew others. Brenda could hear doors opening, the shuffle of feet, the chorus of inhuman voices. The lobby appeared ahead. The automatic doors at the entrance were closed, and beyond them, Brenda could see the parking lot, her car, salvation. But between them and the doors stood 3 infected, clustered near the reception desk. They turned at the sound of running footsteps. "Don't stop!" Robert shouted. Brenda lowered her shoulder and charged. She caught the nearest infected, a woman she didn't recognize, maybe a visitor who'd been trapped, in the chest. The thing went down, and Brenda hurtled over it, her foot slipping in blood but staying upright. Robert was right behind her, swinging his box cutter wildly, catching one of the infected across the face. It barely slowed the creature down. Patricia screamed. Brenda spun and saw the administrator on the ground, the third infected on top of her, its jaws clamping down on her shoulder. Patricia's scream became a shriek, high and agonized. "We have to help her!" Robert yelled. But more infected were pouring into the lobby from the hallways. 10, 15, 20. Too many. Brenda grabbed Robert's arm, hauling him toward the doors. "We can't! She's gone!" The automatic doors were locked, their sensors dark. Brenda slammed her shoulder against them, but they didn't budge. Safety glass, designed to withstand impacts. Robert joined her, both of them throwing their weight against the doors, while behind them Patricia's screams faded into wet gurgles. "The emergency release!" Robert gasped. "There has to be an emergency release!" Brenda's eyes swept the walls, spotted a red lever near the doorframe. She lunged for it, pulled. The doors disengaged with a hiss and slid open. Cool night air rushed in, carrying the smell of creosote and desert sand. They tumbled through the opening and ran across the parking lot. Behind them, the infected poured out of the building, drawn by their movement. Brenda's car was in the second row. She fumbled for her keys. Where were they? Where the hell were they? Found them in her bag, hit the unlock button. The lights flashed. She and Robert threw themselves inside, and she jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, caught. She threw the car into reverse, not looking behind her, just backing up until she felt the thump of hitting something. An infected, thrown off the trunk. She shifted to drive and punched the accelerator. The Honda surged forward, engine whining. An infected appeared in front of the car, Mr. Thompson, his neck a ruin of torn flesh, and she didn't slow down. The car hit him with a sickening crunch. The body rolled up over the hood, cracked the windshield, and tumbled off to the side. Brenda drove, turning onto the main road, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Robert sat beside her, breathing in great gasping sobs, his bandaged hand leaving bloodstains on the dashboard. They made it 3 blocks before Brenda's vision started swimming. She blinked hard, trying to clear it, but exhaustion was catching up to her. 24 hours awake, the adrenaline crash, the horror of what she'd just witnessed. "I need to pull over," she said. "I can't. I'm going to crash." She guided the car into an empty parking lot, a closed drugstore, its windows dark. She put it in park and leaned back, closing her eyes for just a moment. "We made it," Robert said, his voice hollow. "We actually made it out." Brenda opened her eyes and looked at him, really looked at him. His face was pale, sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool night air. And his bandaged hand, the gauze was soaked through with blood, red, spreading across white. "Robert," she said slowly, "how do you feel?" "I'm fine. He stopped, touched his forehead. "I'm a little warm. But that's just from running, from the panic." Brenda remembered Mrs. Greenberg biting him, remembered the wound on his palm, deep and ragged, remembered what had happened to Mr. Thompson after Mrs. Collins bit him. "We need to check your temperature," she said. "I'm fine." But his voice shook. She dug in her bag, found the temporal thermometer she'd grabbed from the nurse's station. "Let me just check, please." Robert stared at her, and she watched understanding dawn in his eyes. He knew what the fever meant. But he held still while she swept the thermometer across his forehead. It beeped, 101.3. They sat in silence, the number hanging between them. It might not mean anything, Robert said. Might just be a regular fever, from the stress. Yeah, Brenda said. Might be? But they both knew he was lying. She'd seen the progression too many times in the past 24 hours. Fever, confusion, violence, death, reanimation. How long? Robert asked. How long do I have? Brenda thought about Mr. Thompson. From bite to death had been maybe an hour. I don't know, maybe a few hours, maybe less. Robert laughed, a bitter sound. Fuck. He slammed his good hand against the dashboard. Once, twice, then he slumped back in the seat. What do I do? We can try to find help? A hospital, maybe, or... You saw the news? The hospitals are overrun. There is no help. He turned to look at her, and his eyes were wet. You have to promise me something. Don't. Promise me. When I turn, you'll make it quick. Don't let me become one of those things. Brenda's throat tightened. I can't. Robert, I can't. You have to. Promise me. She wanted to refuse. Wanted to tell him they'd find a cure, find a doctor, find something. But she'd watched the nursing home fall in a single day. She'd seen the infection spread like wildfire through people who were already weak and vulnerable. If this was a disease, it was unlike anything modern medicine was equipped to handle. I promise, she whispered. They sat in the car as the sky began to lighten in the east, the first hint of dawn touching the desert horizon. Robert's fever climbed. By the time full daylight arrived, he was at 103 and shivering despite the warmth. His eyes had taken on a glassy quality, and when he spoke, his words were slow and slurred. Brenda, I don't feel right. I know. Just hang on, please, hang on. But she knew hanging on wouldn't change anything. She got out of the car, leaving the driver's door open, and walked a short distance away. The parking lot was empty. The street beyond was empty. She could see a plume of smoke rising from somewhere downtown, dark against the morning sky. No sirens, no helicopters, no signs of emergency response or military intervention, just silence. She returned to the car. Robert had slumped over in his seat, his head against the window. His breathing was labored. She checked his pulse, rapid and thready, and his temperature. 104. Robert? She shook his shoulder gently. Can you hear me? His eyes opened, but they were unfocused, milky. The same look she'd seen in Mrs. Collins's eyes, in Mrs. Greenberg's. Oh, no, Brenda whispered. No, no, no. She backed away from the car. Robert's body jerked, then he went still. Brenda counted the seconds. 10, 20, 30. No breath, no movement. He was dead. She should have run then, should have gotten far away. But she was tired and scared, and grief was a physical weight in her chest. She'd worked with Robert for 2 years, had eaten lunch with him in the break room, had complained about management, had traded stories about difficult residents. He'd been planning to go back to school to become a nurse. He'd shown her pictures of his niece's birthday party just last week. And now he was dead in her car. Robert's body jerked again. His eyes opened, those milky, dead eyes, and he sat up with a horrible, slow precision. He turned his head toward her, and the moan that came from his throat was the same sound she'd heard from all the others. Brenda ran. She didn't think about where she was going, just ran across the parking lot, putting distance between herself and the thing that had been Robert. Behind her, she heard the car door open, heard his shuffling footsteps. She ran until her lungs burned and her legs felt like rubber, until she couldn't hear him anymore. Then she stopped, bending over with her hands on her knees, gasping. She was in a residential neighborhood. The houses were dark, no lights in the windows, no cars in driveways. Abandoned or occupied by the dead, she couldn't tell. The sun was fully up now, the desert heat already building. Brenda needed water, needed food, needed shelter, needed to think. She walked slowly down the street, looking for any sign of life. Every house she passed was silent. Some had doors standing open, dark interiors gaping like mouths. She didn't enter those. Instead, she chose a small ranch-style house with a closed door and intact windows. She tried the handle, locked. She went around to the back, found a sliding glass door, also locked, but there was a decorative rock near the patio, the kind people use to hide spare keys. She lifted it. No key. She tried the next rock, then the third. Under the fourth rock, she found a key. The sliding door opened easily. Brenda stepped inside, alert for any sound or movement. "Hello?" she called softly. "Anyone home?" Silence. She moved through the house methodically, checking each room. Kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, empty. No signs of struggle, no blood, no bodies. The occupants had either left or never been here. In the kitchen, she found food. Canned goods in the pantry, bread that was only slightly stale, a jar of peanut butter. She made herself a sandwich and ate it standing at the counter, her body shaking with hunger and exhaustion. When she'd finished, she filled a glass with water from the tap and drank it down. The water still ran. That was something. She refilled the glass and carried it with her as she explored further. In one of the bedrooms, she found clothes that might fit her. Jeans, a t-shirt, a hoodie. She stripped off her blood-stained scrubs and changed, stuffing the scrubs into a trash bag she found under the sink. In the bathroom, she finally looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was haggard, dark circles under her eyes, hair matted with sweat and blood. She looked 10 years older than she had yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. Was that all it had been? It felt like a lifetime ago. She turned on the shower and stood under the hot spray until the water ran lukewarm. When she got out, she wrapped herself in a towel and sat on the edge of the bed in the master bedroom, staring at nothing. Her phone was still in her bag. She pulled it out, turned it on. No service still, but the battery was at 40%. She opened her messages, looked at the last text from Amy. "Mom, are you okay?" She typed a response. "I'm alive. Are you safe? Where are you?" She sent it, knowing it probably wouldn't go through. Then she set the phone aside and lay back on the bed. Just for a minute, she told herself. Just a short rest. She woke to darkness. For a moment she panicked, unsure where she was, her body jolting upright. Then memory returned. The house, the shower, the bed. She'd fallen asleep. How long had she been out? She checked her phone. 6 p.m. She'd slept for 8 hours. Hunger gnawed at her stomach. She went back to the kitchen and made herself another sandwich, this time with sliced turkey from the refrigerator. The fridge was still running, which meant the power was still on here, even though it had failed at the nursing home. She ate slowly, thinking. She needed a plan. Staying in this house was temporary at best. Eventually, she'd run out of food or water, or someone, something, would find her. She needed to understand what was happening, how widespread the infection was, whether there were safe zones or evacuation centers. But more than that, she needed to know if Amy was okay. She tried her phone again, still no service. She turned on the television, static on every channel. She tried the radio, a small transistor radio she'd found in a kitchen drawer. More static until she reached the emergency broadcast band. A recorded voice, mechanical and emotionless. "This is the emergency broadcast system. A state of emergency has been declared for all of California. Residents are advised to shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel. Do not approach anyone exhibiting signs of infection, fever, aggression, loss of rational thought. If you encounter infected individuals, maintain distance and seek secure shelter. Military and emergency services are responding. Further instructions will follow. This message will repeat." Then it repeated, exactly the same words in the same flat tone. Brenda clicked off the radio. Shelter in place, military responding. Those were words designed to calm, to suggest control and coordination. But she'd seen the nursing home fall in hours. She'd seen the infection spread from person to person with terrifying speed. And if it was happening here, in Palm Springs, it was likely happening everywhere. She spent the next hour fortifying the house. She locked all the doors and windows, checked that curtains and blinds were closed. In the garage, she found tools, a hammer, a screwdriver, a small crowbar. She brought them inside and placed them near the front door, within easy reach. She filled every container she could find with water from the tap, just in case the supply failed. She gathered all the food from the pantry and refrigerator and organized it on the kitchen counter, taking stock. Enough for maybe a week if she rationed carefully. Then she sat at the kitchen table with a notebook and pen she'd found in a desk and tried to make a plan. Day 1, rest, recover, fortify position. Day 2, scout immediate area, look for other survivors, gather additional supplies. Day 3, attempt to reach Amy. That last point made her chest tighten. Amy was in Riverside, about an hour's drive in normal circumstances. But these weren't normal circumstances. The roads could be blocked, filled with abandoned cars or infected. And even if Brenda made it to Riverside, there was no guarantee she'd find Amy alive. She forced herself to stop thinking like that. Amy was smart. Amy would survive. Brenda looked at the notebook, at her inadequate 3-day plan, and felt the weight of how unprepared she was. She was a nursing assistant, trained to care for the elderly and infirm, not to survive in a world that had fallen apart. She had no weapons beyond the tools in the garage. She had limited supplies. She was alone. But she'd survived this long. She'd escaped the nursing home when others hadn't. She'd promised Robert she'd survive. That night she slept fitfully, waking at every sound, the house settling, the wind rattling a window, something that might have been footsteps outside. Each time she got up and checked the doors and windows, hammer in hand, heart racing, but nothing breached her shelter. As the hours crawled toward dawn, she found herself thinking about the residents at Palm Springs Nursing Center. Mrs. Alvarez, who'd needed help eating. Mrs. Yamamoto, who'd lived to be 101. Mr. Patterson, who'd died in a hospital bed alone. They'd all trusted her to care for them, and in the end, she'd abandoned them to save herself. The guilt was a physical ache. She tried to rationalize it. What else could she have done? Stayed and died with them? But rationalization didn't ease the weight. When morning came, she forced herself to eat breakfast. Cereal with the last of the fresh milk, which was starting to turn. Then she dressed in the clothes she'd found, put on sturdy shoes, hiking boots from the closet, and gathered her supplies. The canvas bag, refilled with water bottles, granola bars, the first aid supplies she'd taken from the nurse's station, the hammer, a flashlight. Her phone, useless, but something she couldn't bring herself to leave behind. She stood at the front door for a long moment, trying to summon the courage to open it. Beyond that door was a world transformed, a world where the rules she'd lived by for 37 years no longer applied. But she couldn't stay in this house forever. She opened the door. The street was quiet in the morning sun, the temperature already climbing toward what would be another scorching day. A cat darted across the road, the first living thing she'd seen since leaving Robert. Houses stood silent, doors closed. An American flag hung limp from a pole in one front yard. Brenda walked down the middle of the street, hammer in hand, alert for any movement. Her plan was to search nearby houses for additional supplies, food, water, medicine, maybe a weapon better than a hammer, and to look for other survivors. She couldn't be the only one who'd made it through that first terrible night. The first house she tried was locked tight, curtains drawn. She knocked softly, waited. No response. She moved on. The second house had its front door standing slightly ajar. She approached cautiously, pushing the door open with her foot. "Hello? Is anyone here? The smell hit her immediately, the reek of death and decay. She backed away, breathing through her mouth. Something had died in there. Maybe someone. She pulled the door closed and moved on. The third house yielded results. The front door was locked, but a window on the side was broken, the glass scattered on the ground outside. Brenda climbed through carefully, avoiding the sharp edges. Inside, the house was dim and cool, curtains blocking most of the sunlight. The living room looked like a tornado had hit it. Furniture overturned, picture frames smashed, dark stains on the carpet that might have been blood. She moved through the wreckage, making her way to the kitchen. The pantry was mostly empty, but she found a few cans of soup, a box of crackers, a bottle of aspirin in the bathroom. Not much, but more than she'd had. She was shoving the cans into her bag when she heard it. A moan. Low and familiar and terrifying. It came from deeper in the house. Brenda froze, every muscle tense. She should run, should climb back out that window and get far away. But something made her move forward instead, toward the sound. A hallway branched off the kitchen. 3 doors, 2 open, 1 closed. The moan came from behind the closed door. Brenda approached, hammer raised, and put her ear to the door. The moan again. Then scratching, nails on wood. One of them was locked in there. Someone had locked and infected in that room, which meant someone else had been here, had survived long enough to contain the threat, had... Where were they now? Brenda backed away from the door. She checked the 2 open rooms, a bathroom and a small bedroom, both empty, no signs of life except the thing behind the closed door. She left the house and continued down the street. Over the next 3 hours, she searched 6 more houses. Most were empty or locked tight. One had bodies in the living room, a family of 4 who'd died together, their bodies already bloating in the heat. Brenda said a brief prayer over them. She wasn't religious, but it felt necessary, some acknowledgement of their humanity, and moved on. By noon, the heat was oppressive. She'd refilled her water bottles from taps that still ran and found enough canned goods to extend her supplies by a few days. But she hadn't seen a single living person. The neighborhood felt like a tomb. She was walking back toward the house she'd claimed as her shelter when she heard the engine. The sound made her flinch, made her look around wildly. A vehicle. The first she'd heard since leaving the nursing home. A truck appeared around the corner. A white pickup with a camper shell moving slowly down the street. Brenda's first instinct was to hide, but her need for human contact, for confirmation that she wasn't the last person alive, made her step into the middle of the road and wave her arms. The truck slowed, stopped. The driver's window was tinted, and she couldn't see inside. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the window rolled down and a man looked out. Middle-aged, weathered face, suspicious eyes. "You bit?" he asked. "No. I'm not infected. I was at the nursing home. Palm Springs Nursing Center. I got out." "Nursing home?" The man seemed to relax slightly. "You a nurse?" "Nursing assistant. CNA." He studied her, then nodded toward the passenger side. "Get in. We're heading to a safe zone. There's a group of us holed up at the community college." Brenda hesitated. Every instinct screamed that getting into a vehicle with a strange man was dangerous. But what were her alternatives? Stay alone in a dead neighborhood, slowly running out of supplies? At least with other people, there was safety in numbers. There was a chance. She walked around to the passenger side and opened the door. The truck's interior smelled like cigarettes and fast food. She climbed in, hammer still clutched in one hand, and the driver put the truck in gear. "Name's Bill," he said. "I ran a construction company. You?" "Brenda." "Nice to meet you, Brenda, under less than ideal circumstances." His attempt at humor fell flat. "You alone?" "Yeah. My co-worker, he got bit, turned. I had to..." She stopped, unable to finish. Bill nodded grimly. Lost my crew the first day. We were working a site downtown when it started. People just started going crazy, attacking each other. We tried to fight them off, but he shook his head. I'm the only one who made it. They drove in silence for a while. Brenda watched the streets roll past, cars abandoned at odd angles, a few bodies visible on sidewalks. No infected in sight, though she suspected they were there, lurking in the shadows, drawn out by noise or movement. How bad is it? She asked. The infection? Bad, real bad. Whole cities shut down. Heard on the radio that it's not just here. It's everywhere. Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, maybe the whole country, maybe the world. Bill's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Government's saying they have it under control, but that's bullshit. You don't seal off entire cities if you have it under control. They sealed off Palm Springs? Sealed off, quarantined, whatever you want to call it. Military set up roadblocks on all the highways yesterday. No one in, no one out. Brenda's stomach dropped. If the roads were blocked, she couldn't reach Amy, couldn't even try. My daughter's in Riverside. I need to get to her. Bill glanced at her, sympathy in his eyes. I'm sorry, really, but you're not getting out of this valley. Not unless you want to try hiking through the desert, and even then, you'd have to get past the military checkpoints. She might be trying to get here, to find me. If she's smart, she's staying put. Moving around is suicide right now. Those things, the infected, they're everywhere, and they're attracted to noise, to movement. Best bet is to find a secure location and wait this out. Wait it out. As if this were a storm that would pass, as if the world would return to normal once the rain stopped. But Brenda had seen the nursing home fall. She'd seen the infection spread faster than anyone could contain it. There was no waiting this out. There was only survival, one day at a time, until either the infection burned itself out or everyone was dead. The community college came into view, a sprawling campus of low buildings and parking lots, surrounded by a chain-link fence. As they approached, Brenda saw that the fence had been reinforced with boards and sheet metal, turning it into a makeshift barricade. A gate had been constructed across the main entrance, and two men with rifles stood guard. Bill honked twice, a pattern that was apparently a signal. The guards opened the gate, and he drove through. Inside the fence, the parking lot had been converted into a kind of refugee camp. Tents and cars clustered together, maybe 40 people visible, maybe more in the buildings. They looked up as the truck passed, their faces gaunt and wary. Bill parked near one of the buildings and killed the engine. "Welcome to Camp Survival," he said with bitter irony. "It ain't much, but it's home." Brenda got out, looking around. The setup was more organized than she'd expected. Someone had marked off areas for different purposes: sleeping, cooking, supplies. Solar panels had been rigged up on the roofs of some buildings, and she could see people working to set up more. A group was unloading bottles of water from a delivery truck. Others stood guard at various points along the fence. A woman approached them, late 50s, gray hair pulled back in a braid, wearing cargo pants and a dirt-stained tank top. "New arrival?" she asked Bill. "Yeah, this is Brenda. She's a nursing assistant, got out of the Palm Springs Care Center." The woman's expression softened slightly. "I'm Caroline. I'm sort of running things here, for what that's worth. You been bit?" "No." "You show us? Any wounds, scratches, anything we should know about?" Brenda understood. They were being careful, making sure she wasn't going to turn into one of those things and kill everyone in their sleep. She pulled up her sleeves, showing unmarked skin. Turned around so they could see her back. "I'm clean." Caroline nodded. "Okay, Bill, get her set up in the north building. We've got space there. Brenda, you'll be on water rationing like everyone else, 2 bottles a day. We've got a kitchen set up in the cafeteria, meals at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Nothing fancy, but we're not starving yet." She paused. You got any medical training beyond what you did at the nursing home? Basic first aid. I can handle minor injuries, dress wounds, that kind of thing. Good. We need all the medical help we can get. Report to the infirmary after you get settled. It's in Building C, the old nursing school. Ask for Tom. He's a retired doctor, closest thing we have to a physician. Brenda followed Bill to the north building, a long, low structure that had probably been classrooms. Inside, the halls were lined with people sitting on sleeping bags and blankets, their possessions clustered around them. Bill found an empty spot near the far end. This is you. Not much, but it's dry and relatively safe. He gestured around. Bathrooms are at the end of the hall. We've got a couple of porta potties set up outside too, trying to conserve water in the buildings. There's a shower schedule posted on the bulletin board, but don't expect hot water. Solar can't keep up with demand. Thank you, Brenda said, for picking me up, for bringing me here. No problem, we're all in this together now. Bill started to leave, then turned back. Word of advice? Keep that hammer close. We've had a few infected get over the fence. Caroline's got guards and all, but nothing's perfect. And watch who you trust. Most people here are good, just scared, but some... He shrugged. Some are looking out for number one, if you know what I mean. After he left, Brenda sat on the floor and leaned against the wall, letting the exhaustion wash over her. She'd made it. She'd found other survivors. This camp wasn't much, but it was better than being alone. She thought about Amy, about whether her daughter was safe, whether she'd found a similar refuge. The not knowing was a constant ache, but there was nothing she could do about it now. Bill was right. Traveling was suicide. The best she could do was survive and hope Amy was doing the same. She closed her eyes for just a moment, and sleep took her under before she could fight it. She woke to someone shaking her shoulder. A young woman stood over her, maybe 25, with short dark hair and worried eyes. Brenda? Caroline sent me to get you. There's been an incident. We need medical help. Brenda scrambled to her feet, grabbing her bag with the first aid supplies. What happened? One of the scavenging teams got back. They ran into infected downtown. 2 people are hurt. She followed the woman, who introduced herself as Lisa, to Building C. The infirmary had been set up in what looked like an old classroom, beds made from tables pushed together, sheets draped for privacy. A man in his 70s, white hair and liver-spotted hands, was bent over a patient on one of the makeshift beds. The retired doctor, Tom. You the CNA? He asked without looking up. Yes, Brenda Martinez. Good. I need you to hold pressure on this wound while I assess the other patient. The patient was a man in his 30s, conscious but pale, a deep gash across his upper arm. Blood seeped through makeshift bandages. Brenda pressed clean gauze to the wound, feeling it pulse with his heartbeat. What happened? She asked the patient. We were checking a pharmacy on Palm Canyon. Thought it might have been missed. There were 4 of them inside, infected. We didn't see them until it was too late. Jerry and I made it out. The others... He closed his eyes. The others didn't. Tom returned from examining the other patient, a younger man with a broken leg. Jerry's going to need splinting and antibiotics if we have them. This one... He looked at the arm wound. Deep laceration. I can suture it, but I need to clean it first. Brenda, there's a bottle of saline in the supply cabinet and a suture kit. Can you get them? She found the supplies and brought them back. Tom worked quickly, irrigating the wound, deadening the area with local anesthetic, stitching with practiced efficiency. Brenda assisted, handing him supplies, holding the flashlight steady, keeping the patient calm. You're doing good, she told the man. Almost done. When Tom finished, he wrapped the arm in clean bandages and turned his attention to Jerry's leg. The break was bad, bone fragments visible through the skin. Compound fracture. In a hospital, it would require surgery, pins, maybe months of recovery. Here, they had splints and hope. Tom splinted the leg as best he could, gave Jerry a dose of oral morphine from their limited supplies, and stepped back. He needs a hospital. Real imaging, real surgery. This is beyond what I can do here. Hospitals are overrun, Brenda said quietly, or closed. We're on our own. Tom nodded, resignation on his weathered face. Then we do what we can and pray it's enough. They worked for the next 2 hours, treating minor injuries that people had been putting off. Cuts that needed cleaning, blisters that needed draining, a possible sprained ankle that needed wrapping. Word had spread that there was a medical team functioning, and people came with problems they'd been ignoring in the chaos. Around 7 p.m., Caroline appeared at the infirmary door. "Brenda, got a minute?" She stepped outside. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. In the parking lot, people were gathering for the evening meal, lining up at the makeshift kitchen. "You did good today," Caroline said. "Tom says you know what you're doing." "I've worked in healthcare for 11 years. You learn things. We need someone like you. Tom's good, but he's old. He can't work 16-hour days. If you're willing, I'd like you to help run the infirmary. We'll make sure you get extra rations, better sleeping arrangements, whatever we can offer." Brenda thought about the small space she'd been assigned in the North Building, about the isolation of being alone. What would it involve? Basic care, triage, keeping track of medical supplies. We're running scavenging missions to pharmacies and clinics, trying to stockpile what we can. You'd help inventory what comes in, determine what we need most. Caroline paused. "And you'd be on alert if anyone shows signs of infection. The real infection, I mean. If someone gets bit, if someone turns, we need to know immediately." "What do you do?" "If someone's infected?" Caroline's expression hardened. "We isolate them, keep them away from the others. If they turn—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. "Okay," Brenda said. "I'll do it." She moved her things to a small office attached to Building C. It had been some kind of storage room, but it had a door that locked and a cot someone had scrounged. Luxury compared to the hallway. She arranged her meager belongings, the clothes she'd found, the supplies in her bag, her phone that still had no service, and sat on the cot, feeling the weight of the day settle over her. Through the small window she could see the fence and, beyond it, the darkening desert. Somewhere out there, Amy was either alive or dead. The not knowing was worse than any certainty would have been. She pulled out her phone, typed another message. "I'm at the community college. Safe for now. If you get this, try to reach me here. I love you." She sent it, knowing it was futile, but needing to try anyway. The days blurred together. Wake at dawn, check on patients in the infirmary, inventory medical supplies, help with injuries and illnesses. The camp's population fluctuated as scavenging teams brought back survivors they found or as people died from injuries or infections. Never the zombie infection. Caroline's protocols were strict and anyone suspected of being compromised was isolated immediately, but from simple things that in the old world would have been treatable. A cut that got infected, pneumonia, dehydration. Brenda kept herself busy because busy meant less time to think. But at night, alone in her small room, the thoughts crept in. Memories of the nursing home, of Patricia dying in the lobby, of Robert turning in the passenger seat of her car, guilt over the residents she'd left behind, over running when others had died. 2 weeks after arriving at the camp, a scavenging team returned with disturbing news. They'd gone to the military checkpoint on Highway 111, hoping to make contact, hoping for news of evacuation or relief efforts. The checkpoint was abandoned. Vehicles sat empty, equipment scattered, no soldiers, no signs of a functioning military presence. Caroline called a meeting in the central courtyard. Everyone who could fit gathered, maybe 50 people now. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Caroline said. It looks like we're not getting outside help. The military's gone, or they've moved on, or they're as overwhelmed as everyone else, which means we need to be self-sufficient for the long haul. How long? Someone called out. How long do we have to stay here? I don't know. Weeks, months, maybe longer. We need to focus on sustainability. That means regular scavenging runs for food and supplies. It means rationing everything: food, water, medicine. It means everyone contributes. No one gets a free ride. There was grumbling in the crowd, but no one argued. What could they say? This was reality now. After the meeting, Brenda approached Caroline. What about expanding the perimeter? There are houses nearby, probably full of supplies. We could clear them systematically, bring back everything useful. Caroline considered this. It's risky. Every time we send people out, we risk losing them. But you're right. We can't survive long-term on what we have. I'll talk to Bill, see if we can organize a larger expedition, something methodical. The expedition was organized 3 days later. 12 people, including Brenda and Bill. They armed themselves with whatever weapons they'd scrounged. A few actual guns with limited ammunition, crowbars, hammers, a machete. They loaded into 3 vehicles and drove to a subdivision on the edge of town. The plan was simple: clear houses one at a time, search for supplies, mark cleared houses with spray paint, work in pairs for safety, avoid unnecessary risks. The first house went smoothly, no infected inside. They found canned goods, bottled water, a first aid kit. They loaded everything into the truck and moved to the next house. The second house had infected inside, a family of 3. Bill and 2 other men dispatched them quickly, using crowbars to smash skulls. It was brutal and necessary and left Brenda feeling sick, despite the days she'd spent hardening herself to the reality of their situation. By the 4th house, they'd fallen into a rhythm. Check perimeter, force entry, clear rooms, search methodically, move on. They worked until early afternoon, when the heat became unbearable and they needed to return to camp to unload. The haul was good, enough food to extend their supplies by a week, medications that Tom desperately needed, batteries, flashlights, propane tanks. Caroline approved another expedition for the following week. This became Brenda's life. Half the time in the infirmary treating injuries and illnesses, half the time on scavenging runs, moving through the corpse of civilization, taking what the dead no longer needed. She learned to function on minimal sleep, minimal food. Learned to ignore the constant low-level fear that was the background noise of existence now. Learned to kill infected without hesitation, because hesitation meant death. 3 weeks into her time at the camp, a scout reported movement near the south fence. A horde of infected, maybe 30 or 40, shambling along the street. They'd been drawn by something, noise from the camp, the smell of living people, some instinct Brenda didn't understand. Caroline ordered everyone inside the buildings. The guards took positions along the fence, weapons ready. The horde reached the barricade and began pressing against it, moaning, clawing. The fence held, but the pressure was immense. We can't let them build up, Bill said. If more come, if they pile against the fence, I know, Caroline said tersely. But we can't spare the ammunition to take out that many? We'd be defenseless if another group comes. They watched from the windows as the infected threw themselves against the fence. Hours passed. The horde didn't thin, didn't lose interest. More infected were drawn by the noise, adding to the mass. By nightfall, there were over 60 pressed against the southern barrier. We have to do something, Brenda said. Draw them away. How? Caroline asked. Brenda thought about her time at the nursing home, about how the infected had been drawn to sound and movement. Noise. We lead them away with noise. Take a vehicle, drive past making as much noise as possible, lead them away from the camp. That's suicide. They'd overtake the vehicle, or it would run out of gas, or not if we're smart, not if we plan it right. They argued for another hour, but ultimately there was no other choice. The fence wouldn't hold indefinitely. Someone had to lead the horde away. Bill volunteered to drive. Brenda and two others, a man named Carlos and a woman named Diane, volunteered to go with him. They loaded into the truck, bringing extra gas cans, weapons, and flashlights. The plan was to drive past the south fence, honking and shouting to draw the infected away, then lead them out into the desert where they could be dispersed or left behind. At midnight, they put the plan into action. The guards opened the east gate, and Bill drove out slowly, lights off. He circled around to the south side of the campus, then hit the horn. Once, twice, 3 times. The sound split the night. The infected turned as one, that eerie, synchronized movement. They began shambling toward the truck. Bill drove slowly, just fast enough to stay ahead of them, leading them away from the fence. The horde followed, drawn by the noise and the movement. For 20 minutes, the plan worked perfectly. They led the infected east into a part of town that was mostly abandoned, away from the camp. Then the truck hit something in the dark, a piece of debris, a pothole, and the right front tire blew with a sound like a gunshot. Bill fought the wheel, keeping the truck from veering off the road, and managed to bring it to a stop. But the infected were already closing in, the front edge of the horde less than 30 feet away. "Out!" Bill shouted. "We have to run!" They abandoned the truck and ran into the darkness, splitting up instinctively. Brenda ran with her hammer in one hand and her flashlight in the other, her breath coming in gasps. Behind her, she could hear the moaning, could hear the shuffle of feet. They were following. She ran for blocks, her lungs burning, her legs screaming. She didn't know where Carlos and Diane had gone, didn't know if Bill had escaped. She just ran until she couldn't run anymore, until she collapsed in the doorway of a closed shop, pressing herself into the shadows. The infected shambled past. She counted 15, 20, 30. They were dispersed now, no longer a unified horde, but that made them almost more dangerous. They could be anywhere. She waited until the sounds faded, until she couldn't hear moaning anymore. Then she waited longer, counting minutes, letting her heartbeat slow. When she finally stood, her legs were stiff and cramping. She had no idea where she was. The streets were dark, unfamiliar. She'd run blindly and gotten turned around. But she was alive. That was something. She started walking, trying to orient herself. The camp was northwest, she thought, so she headed in that direction, moving slowly, staying in shadows, listening for any sound of infected. The night was quiet except for the wind and the distant hum of something mechanical. A generator maybe, or someone's air conditioner still running on solar power. After an hour of walking, she recognized a landmark, a strip mall she'd scavenged from 2 weeks ago. She knew where she was now. The camp was 3 miles north. She could make it by dawn if she kept moving. She was halfway there when she heard the voices, not moaning, actual human voices, low and cautious. She froze, listening. 2 people, maybe 3, talking in the alley between buildings. She couldn't make out the words. Brenda debated revealing herself. They could be friendly, or they could be hostile, the kind of survivors Bill had warned her about, the ones who'd decided the rules no longer applied. She crept closer, staying low, until she could see them. 3 men, armed with rifles, standing over a pile of supplies. Boxes and bags, more than 3 people could reasonably carry. They were arguing about something, distribution, maybe, or territory. "Telling you Caroline's rules are bullshit," one of them said. "We do the work, we risk our necks, and she decides what we get." "Fuck that." "Keep your voice down," another hissed. "If anyone from the camp hears, then what? She'll kick us out? Let her try. We got the guns, we got the supplies. We don't need that camp." Brenda backed away carefully, her heart pounding. These were people from the camp, scouts or scavengers who'd decided to strike out on their own, hoarding supplies instead of sharing them. It was the beginning of collapse from within. the fracturing of the fragile community they'd built. She needed to tell Caroline, but first she needed to get back to camp alive. She gave the men a wide berth, circling around their position, and continued north. By the time the sky began to lighten in the east, she could see the fence of the community college in the distance. She was exhausted, dehydrated, her body aching from the run and the hours of walking. But she was almost home. The guards at the north gate recognized her and opened up. "You made it!" "We thought Bill came back an hour ago, said you'd scattered. We didn't know if—" "I'm fine. Is Caroline awake? In her office?" Brenda went straight to Building A, where Caroline had claimed an administrator's office as her headquarters. She knocked, entered without waiting for an answer. Caroline looked up from a map spread across her desk, relief crossing her face. "Brenda, thank God." Bill said, "I need to tell you something. There are people from the camp hoarding supplies. I saw them. 3 men with rifles, stockpiling food and gear. They were talking about not following your rules." Caroline's expression darkened. "Who?" "I don't know. I didn't recognize them in the dark." Brenda described what she'd overheard, the location where she'd seen them. Caroline stood, began pacing. This was bound to happen. Put 50 scared, desperate people together, and some will decide they're better off on their own. She stopped, looked at Brenda. "Did they see you?" "I don't think so." "Good. Don't mention this to anyone else." "Not yet. I need to figure out how to handle it." Brenda wanted to argue, wanted to say they should confront the men immediately, but she was too tired. She nodded and left, returning to her small room in Building C. She collapsed on the cot and slept for 12 hours straight. When she woke, it was dark again. She'd lost an entire day. Her body ached, her mouth was dry, and her stomach growled with hunger. She got up, splashed water on her face from the bottle beside her cot, and went to find food. The cafeteria was mostly empty, the evening meal already finished. But someone had left a covered plate for her, rice and beans, a piece of bread. She ate mechanically, tasting nothing, just fueling her body. Tom found her there. "You look like hell," the old doctor said. "Feel like it too." Caroline told me about the men, about the hoarding. He sat across from her, his joints creaking. "It's starting. The breakdown." "What do you mean?" "This camp, any camp, it's held together by cooperation, by everyone agreeing to share resources and follow rules. But that only works as long as people believe there's a future, believe they'll be rewarded for playing by the rules." He gestured vaguely. "What happens when people stop believing? When they decide it's every man for himself?" Brenda had no answer. She'd seen glimpses of it already. The looks people gave each other when rations were distributed, the way some hoarded water bottles or hid food in their spaces, the arguments that broke out over petty things. Fear and desperation eroded civilization faster than any infection. "What do we do?" she asked. "We keep working, keep trying to maintain order, and we prepare for the worst." 2 days later, the worst arrived. It started in the early morning before dawn. Brenda woke to the sound of shouting, of gunfire. She grabbed her hammer and ran outside. In the parking lot, chaos, people running, screaming, and in the middle of it all, a truck, the same white pickup that Bill drove, its headlights cutting through the darkness, its bed full of armed men. The men were firing into the air, herding people toward the buildings. Brenda recognized one of them, Carlos, who'd been on the failed noise distraction mission with her. He'd been part of the group hoarding supplies. "Everyone stay calm," a voice shouted over a bullhorn. "We're taking over. No one has to get hurt if you cooperate." Caroline appeared, striding toward the truck with no apparent fear. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Carlos?" "What we should have done from the start, taking care of ourselves. This camp's got supplies, got shelter, we're claiming it. You can't—" A gunshot cut her off, not fired at her but into the air. A warning. "We can and we are. Now get everyone lined up. We're doing inventory, figuring out what we have and how it gets distributed. Our way. More armed men emerged from the buildings. Brenda realized with sick certainty that this had been planned, that Carlos's group had been infiltrating the camp, positioning themselves. This wasn't a sudden takeover, it was a coup. The camp's guards had been disarmed, their weapons confiscated. The residents were herded into the courtyard, forced to stand in rows while Carlos's men went through their belongings, taking anything useful. Food, water, medical supplies, everything was confiscated and loaded into vehicles. Brenda stood with the others, her mind racing. This wasn't sustainable. Carlos's group numbered maybe 10, 12 at most. The rest of the camp was 40 or 50 people. If they could organize, fight back. But they were unarmed and scared and leaderless with Caroline held at gunpoint. And the men doing this were desperate enough to kill anyone who resisted. The inventory took hours. By the time the sun came up, Carlos's group had consolidated their control. They'd claimed the best sleeping quarters, the vehicles, the bulk of the supplies. The rest of the camp was left with scraps. A few bottles of water per person, minimal food, no weapons. New rules, Carlos announced to the assembled crowd. You work, you eat. You don't work, you starve. We need scavengers. We need labor to reinforce the fence and maintain the buildings. Assignments will be posted daily. Follow orders and you'll be fine. Cause problems. He let the threat hang. Caroline tried to argue, tried to maintain some semblance of her authority, but Carlos's men dragged her away to one of the buildings. Isolation, Brenda assumed, removing the leader to prevent organized resistance. The camp transformed overnight from a community into something darker. Carlos's group ruled through fear and force, taking the lion's share of resources while keeping everyone else barely alive. People who resisted or complained disappeared, escorted outside the fence and left to fend for themselves, which was effectively a death sentence. Brenda kept her head down and kept working in the infirmary. Tom had been allowed to continue treating the sick because even Carlos's group understood they needed medical care. But supplies dwindled rapidly as Carlos's men used them freely while restricting access for everyone else. 3 days into the new regime, Bill found Brenda in the infirmary. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. "We have to do something," he whispered. "This can't continue." "What can we do?" "They have the guns. There are more of us than them. If we could coordinate, take them by surprise, people would die. People are already dying. Mrs. Patterson in the North Building, she needed insulin. Carlos's men wouldn't give it to her. She went into diabetic shock yesterday. Tom tried to help, but without insulin," Bill's voice broke. "She died this morning." Brenda closed her eyes. Mrs. Patterson had been part of the original camp, a retired teacher who'd helped organize classes for the children, dead because of Carlos's greed. "What's your plan?" she asked. Bill laid it out. They'd recruit quietly, finding people they could trust. They'd wait for an opening, maybe when Carlos's men were out on a scavenging run. They'd overwhelm the guards left behind, take the weapons, and reclaim the camp. It was risky, probably suicidal, but doing nothing was also a form of suicide. "I'm in," Brenda said. They spent the next 2 days recruiting. Quiet conversations in bathrooms and corners, feeling out who could be trusted. Tom joined them. Lisa, the young woman who'd first brought Brenda to the infirmary. A dozen others, all of them desperate and angry and willing to fight. The opportunity came 4 days after the takeover. Carlos announced a major scavenging expedition. He and 6 of his men were taking 2 trucks to raid a warehouse they'd heard about. They'd be gone for most of the day. That left 4 armed guards to control the camp. Bill's plan was simple. At noon, when the guards were distracted with lunch, Bill's group would attack simultaneously, taking them down before they could raise an alarm. The weapons would be redistributed, defensive positions secured. When Carlos returned, they'd face a fortified camp and either back down or be driven off. At 11:50, Brenda positioned herself near Building C, hammer in hand, heart pounding. She could see Bill across the courtyard, could see Lisa near the north building. Others were scattered, all waiting for Bill's signal. Noon came. Bill whistled, a sharp, piercing sound. They moved. Brenda ran toward the nearest guard, a young man she didn't know, who was sitting on a folding chair eating from a can of beans. He looked up, started to rise, and she swung the hammer. It caught him in the shoulder, sending him sprawling. She swung again, this time connecting with his head. He went down and didn't move. She grabbed his rifle, an old hunting rifle with 3 rounds in the magazine, and turned. Across the courtyard, chaos. Bill had tackled another guard, and they were struggling over a pistol. Lisa was screaming, blood on her shirt. Whether hers or someone else's, Brenda couldn't tell. The other 2 guards were firing wild shots, hitting buildings, hitting people. A man Brenda didn't know went down, clutching his stomach. She raised the rifle, aimed at one of the firing guards, and pulled the trigger. The recoil surprised her, made her stumble. The shot went wide. She aimed again, squeezed more carefully. This time she hit. The guard dropped his weapon and clutched his leg, howling. The last guard broke and ran, abandoning his post, sprinting toward the gate. Tom, surprising everyone, tackled him from behind. They went down in a heap, and Tom, 70-year-old retired physician, beat the man senseless with a piece of pipe. It was over in under 2 minutes. 3 guards dead or incapacitated. 1 fled, but the cost: 2 of Bill's people dead, 3 wounded, including Lisa, with a bullet through her shoulder. Brenda ran to them, her medical training overriding the adrenaline and shock. "Get them to the infirmary!" she shouted. They carried the wounded inside. Brenda worked frantically, Tom beside her, trying to stop bleeding, assess damage. Lisa would live if they could prevent infection. Another man had been shot in the abdomen. He was going into shock, his skin gray and clammy. Tom looked at Brenda and shook his head. There was nothing they could do. Internal injuries, probably massive bleeding. He'd die within the hour. They did what they could, made him comfortable, gave him morphine to ease the pain. He died holding his sister's hand, quietly slipping away. By the time Brenda emerged from the infirmary, it was mid-afternoon. Bill had organized defensive positions at the gates and along the fence. The seized weapons had been distributed to people Bill trusted. They were as ready as they could be for Carlos's return. The trucks came back at dusk. Bill used the bullhorn, calling out to Carlos while staying behind cover. "Camp's under new management. You and your men need to leave." There was a long silence. Then Carlos's voice, angry and incredulous. "You're kidding! You actually think you can hold this place against us? We've got your weapons. We've got the numbers. Walk away, Carlos. Don't make this worse." More silence. Brenda watched from a window in Building C, her hands shaking. There were going to be more deaths, more blood. This wasn't over. Then, surprisingly, the truck's engines started. Carlos and his men were leaving. They drove past the gate, heading south into the gathering darkness. Just like that, they were gone. Bill lowered the bullhorn, looking stunned. "I didn't think they'd actually go." "They will be back," Tom said quietly. "Once they regroup, once they figure out another angle. This is just a pause, not an ending." He was right. But for the moment, the camp was theirs again. Caroline was released from her confinement, bruised but unbroken. She took stock of the situation. 3 dead from Carlos's men, 2 dead from the resistance, 6 wounded, supplies depleted, morale shattered. "We can't sustain this," she said at an emergency meeting that night. "Fighting among ourselves, wasting resources. If Carlos comes back, if we have to fight again, we'll destroy ourselves before the infected even get a chance." "Then what do we do?" Bill asked. "We rebuild. We tighten security. We make sure no one else can take this place from us." Caroline looked around at the assembled faces. "And we prepare for the possibility that this is it. That there is no government, no rescue, no return to normal. We're on our own, and we have to accept that." The weeks that followed were brutal. Scavenging runs became more dangerous as nearby areas were picked clean. The camp started sending teams farther afield, to the edges of Palm Springs and beyond, risking encounters with larger groups of infected or hostile survivors. 3 people died on these runs, 1 from infected, 2 from exposure after getting lost in the desert. Food became critically scarce. Rationing tightened to 1 meal a day. People grew thin and weak. Arguments broke out constantly. Tom treated malnutrition, dehydration, infections from minor wounds that in normal times would have healed without issue. Brenda continued her work in the infirmary, pushing through her own hunger and exhaustion. She'd lost weight, her scrubs hanging loose on her frame, her energy flagging, but she couldn't stop. Stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering. The nursing home, Robert, Amy. She still sent text messages to her daughter every few days, even though none of them delivered. It was ritual, a way of maintaining hope. Still alive, still waiting for you. Love you. One afternoon, a month and a half after arriving at the camp, Bill came to the infirmary with news. "We found a survivor. Woman, middle-aged, holed up in a house about 2 miles east. She's got information." Information about what? About a settlement. A larger group, maybe 200 people, set up in the hills outside the city. They've got water, power from solar, farmland starting to produce. She was part of a scouting party they sent out. Got separated from her group. Caroline called a meeting. The woman, her name was Janet, told her story. The settlement, called Haven, had been organized by a former city councilman who'd seen the outbreak coming and prepared. They had a secure perimeter, sustainable food sources, and a council governing structure. They were accepting refugees, but only those willing to work and contribute. "It's about 40 miles from here," Janet said, "through the desert and into the hills. Dangerous trip, especially with infected roaming, but it's doable with the right vehicles and planning." "Why should we believe you?" someone asked. "How do we know you're not leading us into a trap?" Janet shrugged. "You don't. But look around. You're starving here, running out of supplies. How long can this place hold? A month? 2? Haven's got a future. This camp doesn't." The room erupted in argument. Some wanted to go immediately. Others refused to leave, insisting they'd built something here and wouldn't abandon it. Caroline tried to maintain order, but the consensus was fracturing. In the end, it was decided that a small group would make the journey to Haven, scout it out, and report back. If it was legitimate, they'd organize a larger evacuation. If it was a trap or a lie, at least they'd only lose a few people instead of everyone. Bill volunteered to lead the scouting party. Brenda volunteered to go with him. She had medical training, which might be useful, and frankly, she needed to get out of the camp. The walls were closing in, the sameness of each day crushing her spirit. 5 of them left 2 days later in a single vehicle, Bill driving, Brenda, Janet, and 2 others. They brought weapons, water, and minimal supplies, planning to move fast and avoid confrontation. The journey was harrowing. The highways were clogged with abandoned vehicles, forcing them to navigate side roads and desert terrain. They encountered infected multiple times. Once, a horde of over 100 that they had to outrun, burning precious fuel. They passed through empty towns where bodies littered the streets, where the silence was broken only by wind and the occasional moan. Twice they encountered other survivors. The first group was friendly, sharing information about safe routes and warning about a particularly dangerous stretch where bandits had set up an ambush. The second group was hostile, trying to block the road and demand tolls for passage. Bill drove through their improvised barricade, and they didn't pursue. After 2 days of travel, they reached the hills. The landscape changed from flat desert to rocky canyons and scrub-covered slopes. Janet guided them along a series of back roads until they reached a valley where, impossibly, Brenda could see green. Cultivated fields, rows of solar panels, buildings that looked maintained, lived in. Smoke rising from cooking fires. People moving about, working, living. Haven was real. They were stopped at a checkpoint, a fortified gate manned by armed guards who were professional and efficient. They were questioned, searched, and then, after Janet vouched for them, allowed inside. The settlement was more organized than anything Brenda had seen since the outbreak. Streets laid out in a grid, housing assigned by family size, communal kitchens and dining halls, a medical clinic with actual supplies, a school where children sat learning, something she'd thought was gone forever. They met with the council, 5 people, including the former city councilman, a doctor, a farmer, an engineer, and a woman who'd been a police officer. The council heard their story, asked questions about the community college camp, and made an offer. "We'll take your people," the councilman said. "All of them, provided they're not infected and they're willing to work. We need labor, farming, construction, maintenance. We're building something here, something sustainable, but everyone has to contribute." "What about leadership?" Bill asked. "Our camp has its own structure." "There's one council. One set of rules. If your people come here, they join Haven, not as a separate group but as individuals. We can't have factions. We've seen what happens when communities fracture." Bill and Brenda consulted with the others. It wasn't ideal, giving up autonomy, but what choice did they have? The college camp was dying. Haven offered survival. They returned to the college 3 days later with news of Haven and an offer of evacuation. Caroline listened to their report, walked through the camp looking at the starving faces and dwindling supplies, and made the decision. "We go. All of us who can make the journey. We leave in 2 days." Not everyone agreed. Some refused to abandon the camp, insisting they'd rather die defending what they'd built than submit to someone else's rules. In the end, about 30 people chose to stay. The rest, maybe 20, prepared to make the journey to Haven. The evacuation was organized with military precision. Vehicles were loaded with essential supplies and personnel. The sick and injured were prioritized. Brenda worked with Tom to ensure everyone was stable for the journey. They left behind the infirmary supplies they couldn't carry, the furniture, the makeshift beds. It felt like abandoning a part of herself. The convoy left at dawn, 3 vehicles, 20 people, driving toward a future that might offer salvation or might be just another trap. Brenda sat in the back of the pickup truck, watching the community college disappear in the distance. She'd spent 6 weeks there. It had been a refuge and a prison, a community and a powder keg. Now it was just a memory. The journey to Haven took 2 days. They traveled during daylight, stopped at defensible positions at night, stayed alert for infected and hostile survivors. They encountered both, a small group of infected that they managed to avoid, and a ragged band of survivors who begged for food, but didn't attack when Bill refused. When they finally rolled through the gates of Haven, exhausted and filthy and half-starved, Brenda felt something she hadn't felt in weeks: hope. The first days at Haven were overwhelming. Everyone was assigned housing. Brenda got a small room in a converted office building, shared with 2 other single women. They were given work assignments, Brenda to the medical clinic, naturally, where she'd assist the doctor and 2 nurses who ran the facility. They were fed 3 meals a day, plain food, but enough to slowly restore strength. They were given access to showers with solar-heated water, to clean clothes, to a sense of normalcy that felt almost surreal. Brenda worked in the clinic, treating everything from infected wounds to broken bones to the psychological trauma that everyone carried. The work was hard, but fulfilling in a way the infirmary at the college had never been. Here they had supplies, equipment, a structure that functioned. She also learned more about Haven's history. The settlement had started with maybe 20 people. The councilman and his associates who'd seen the outbreak coming and pooled resources to buy this valley and the land around it. They'd stockpiled food, fuel, medicine. They'd recruited people with useful skills, farmers, doctors, engineers, soldiers. By the time the outbreak spread beyond Los Angeles, they'd already established the foundations of a self-sufficient community. Now, 3 months after the first infections, Haven had grown to almost 300 people. They grew their own food, tomatoes, squash, beans, lettuce, in fields irrigated with well water. They had chickens for eggs, goats for milk. Solar panels provided power. A machine shop manufactured tools and parts. It was the closest thing to civilization Brenda had seen since the world fell apart. But it wasn't perfect. Resources were stretched thin. The council ruled with an iron fist, enforcing strict discipline. Anyone who broke the rules, theft, violence, refusing work assignments, was exiled. Brenda watched it happen twice in her first month at Haven. People escorted through the gates and left to survive on their own. The council justified it as necessary, as the only way to maintain order, but it left a sour taste. And there were tensions. Haven was growing too fast, accepting refugees faster than they could be integrated. Old-timers resented newcomers. Work assignments were sometimes arbitrary or unfair. Food distribution was tightly controlled, and rumors circulated about council members getting extra rations. Brenda tried to stay out of politics. She focused on her work, on treating patients, on contributing to the community's survival. But she couldn't ignore the cracks forming. 2 months after arriving at Haven, 4 months after the initial outbreak, she was working in the clinic when a scout came in with news. He'd been exploring the highways to the north, looking for salvage, and had found something alarming. A massive horde of infected, thousands of them, moving south along Interstate 10. They were still 50 miles away, but they were coming, drawn by something. Maybe the sounds of Haven, maybe just random migration. The council held an emergency meeting. Brenda attended, along with everyone else who could fit in the town square. "The horde is a threat," the councilman said, "but it's also an opportunity. If we can divert them, lead them past Haven without engagement, we eliminate a major risk. I'm authorizing a mission. A team will go out, set up distractions, draw the horde away from our location." "That's suicide!" someone shouted. "You're asking people to die." "I'm asking for volunteers. Anyone willing to risk themselves for the safety of Haven." Brenda surprised herself by stepping forward. She'd survived the nursing home, the community college, the journey here. She had skills, experience in dealing with infected, and more than that, she needed to do something, needed to feel like she was fighting back instead of just enduring. The mission team assembled 12 people, including Brenda, Bill, who'd also volunteered, and several of Haven's best scouts and fighters. They were given vehicles, weapons, explosives, homemade but functional, and a plan. Drive north, intercept the horde, set up noise-making devices and fires to draw them east, away from Haven. Simple in concept, likely deadly in execution. They left at dawn. The drive north was tense, everyone hyper-aware that they were heading toward thousands of infected. When they finally saw the horde, around midday, Brenda's breath caught. It was like something from a nightmare, a river of bodies stretching across the highway, shambling south in an uncoordinated but inexorable mass. The smell reached them even inside the closed vehicles, the reek of decay and rot. "Jesus Christ," Bill whispered. "How are we supposed to divert that?" The plan was implemented methodically. They drove ahead of the horde, setting up car alarms wired to go off at intervals, planting small explosive charges set on timers, dousing buildings with gasoline and lighting them on fire. The idea was to create a corridor of noise and activity to the east, drawing the horde away from Haven's Valley and into empty desert where they'd disperse or collapse from exposure. It worked, mostly. The car alarms blared, the explosions boomed, the fires roared. The front edge of the horde shifted direction, following the noise. But the horde was so large that even diverting the front didn't guarantee the rest would follow. And they had to stay ahead of it, keep setting up distractions, keep moving. On the second day of the mission, they ran out of explosives. They were down to car alarms and fires, and the horde was still too close to Haven. Someone suggested a last-ditch effort, drive directly through the horde making as much noise as possible, draw the bulk of it east, then try to outrun them and circle back to Haven. "That's insane," one of the scouts said. "We'd be surrounded in seconds." "Then we don't all go," Bill said. "Just me, I'll draw them off. The rest of you head back to Haven." Brenda grabbed his arm. "Bill, number." "That's a death sentence." "Maybe. But if it works, Haven survives. That's worth it." They argued, but Bill was adamant. In the end, it was decided that 2 people would go, Bill and Brenda. She insisted on accompanying him, partly because 2 drivers could cover more ground, partly because she couldn't let him do it alone. They said goodbye to the rest of the team, loaded into a single truck, and drove toward the horde. As they approached, Brenda felt the old, familiar fear, the adrenaline making her hands shake. But beneath it was something else, a kind of grim determination. She'd come this far, she'd survived this long. If this was how it ended, at least it would mean something. Bill floored the accelerator. The truck surged forward, horn blaring, tires screeching. They hit the edge of the horde, infected bodies bouncing off the hood and windshield. The glass cracked. The truck shuddered. Bill kept driving, cutting through the mass, infected swarming around them. "Keep honking!" he shouted over the din. "Make noise!" Brenda leaned on the horn, adding to the cacophony. Behind them, the horde shifted, the entire mass turning to pursue. It was working. They were drawing the horde east, away from Haven. But the truck was taking damage. One of the tires blew. The engine started to sputter. They'd driven maybe a mile into the horde when the engine died completely. "Out!" Bill yelled. "We run!" They abandoned the truck and ran. The horde was all around them, a sea of reaching hands and snapping jaws. Brenda swung her hammer, connecting with skulls, creating space. Bill was beside her, firing a pistol until the magazine ran dry, then using it as a club. They ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The horde pursued, relentless. Brenda's lungs burned. Her legs screamed. She was going to die here, torn apart by the infected, and a sound split the air. Engines, vehicles. Brenda looked up through the blur of exhaustion and saw trucks roaring toward them. Haven's scouts, returning despite orders. They'd come back for the mission team. The trucks plowed into the horde, creating openings. Hands reached down, hauling Brenda and Bill into a truck bed. The vehicles turned, accelerating, leaving the horde behind. Brenda collapsed, gasping, covered in blood and gore. Bill was beside her, laughing hysterically or crying. She couldn't tell which. They'd done it. The horde had been diverted. Haven was safe. The return to Haven was triumphant but somber. They'd lost no one, but everyone was injured or exhausted. The council praised their bravery, awarded them extra rations, gave them a few days off work to recover. Brenda spent those days in her small room, sleeping and thinking. She'd risked everything, and for what? A settlement she'd been part of for only 2 months? But the alternative, letting the horde reach Haven, watching hundreds of people die, was unthinkable. This was what survival looked like now. Not just enduring, but fighting for something larger than yourself. She also thought about Amy. 4 months without word. 4 months not knowing if her daughter was alive or dead. The not knowing was worse than any certainty could be. She still sent text messages occasionally, still held out hope that someday the networks would come back online and all those messages would deliver. But hope was getting harder to maintain. On the fourth day of her recovery, someone knocked on her door. She opened it to find a young woman, maybe 25, holding a piece of paper. "You're Brenda Martinez?" "Yes. I'm with Communications. We've been trying to rebuild a radio network, connecting settlements across California. We got a message for you. Came through yesterday." Brenda's heart stopped. She took the paper with trembling hands. The message was brief, typed in all caps because that's how radio transmissions worked. "Mom, alive in Riverside Settlement. Looking for you. Please respond. Love, Amy." Brenda's legs gave out. She sat down hard on the floor, clutching the paper, tears streaming down her face. Amy was alive. Her daughter was alive. "Can I respond?" she asked through the tears. "Can I send a message back?" "Yeah. Write it down. I'll transmit it tonight during the next scheduled broadcast window." Brenda grabbed a pen, her hand shaking so badly she could barely write. "Amy, I'm alive at Haven Settlement in Palm Springs area. I love you. Stay safe. We'll find way to reach you. Mom." The woman took the message and left. Brenda sat on the floor of her small room, sobbing with relief and joy and grief for all the time lost. 4 months of not knowing, of assuming the worst. And now, suddenly, hope had returned. She allowed herself to cry for a long time. Then she stood, washed her face, and went back to work. Because that's what survival meant. You kept moving forward even when it seemed impossible, even when everything you loved had been taken away. And now, for the first time since that terrible morning at Palm Springs Nursing Center, when she'd locked doors and heard chewing on the other side, she had something to move forward toward. Not just survival for its own sake, but survival with purpose. She was going to find her daughter. She was going to reach Amy, no matter how long it took, no matter the obstacles, because that's what mothers did. They survived. They endured. They found a way. The world had ended, but Brenda Martinez was still here, still fighting, still hoping, and as long as she could do those things, there was a future worth living for. The weeks turned to months. Winter came to the desert, bringing cooler temperatures and the occasional rainstorm that was a blessing for Haven's water supply. Brenda continued working in the clinic, treating the endless stream of injuries and illnesses that came with living in a post-collapse world. She exchanged radio messages with Amy when possible, brief transmissions that confirmed both were still alive, still surviving. Haven grew more stable. The fields produced more food. The council established trade relations with other settlements, exchanging goods and information. Life began to resemble something almost normal, if normal could exist in a world where the dead walked and civilization had crumbled. But Brenda never forgot what she'd seen that morning at the nursing home. The residents who'd trusted her, who'd died or turned while she'd run to save herself. The sound of chewing behind locked doors, the smell of blood and decay, the absolute horror of watching everything fall apart in a matter of hours. Those memories drove her. They pushed her to work harder, to help more people, to build something that might outlast the plague of infection that had destroyed the old world. And they reminded her that survival wasn't just about staying alive, it was about maintaining humanity in the face of inhumanity, about choosing to care for others, even when it would be easier to care only for yourself. She'd learned that lesson in the worst way possible, watching people die, making impossible choices, living with the guilt of her survival. But she'd learned it, and she carried it with her every day. One evening, 6 months after the outbreak began, Brenda stood on the perimeter wall of Haven watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and red. Behind her, she could hear the sounds of the settlement, people talking, children playing, the clang of tools in the machine shop, sounds of life continuing despite everything. She thought about the question Tom had asked her months ago, back at the community college camp. What happens when people stop believing there's a future? She'd seen the answer: violence, selfishness, collapse. But she'd also seen the alternative: people who chose to build instead of destroy, to cooperate instead of dominate, to maintain hope even when hope seemed futile. Haven wasn't perfect. No place could be, not anymore. But it was a chance, a possibility, a future. And for Brenda Martinez, who'd started this nightmare as an ordinary nursing assistant going through her morning routine, who'd watched the world end one infection at a time, who'd learned what it truly meant to survive, that was enough. She turned from the wall and walked back into the settlement, back to her small room and her work and her daily struggles, back to the life she'd built from the ruins of the old world. Because that's what survivors did. They kept going. They found reasons to continue. They made meaning from chaos. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the sun set over the desert, they allowed themselves to hope that maybe, just maybe, the worst was behind them, and the future, however uncertain, however difficult, was theirs to shape. The chewing behind locked doors had been the sound of the world ending. But the sounds she heard now, in Haven, among survivors who'd chosen to build rather than surrender, those were the sounds of something new beginning. And Brenda was determined to be part of it, for as long as she possibly could, carrying the memories of those she'd lost, fighting for those she still hoped to save, living for the daughter she would find again someday. The world had ended, but the story continued. And that, Brenda had learned, was what survival really meant. Now let's move on to the next story. The night shift at the Flagstaff Motel stretched ahead like every other Wednesday, predictable and slow. Vanessa wiped down the front desk counter with a bleach-scented rag, the chemical smell burning her nostrils in the familiar way that meant she was doing her job right. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the worn linoleum floor. 23 years she'd worked here, starting as a housekeeper when she was 19, working her way up to night manager by the time her daughter was born. Now, at 42, this place felt more like home than her actual apartment 3 miles down Route 66. The motel had seen better days. Built in the 70s during Flagstaff's highway boom, it had survived on budget travelers and the occasional desperate family escaping Phoenix's summer heat. 64 rooms spread across 2 floors in a U-shape around a parking lot that needed repaving. The vacancy sign flickered outside, missing the V, so it just read "Acancy" in red neon. Vanessa had called maintenance about it 6 times. They never came. She checked her watch. 10:45. Another hour before she could take her break and microwave the leftovers she'd brought from home: meatloaf and mashed potatoes, her ex-husband's favorite recipe that she still made out of habit. The thought of him made her jaw tighten. 3 years divorced, and he still hadn't sent last month's child support. Their daughter Emily was 14 now, staying with Vanessa's mother during these night shifts, probably still awake on her phone despite promises to sleep before school. The front door chimed. A couple stumbled in, the man supporting the woman who looked pale and shaky. Vanessa straightened behind the desk, putting on her professional smile. "Evening, folks." "Checking in?" The man nodded, fumbling for his wallet. "Yeah, room for the night. She's not feeling well." His voice carried an edge of worry that Vanessa recognized from years of serving travelers in distress. The woman leaned heavily against him, her breathing shallow and ragged. "I've got room 117 available, ground floor, easy access." Vanessa slid the registration card across the counter. The man's hand shook as he filled it out. Robert and Patricia Chen, she read upside down. Phoenix address. "Is there a doctor nearby?" Robert asked, not meeting her eyes. "She's been sick since this afternoon." "Fever, chills. We thought she'd sleep it off, but it's getting worse." Vanessa glanced at Patricia. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool October night. Her skin had a gray undertone that looked wrong under the fluorescent lights. "There's an urgent care clinic on Milton Road, about 2 miles west. I can write down the address." "Maybe in the morning," Patricia whispered, her voice hoarse. "Just need to lie down." Vanessa processed their payment. Credit card, thank God, not like the cash-only drifters who sometimes showed up, and handed over the key. She watched them shuffle toward their room, Patricia's feet dragging. Something about the way she moved reminded Vanessa of her aunt in the final stages of pneumonia, that same exhausted surrender to physical collapse. The lobby settled back into silence. Vanessa returned to her cleaning, moving on to the coffee station where dried sugar granules crusted the counter. She refilled the filter baskets for tomorrow morning, the cheap ground coffee smelling stale even through the sealed packets. Outside, a car passed on the highway, its headlights sweeping across the parking lot before disappearing into the Arizona darkness. Her phone buzzed. A text from her mother. "Emily has a cough. Not bad, but keeping an eye on it. Get some cough drops on your way home?" Vanessa typed back, "Will do. Make sure she drinks water." She set the phone down and picked up the remote for the small television mounted behind the desk, flipping through channels. Local news showed footage of a hospital in Phoenix. Ambulances backed up at the emergency entrance. The reporter's voice filtered through with professional concern. "Overwhelmed emergency rooms throughout the valley, as what health officials are calling an unusually aggressive flu strain continues to spread. Maricopa County has reported over 2,000 cases in the last 48 hours, with symptoms including high fever, severe body aches, and respiratory distress." Vanessa turned down the volume. Every year it was something. West Nile, swine flu, that coronavirus outbreak from a few years back that had shut down half the state. People panicked, bought out the pharmacy shelves, then forgot about it when the next crisis came along. Still, 2,000 cases seemed like a lot for October. Flu season usually didn't hit hard until December. She made her rounds at 11, walking the perimeter with her flashlight and master keys. The motel required hourly checks, looking for broken lights, checking that the ice machines worked, making sure nobody was sleeping in the laundry room or shooting up in the stairwells. She'd found both over the years. Once, a teenage runaway living behind the dumpster. Vanessa had given her $40 and the address of a shelter before calling the police, feeling guilty either way. The parking lot held 8 vehicles tonight, low even for a Wednesday. Room 117's lights were on, the curtains drawn but not quite closed. As Vanessa passed, she heard groaning from inside. Patricia, probably. That kind of sick where every position hurt, where you couldn't get comfortable no matter how many pillows you stacked. She'd been there herself, working through shifts with the flu because she couldn't afford to call in sick. Second floor was quiet. A truck driver in 204 who'd been staying for 3 days while his rig got repaired. An older couple in 215 who'd paid for the week. Snowbirds heading to their winter place in Tucson. She knocked lightly on 223 where a businessman had checked in that afternoon. No answer. Lights off. Probably asleep. Back downstairs, she passed 117 again. The groaning had gotten louder, almost constant. Vanessa hesitated, then knocked gently. "Everything okay in there? Do you need me to call an ambulance?" Silence. Then Robert's voice, strained. "We're fine. Just sleeping." But his wife's moaning continued, a low sound that reminded Vanessa of animals in pain. She'd grown up on a ranch outside Winslow before her father sold the land and moved the family to Flagstaff for her mother's teaching job. She remembered cows in labor, horses with colic, that same primal sound of bodies failing. She returned to the desk, uneasy in a way she couldn't name. The television cycled through late-night programming, infomercials, and old sitcoms. She tried reading her paperback mystery, but the words blurred together. Outside, the highway was almost empty. A semi rumbled past, A minivan with California plates pulled into the parking lot, idled for a moment, then drove away. The vacancy sign flickered on-off, on-off. At midnight, another couple checked in. Younger, early 20s, the girl crying while the boy held her. "Just need a room," he said, not bothering with small talk. "Anywhere's fine." "You folks all right?" Vanessa asked, sliding the registration forward. "Her brother's in the hospital in Phoenix," the boy said. "Got sick yesterday, now he's on a ventilator. They won't let her see him. Too many patients, they said." His hands shook worse than Robert Chen's had. "They're saying it's not the flu." "They don't know what it is." The girl sobbed harder. Vanessa found tissues under the counter, passed them across. "I'm sorry, honey. I'm sure the doctors are doing everything they can." They took room 131, up on the second floor. Vanessa watched them climb the exterior stairs, the girl leaning on the boy like he was the only thing keeping her upright. The weight of other people's grief sat heavy in the lobby after they left. She'd seen it before. Travelers fleeing bad news, people passing through on their way to funerals, families fracturing under pressure. The motel caught them in transition, in that space between before and after. Her break came at 1. She heated her leftovers in the tiny back office, eating mechanically while scrolling through her phone. Social media was exploding with posts about hospitals, greater than Phoenix flu trending. Videos of packed emergency rooms, people on gurneys in hallways, nurses in what looked like hazmat suits. Comments ranged from panic to dismissal, probably just media hype. "My cousin works at Banner Health, and she says it's way worse than they're reporting. Stock up on supplies now before the stores sell out." Vanessa set her phone down, appetite gone. The meatloaf sat heavy in her stomach. She threw the rest away and returned to the desk. The motel felt different now, though nothing had changed. Same humming lights, same worn carpet, same traffic sounds from the highway. But awareness had shifted. That feeling of being on the edge of something, like watching storm clouds gather on the horizon. She'd felt it before, years ago, when her father called to say her mother was in the hospital with a stroke. That moment of knowing everything was about to change, but not yet feeling the impact. She made her 2 o'clock rounds. Room 117 was silent now. No more groaning. She pressed her ear to the door and heard nothing. Maybe Patricia had finally fallen asleep. Maybe they'd gone to the hospital after all, though their car was still in the lot. She moved on. The truck driver on the second floor was watching TV, the blue glow visible through the curtains. The crying girl and her boyfriend had their lights off. 223 remained dark and quiet. She completed the circuit and returned to the lobby, making notes in the logbook. All quiet, no incidents, 8 occupied rooms. At 3, headlights swept into the parking lot. A family in an SUV, parents and 2 kids who looked maybe 6 and 8. The father came in alone while the mother stayed in the car with the children. He had that desperate look of someone who'd been driving too long, eyes red-rimmed, movements jerky with exhaustion. "You have availability?" His voice cracked. "We need a room. Just for tonight." "Sure do. How many beds do you need?" 2 queens if you got them." He pulled out cash, counting bills with hands that trembled. "We left Phoenix this morning. My wife's parents. They're up in Farmington. We're trying to get there before—" He stopped, swallowed hard. "Before whatever this is gets worse." Vanessa processed his payment, watching the family through the glass door. The mother was turned around in her seat, checking on the kids. Normal parental behavior, but there was something frantic in it, like she couldn't look away for even a second. "You running from the flu outbreak?" Vanessa asked, handing over the room key. "That's what they're calling it." He pocketed the key. "But my brother's a paramedic in Tempe. He called me yesterday, told me to get out, said he's never seen anything like this. People coming in with fever, dying within hours. Then—" He stopped again, shook his head. He said to get my family somewhere rural, somewhere with fewer people. You think it's that serious? The father met her eyes and she saw real fear there. I think we don't know what it is yet, and by the time we do, it'll be too late to run. He turned to leave, then paused. You got family? Get them somewhere safe, don't wait. He left before she could respond. She watched the family unload their suitcases, the father carrying a sleeping child, while the mother held the other by the hand. They disappeared into room 208. Vanessa picked up her phone, pulled up her mother's contact. Her thumb hovered over the call button. It was 3 in the morning. Her mother would be asleep, Emily too. What would she even say? Some random guest thinks there's a plague coming? She'd sound crazy. She set the phone down. Checked the news instead. More of the same. Hospital overcrowding, CDC holding emergency meetings, governor's office urging people to stay calm. A quote from a public health official, "While this illness is concerning, there's no need for panic. We're coordinating with federal authorities and monitoring the situation closely." The kind of statement that meant they had no idea what was happening. At 4, she heard it. A low moaning sound coming from somewhere in the motel. She stood, grabbed her flashlight, and stepped outside. The parking lot was dark except for the overhead lights, creating islands of yellow in the black. She walked slowly, listening. There, from 117, louder than before, constant, that same animal quality she'd heard earlier. She knocked on the door. "Mr. Chen, is your wife all right?" No answer, just the moaning, steady and rhythmic. She knocked harder. "Sir? I'm going to need to check on you folks. Make sure everything's okay." Still nothing. She used her master key, opening the door a crack. "Hello? I'm coming in." The smell hit her first, copper and rot, sweet and thick. The room was dark except for light spilling from the bathroom. She fumbled for the light switch, found it, flipped it on. Patricia Chen lay on the bed, sheets soaked with sweat and something darker. Blood, Vanessa realized with horror. Fresh blood pooling beneath her. Robert sat in the chair by the window, facing his wife, completely still. "Oh my God!" Vanessa rushed forward. "I'm calling 911. Hold on." She reached for Patricia's wrist to check her pulse, and the woman's eyes snapped open. Not right. The pupils were blown wide, nearly swallowing the iris, and the whites had a yellowish cast. Patricia lunged upward with speed that shouldn't have been possible given her earlier weakness, hands grabbing for Vanessa's arm. Vanessa jerked back, stumbled, caught herself against the dresser. Patricia rolled off the bed with that same impossible speed, landing on all fours. The moaning came from her, from somewhere deep in her throat. Her mouth hung open, revealing teeth stained dark with blood. "Mrs. Chen?" Vanessa's voice came out strangled. "Patricia." The woman's head snapped toward her, tracking movement like a predator. Then she lunged. Vanessa ran. Pure instinct, no thought. She made it through the door and slammed it behind her, hearing Patricia crash against it from inside. The moaning had turned to something else, a rasping snarl that didn't sound human. Her hands shook so badly she could barely hold her phone. She dialed 911, pressed the phone to her ear. The line rang, and rang, and rang. Finally, a recorded message. "All operators are currently assisting other callers. Please stay on the line and someone will be with you as soon as possible. If this is a medical emergency, please call your local hospital directly." Vanessa lowered the phone. Behind the door, Patricia was still throwing herself against it. Where was Robert? Why hadn't he moved? She thought of him sitting in that chair, perfectly still, and felt sick. She needed help. The truck driver, maybe. Or the father with the family? Someone who could... What? What could anyone do? Patricia Chen had gone from dying sick to attacking her in the space of hours. Nothing about that made sense. Nothing about any of this made sense. She was still standing in the parking lot, frozen, when she heard breaking glass. The window of 117 shattered outward, and Patricia came through it. Her body was torn up from the glass, blood streaming from dozens of cuts, but she didn't seem to notice. She hit the pavement and rolled, then found her feet. Vanessa backed toward the lobby, never taking her eyes off Patricia. The woman's movements were wrong, jerky but fast, like something mimicking human motion without understanding it. She took a step toward Vanessa, another. That moaning sound came again, now mixed with a clicking in her throat. "Stay back!" Vanessa's voice cracked. "Patricia, stop!" But Patricia didn't stop. She broke into a run, arms outstretched, mouth open. Vanessa turned and sprinted for the lobby door, fumbling for her keys. She could hear Patricia behind her, feet slapping pavement, getting closer. She got the door open, threw herself inside, slammed it shut, and twisted the deadbolt just as Patricia crashed into the glass. The impact spiderwebbed the door but didn't break it. Patricia clawed at the glass, leaving smears of blood. Her face pressed against the window, lips pulled back from her teeth, eyes vacant of anything Vanessa recognized as human consciousness. She hammered on the door with her fists, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. Vanessa stumbled backward, nearly falling over the coffee station. Her heart hammered so hard she thought it might burst. Patricia continued her assault on the door, relentless, never tiring. Blood ran down the glass in rivulets. Call the police. She had to call the police. Her hands shook as she picked up the desk phone, dialed. Same message. All operators busy. She tried the non-emergency line, no answer. She tried the hospital. Busy signal. What was happening? A door opened upstairs. The truck driver appeared on the second-floor walkway, looking down. What the hell's going on down there? Call 911, Vanessa shouted. Something's wrong with... With what? With Patricia? Just call 911. The truck driver disappeared back into his room. Patricia had stopped hitting the door and was now circling the lobby like a shark, looking for another way in. She moved along the windows, pressing her face to each one, leaving bloody smears. When she reached the side entrance that led to the pool area, she tried the handle. Locked, thank God. Everything was locked. Vanessa's phone buzzed. Her mother, "Why are you calling me? It's 4 a.m. Is everything okay?" She must have pocket-dialed during the running. She called back immediately. Her mother answered on the first ring, voice thick with sleep and worry. "Honey? What's wrong?" "Mom." Vanessa had to force the words out around the tightness in her throat. "Something's happening. There's a woman. She was sick. Now she's trying to get into the lobby and she's not right. I can't get through to the police. I don't know what to do." "What do you mean she's not right?" "I mean, she attacked me. She's covered in blood and she's not talking and she broke through a window and..." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Mom, I'm scared. Something's really wrong." Okay. Listen to me." Her mother's voice shifted into the calm, under-pressure tone she'd used when Vanessa was a child, and nightmares woke her. "Lock the doors. Stay inside. I'm going to try calling the police from here. The lines are busy. I already tried. Then I'll keep trying. Do you have anyone else there? Other guests? 8 rooms occupied. The truck driver's calling for help too, I think." "Good. Stay on the phone with me. Don't go outside." Patricia had completed her circuit of the building and returned to the front door. She was quieter now, standing motionless, swaying slightly. Her head tilted like she was listening. Then she turned and walked away, heading toward the parking lot. Vanessa watched her go, disappearing into the darkness between the pools of light. "She's leaving," Vanessa whispered. "She's walking away." That's good, honey. Just stay put." But something felt wrong about the way Patricia moved. Not aimless wandering, but purposeful, like she was going somewhere or looking for something. The scream came from the second floor. A man's voice, the truck driver, high and terrified. Then more screaming, a woman this time. The young couple. Doors banged open, running footsteps on the exterior walkway. Vanessa dropped the phone and ran to the window. Patricia had climbed the exterior stairs. When had she done that? And was at the truck driver's door. But it wasn't just her anymore. Robert Chen was with her, moving the same wrong way, making the same moaning sound. They'd forced open the truck driver's door and were inside his room. The screaming stopped abruptly. "Mom?" Vanessa retrieved the phone from where she'd dropped it. "Mom, there's more of them." "More what?" "Honey, what's happening?" The young couple burst out of their room, the boy dragging the girl. They ran for the stairs, but Robert came out of the truck driver's room and cut them off. The boy tried to push past. Robert grabbed him, pulled him close, and bit down on his neck. The girl's screaming split the night. Vanessa couldn't look away. Robert's teeth tore into the boy's throat like he was ripping into meat. Blood sprayed across the walkway. The boy collapsed, still alive but not for long, and Robert dropped him to lunge at the girl. She ran, made it to the stairs, but Patricia was coming back up and caught her halfway down. They fell together, a tangle of limbs and screaming that ended with wet sounds Vanessa could hear even through the glass. "Vanessa!" Her mother's voice crackled through the phone. "Talk to me. They're killing people." The words came out flat, shock making everything distant. "The sick people. They're killing the other guests. You need to get out of there. Right now. Get in your car and drive home." "I can't. They're outside. If I open the door..." A new sound cut through the night. Sirens. Police, finally. A patrol car pulled into the parking lot, lights flashing. 2 officers got out, hands on their weapons. One shouted something Vanessa couldn't make out. Robert and Patricia turned from the girl's body, focused on this new presence. The officers drew their guns. "Get on the ground, now!" Robert ran at them with that same terrible speed. The first officer fired 3 times. 2 shots hit Robert's chest, 1 his shoulder. He staggered but didn't stop. The second officer fired, hitting him in the stomach. Robert kept coming. "Headshot!" the first officer screamed. "Shoot the head!" The second officer adjusted aim and fired once more. The bullet punched through Robert's forehead, and he dropped instantly, truly dead this time. Patricia was already running at them. They fired together, multiple shots, but only when one caught her in the temple did she fall. Vanessa watched from behind her glass fortress as the officers approached the bodies carefully. One spoke into his radio, voice urgent. The other checked the young couple. The boy was dead, the girl dying. Blood everywhere. So much blood. More sirens. An ambulance arrived, then another police car. Officers came up the stairs to the 2nd floor, checking rooms. They found the truck driver. Vanessa could tell by the way they backed out of his room quickly, by the grim set of their faces. One of the officers came to the lobby door, knocking. Vanessa recognized him, Officer Dumont, who'd responded last year when they'd had a guest overdose in room 237. "It's safe," he called through the glass. "You can open up." She unlocked the door on shaking legs. He came inside, and she saw the shock in his eyes, the confusion. "What happened?" she asked. "What's going on?" "We don't know." He looked back at the carnage in the parking lot. "We've been getting calls like this all night. People attacking each other. We thought it was PCP or bath salts at first, but..." He trailed off. "How many guests do you have?" 8 rooms occupied. The Chens were in 117, the truck driver in 204, young couple in 131, family in 208. She ticked them off on her fingers, trying to remember. Older couple in 215, businessman in 223. Anyone else acting strange? Running fever? The Chen said she was sick. That's all I knew. Another officer came down the stairs. "Got 2 bodies up here. Adult male in 204, looks like the attacker got him. And there's a family in 208, parents and 2 kids. She paused, looking nauseated. The mother's sick. High fever, unresponsive. The father says she got this way overnight. Officer Dumont swore under his breath. Call for medical. Get them quarantined. Quarantined? Vanessa's voice rose. What do you mean quarantined? Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. But he didn't look calm himself. He looked terrified. We're going to need to keep everyone here until we understand what we're dealing with. CDC's been called. They're sending people. CDC? This is a disease? We think so, but it's not. He stopped, clearly unsure how much to say. It's not acting like any disease we've seen before. The sick mother in 208 started moaning. That same sound Vanessa had heard from Patricia. The officer's hand went to his weapon. Everybody out of that room, now. The father came out carrying his 2 kids, 1 in each arm. They were crying, asking about their mother. An officer led them away to a patrol car. Inside 208, the mother's moaning got louder. Vanessa's phone rang. Her mother again. I'm okay, she said before her mother could ask. Police are here. Thank God, come home, right now. They're saying we have to stay. Quarantine. Quarantine? Honey, what is this? I don't know, Mom. But listen to me. She thought of the father who'd checked in, the one who'd told her to get somewhere safe. Take Emily and go to Uncle Dan's place in Sedona. Today. Don't wait, just go. You're scaring me. Good. Be scared. Get out of the city, please. A gunshot from upstairs made her flinch, then another. The moaning stopped. Officer Dumont was shouting into his radio, something about confirming the kill, about contamination protocols. The ambulance pulled away without the sick mother. Vanessa understood why. The sun was starting to rise, gray light creeping across the parking lot. The motel looked like a war zone in the growing dawn. Blood on the concrete, broken glass, 3 bodies covered with sheets that were already soaked through. More police cars had arrived, and someone in a hazmat suit was walking the perimeter with equipment, taking readings. Vanessa sat on a chair in the lobby, wrapped in a shock blanket an EMT had given her, even though she wasn't cold. She watched the sun come up over Flagstaff, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that looked like fire. On the television behind the desk, the morning news showed aerial footage of Phoenix. Smoke rose from multiple locations. The reporter's voice shook as she described riots breaking out near hospitals, mass casualties, emergency services overwhelmed. Authorities are urging residents to shelter in place, the reporter said. The governor has activated the National Guard. But sources tell us the military is dealing with similar outbreaks across the state, and possibly nationwide. We're receiving reports from Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Albuquerque, Denver. The television cut to a test pattern, then went black. Someone had turned off the broadcast. Officer Dumont came back inside. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the last hour. The CDC team's delayed. They're dealing with situations all over the valley. We're on our own for now. What are we supposed to do? Stay inside. Lock the doors. Don't let anyone in who's showing symptoms. High fever, disorientation, aggressive behavior, and if someone dies. He paused, measuring his words. They don't stay dead. You understand? They come back. That's what we're seeing. They die from whatever this is, and then they come back wrong. The words hung in the air, impossible and true. Vanessa had seen it with her own eyes, but hearing it said out loud made it real in a way that seeing hadn't. How long until someone comes to help? She asked. Officer Dumont looked at the bodies in the parking lot, at the blood drying on the concrete, at the motel that had become a crime scene and quarantine zone all at once. I honestly don't know. He left her there in the lobby as the sun continued to rise. Vanessa picked up her phone and called her mother again. This time, there was no answer. She tried twice more. Nothing. She texted, Mom, please respond. Tell me you and Emily are leaving. The message showed as delivered but not read. She stared at her phone, willing it to buzz with a response. Outside, officers were loading bodies into a van. More guests emerged from their rooms, the older couple from 215, looking confused and frightened. The businessman from 223, demanding to know when he could leave. Vanessa didn't have answers. She sat behind her desk as the morning shift manager arrived, stopping at the police barricade that now blocked the parking lot entrance. She watched him argue with an officer, gesturing at the motel. The officer shook his head, held firm. The manager got back in his car and left. Her shift had ended an hour ago. She was supposed to go home, pick up Emily, take her to school. Instead, she was trapped in a motel that smelled like blood and death, watching the world fall apart on the other side of locked doors. By mid-morning, the parking lot was clear of bodies, but the blood remained, dark stains on concrete that would probably never come out. The police had set up a perimeter, yellow tape surrounding the entire property. More guests emerged, demanding to leave, to use their phones, to understand what was happening. Nobody had answers that made sense. The older couple, retired school teachers named the Harrises, sat in the lobby with Vanessa. Mrs. Harris kept crying quietly, her husband patting her hand in a gesture that felt automatic, like comfort offered so many times over a long marriage that it had become reflex. "We were supposed to be in Tucson by noon," Mr. Harris said. "Our daughter's expecting us. She's pregnant, due next month. We wanted to be there before the baby comes." "I'm sure this will be sorted out soon," Vanessa said, not believing it herself. The businessman, his name was Thompson, pharmaceutical sales, paced the lobby like a caged animal. "This is illegal. They can't keep us here without cause. I have rights." "People died," Vanessa said flatly. "That's cause? From what? The flu? People die from the flu every year and they don't quarantine entire buildings." He pulled out his phone for the 20th time, swearing when he saw the same thing. No signal. "They've blocked cell service. This is martial law. This is them trying to keep people alive." Officer Dumont had returned, his face set in hard lines. "There are 7 confirmed outbreaks in Flagstaff alone. We've lost 12 officers in the last 6 hours. The hospital is overrun. So you'll stay here, Mr. Thompson, and you'll stay quiet. Because the alternative is, I put you in a cell downtown, which I promise you don't want to see right now." Thompson shut up. He sat in a chair by the window, staring out at the parking lot with his jaw clenched. Vanessa tried her mother's number again. Straight to voicemail. She left another message, her voice cracking. "Mom, I don't know if you're getting these. Please call me back. Please tell me you got out. I love you. Tell Emily I love her." The television had come back on, but only one channel worked. A local station showing what looked like an emergency broadcast. A woman with tired eyes sat at a news desk, reading from a script with mechanical precision. The CDC has confirmed that the illness spreading throughout Arizona and neighboring states is a form of infectious disease with a nearly 100% mortality rate. Symptoms include high fever, seizures, respiratory distress, and death typically within 12 to 24 hours of initial infection. Transmission occurs through bodily fluid contact, primarily blood and saliva. She paused, looking directly at the camera. Individuals who die from the infection will reanimate within minutes to hours, displaying extreme aggression and apparent loss of higher brain function. These individuals... She stopped, corrected herself. These infected dead will attack living humans, and any person bitten or injured by them will become infected themselves. The screen split to show footage from Phoenix. Streets clogged with abandoned cars, people running, and walking among them, the unmistakable shambling figures of the infected dead. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The governor has declared a state of emergency and activated National Guard units throughout the state. Citizens are urged to remain indoors, avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms, and defend themselves if necessary. Emergency services are no longer responding to all calls. If you are in immediate danger, shelter in place and wait for military assistance. The broadcast cut to a map showing red zones spreading across Arizona like a bloodstain. Flagstaff was marked in orange, elevated threat. Phoenix was solid red. So was Tucson, and Yuma, and most of Maricopa County. "Oh God," Mrs. Harris whispered. "Oh my God." Her husband pulled her close. "It'll be all right. They'll get it under control." But Vanessa could see in his eyes that he didn't believe it any more than she did. This wasn't going to be all right. This was something new and terrible, something that turned people into monsters and spread like wildfire through crowds. She thought of Phoenix with its million-plus residents, all of them potential vectors, potential victims. She thought of her mother's house 3 miles away, her daughter sleeping in her childhood bed, the neighborhood with its chain-link fences and shared alleyways where people walked dogs and kids rode bikes. She tried her mother's number again. Nothing. Officer Dumont gathered them in the lobby at noon. There were 6 survivors now: Vanessa, the Harrises, Thompson, and the father with his 2 children who'd emerged from the patrol car where they'd been waiting, the kids' faces blank with shock. The father's name was Luis. His kids were named Sofia and Miguel. They sat close to him, holding his hands, not speaking. "Here's the situation," Dumont said. "We're being pulled back to help secure the hospital and establish safe zones. We can't maintain this quarantine anymore. You're being released, with instructions to shelter in place either here or at your homes." "What about the infected?" Vanessa asked. "We've cleared the immediate area, but that doesn't mean they won't come back. The things you need to know: they're drawn to sound and movement. They're not fast once they start decomposing, but fresh ones can run. Head trauma is the only thing that stops them. And if you're bitten, you're infected. There's no cure, no treatment. You die, you turn. That's it." "How long do we have?" Luis asked quietly. "If someone gets bitten, how long?" "Depends on the severity of the wound and the person's immune system. We've seen ranges from 4 hours to 24. Fever comes first, then the decline." Sofia started crying. Miguel put his arm around his sister, and Vanessa saw in his 8-year-old face a terrible new understanding of the world. "What about my daughter?" Vanessa heard herself ask. "My mother? They're 3 miles away. Can you check on them?" Dumont's expression softened. "Ma'am, I'm sorry. We don't have the resources. If they're at home and safe, tell them to stay there. Don't travel unless absolutely necessary." He left them with a pile of papers: emergency protocols, safe zone locations, radio frequencies. Then he and the other officers pulled out, their cars disappearing down the highway. The sudden silence felt heavier than the chaos. "I'm going home," Thompson announced, already heading for his room to get his things. "Me too," Mr. Harris said. "We're going to try for Tucson. Better to be with family." Luis looked at his children, then at Vanessa. "Your place or mine?" She understood what he was asking. Safety in numbers. She thought of her studio apartment, small and defensible but isolated. Then she thought of the motel, 64 rooms full of supplies, multiple exits, high ground on the 2nd floor. "Stay here," she said. "This place has advantages: supplies, line of sight. We can see them coming." "Who's we?" Thompson had returned with his suitcase. "I'm not staying in this death trap." "Then go," Vanessa said. "But the roads are probably blocked." "And if you break down out there?" She gestured to the parking lot, to the highway beyond where she could see smoke rising in the distance. "There's no more 911, no more help coming." Thompson wavered. Mr. Harris and his wife exchanged looks. The decision hung in the air. weighted with consequences none of them could fully understand yet. Finally, Thompson set down his suitcase. One night. I'll stay one night and see if the road's clear. The Harrises decided to leave anyway. Vanessa watched them load their sedan, saw the determination in their faces. Stick to the highway, she told them. Avoid cities. If you see a crowd, turn around. Mrs. Harris hugged her tight. You should come with us. Bring whoever wants to come. It's not safe here. It's not safe anywhere, Vanessa said. Good luck. She watched them drive away, hoping they'd make it to their daughter in Tucson, hoping anywhere was still safe. The chances felt slim, but hope was all any of them had left. That left 4 adults and 2 children in a motel that had held dozens less than 24 hours ago. Vanessa took stock of their resources. The vending machines held chips, candy, and soda, not nutrition, but calories. The storage room had commercial-sized containers of coffee, sugar, and powdered creamer. The kitchen in the back office, used for continental breakfast, held bread, bagels, and industrial packages of cream cheese and jam. Not much, but more than nothing. Luis helped her inventory everything, the kids trailing behind them. How long can we make this last? He asked quietly. A week if we're careful. Maybe 10 days. She didn't mention what happened after that. They'd figure it out or they wouldn't. Thompson barricaded himself in his room, pushing furniture against the door. They could hear him through the walls, muttering to himself, trying his phone over and over. The cell service was still out. Vanessa's texts to her mother sat undelivered, a cue of worry and fear that might never be read. She checked the landline. Dead. Cut off or simply overwhelmed? She didn't know. The television still worked, showing the same emergency broadcast on loop. The map had grown redder. Flagstaff was now solid red. The announcer's voice had been replaced with a recording, "Remain indoors. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Help is coming." But Vanessa knew better. She'd seen the panic in Officer Dumont's eyes, the way his hand shook when he handed her those papers. Help wasn't coming. They were on their own. Night fell like a curtain dropping, sudden and complete. The motel's exterior lights came on automatically, creating those same islands of yellow in the dark. Vanessa locked every door, checking twice. Luis helped her push the desk against the lobby entrance, creating a barricade that would slow anything trying to get in. My wife died 2 years ago, Luis said as they worked. Cancer. I thought that was the worst thing that could happen. Thought nothing could be scarier than watching her fade away. He gestured at the world outside. I was wrong. I'm sorry about your wife. She was a good mother. Sophia and Miguel, they still have nightmares. Now this. He laughed, bitter and broken. They're going to need therapy for the rest of their lives. If there is a rest of their lives. There will be. Vanessa surprised herself with the conviction in her voice. We'll make sure of it. They settled in for the night. Sophia and Miguel shared one room with their father. Thompson stayed locked in his. Vanessa took the office behind the front desk, leaving the door open so she could hear anyone approaching. She lay on the small couch, still in her work clothes from yesterday, and stared at the ceiling. Her phone sat on her chest, screen dark. No messages, no calls. The silence felt worse than bad news. At least with bad news, you knew. With silence, you just imagined. She must have dozed off because she woke to screaming. Not from inside the motel, from outside. She scrambled up, grabbed the flashlight she'd set beside the couch, and ran to the lobby window. 2 figures stumbled through the parking lot. A man supporting a woman who was clearly injured, blood soaking her shirt. They moved toward the motel, the man's voice hoarse from shouting, "Help! Please, someone help us!" Vanessa's hand went to the door handle, old instincts kicking in. Then she stopped, remembered Officer Dumont's words, infected blood, transmission through fluid contact. That woman was bleeding heavily, And if she was infected? Luis appeared beside her, the kids behind him clutching his shirt. Don't open it. She needs help. She needs more help than we can give. And if we let them in, if she's infected? He looked back at his children. I can't risk them. The man kept shouting. He banged on the lobby door, begging. The woman had collapsed, no longer moving. Vanessa watched her chest rise and fall, shallow breaths getting shallower. She was dying. And in minutes or hours, she'd be something else. I'm sorry, Vanessa called through the glass. I'm sorry, but we can't. The man's face twisted with rage and desperation. You're killing her. She needs a hospital. The hospitals are gone. I'm sorry. He grabbed the door handle, tried to force it. Luis had positioned the desk well. It held. The man beat on the glass with his fists, cursing them, begging, threatening. Then the woman convulsed. Her back arched, her eyes rolled back. The man dropped to his knees beside her, trying to help, and that's when she bit him. Her teeth clamped on his forearm, tearing through flesh. He screamed, trying to pull away, but she held on with inhuman strength. Blood poured from the wound, black in the sodium lights. He finally wrenched free, stumbling backward, cradling his arm. No, he whispered. No, no, no. The woman, the infected thing that had been a woman, rolled to her feet. She moved like Patricia Chen had, jerky and wrong, but fast. The man tried to run. She caught him before he made it 3 steps, pulling him down. His screaming stopped quickly. Sophia buried her face in her father's stomach. Miguel watched with wide eyes that would never be innocent again. Vanessa forced herself to keep watching too, to see what the world had become. The infected woman crouched over the man's body, tearing at him with teeth and nails. When he stopped moving, she stood and wandered away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the lights. The man lay still for maybe 10 minutes. Then he began to twitch. His fingers curled, uncurled. His head turned side to side, and then he sat up, movements alien in their precision, and looked directly at the motel. Get away from the window, Vanessa hissed. They backed into the office, turning off the lights. Through the glass, they watched the man, the thing, stand and walk toward the lobby. He pressed his face against the window, just like Patricia had, leaving smears of blood. His eyes were wrong, milky and vacant. He banged on the glass once, twice, then lost interest and wandered away. We need to black out the windows, Luis said. If they can't see us, maybe they'll pass by. They spent the next hour covering every window they could reach with blankets, sheets, anything that would block the light. Worked in the dark, feeling their way, trying to stay quiet. The motel became a cave, sealed against the night and everything it held. Thompson emerged from his room at some point, wild-eyed and trembling. I heard them. They're out there. Yes, Vanessa said. That's why we stay inside. For how long? How long can we just hide? As long as it takes. But she didn't know what it was taking. Time for the government to respond, for the military to establish control, for scientists to find a cure. All of that assumed systems that might not exist anymore. She tried her mother one more time, still nothing. She sent a text anyway. I love you. I love Emily. Stay safe. Please stay safe. The words disappeared into the digital void, maybe received, maybe not. It didn't matter. She needed to say them. Day 2 in the motel. Vanessa woke on the couch, her back screaming from the awkward position, her mouth dry. Morning light filtered through gaps in their makeshift curtains. She sat up carefully, listening. No sounds from outside, no moaning, no movement. She crept to a window, pulled back a corner of the blanket. The parking lot was empty except for 3 cars, Thompson's rental, her own beat-up sedan, and a truck that must have belonged to the dead driver. The bodies from yesterday were gone, dragged off by infected or animals. Dark stains remained. Luis was already up, rationing out breakfast in the kitchenette. Bagels and cream cheese, 1 per person. Sophia and Miguel ate mechanically, like food was just something they had to do. The spark that children usually had, that energy and curiosity, was gone from them. "We need water," Vanessa said. "The tap still works, but I don't know for how long." They filled every container they could find. Ice buckets, coffee pots, trash cans they scrubbed clean first. The motel had always had terrible water pressure. Now she was grateful the pipes were working at all. They filled 30 gallons before the flow sputtered and died. "Guess that answers that," Luis said. 30 gallons for 4 adults and 2 kids. A week, maybe, if they were careful. Vanessa added it to her mental list of things to worry about. Right below, horde of infected monsters, and just above, no contact with family. Thompson appeared, looking worse than yesterday. His suit was wrinkled, his hair greasy. The TV's just showing that same damn message. No updates, no rescue instructions. "Maybe there's nothing to update," Vanessa said. "Maybe it's everywhere." "Don't say that." He grabbed her arm, fingers digging in. "Don't fucking say that. This is temporary. It has to be temporary." Luis stepped between them, voice calm but firm. "Let go of her." Thompson released her, backing away. I'm sorry. I need to know my family's okay. My wife, my kids in Seattle. I need to know." "We all need to know," Luis said, "but we can't. So we focus on what we can control, staying alive, staying safe." The morning passed in tense silence. They took turns watching from different vantage points, looking for movement. Around noon, Vanessa saw them. 3 infected stumbling down the highway. They moved in the same direction, southeast toward Phoenix, like salmon swimming upstream. Except they weren't swimming home. They were following some instinct that pulled them toward concentrations of prey. More appeared throughout the afternoon. Singles and pairs, never large groups. They didn't seem to hunt in packs, didn't coordinate, but there were enough of them that the highway was never empty for long. Vanessa counted 27 infected, passing within view by sunset. "They're migrating," Luis said, watching with her, "moving toward population centers. Or away from them. Maybe Phoenix is picked clean." The thought hung heavy between them. Phoenix had over 4 million people in the metro area. If even a fraction of them were infected, if the virus or whatever it was had spread that fast. "What do we do when the food runs out?" Sophia asked. She'd been so quiet that hearing her speak made them all jump. "Dad, what do we do?" Luis crouched to her level. "We'll figure it out. Maybe by then the government will have safe zones set up, places we can go. But what if they don't?" He didn't have an answer. None of them did. That night brought rain, a desert storm that rattled the windows and drummed on the roof. Vanessa lay awake listening to it, thinking about water collection, about their dwindling supplies, about the growing crowd of infected on the highway. The storm would wash away the blood in the parking lot, rinse clean the evidence of violence, but it wouldn't wash away what had happened. Wouldn't turn back time to when the Chens were just a sick couple needing rest, when Patricia's moaning was just illness and not transformation. A crash from upstairs, breaking glass. Vanessa was on her feet before she registered moving, Luis right behind her. They took the stairs carefully, flashlights off to avoid attracting attention. The sound had come from 215, the Harris's old room. The door hung open. Inside, an infected had broken through the window, probably drawn by the scent of old food or just random chance. It turned toward them, that clicking sound deep in its throat, and Vanessa got her first really good look at one in the flashlight beam. It had been a teenage girl, maybe 16. Now her face was gray, lips pulled back from bloody teeth. Her clothes were torn, revealing skin mottled with burst blood vessels. One arm hung at the wrong angle, broken but not cared about. Her eyes caught the light like an animal's, reflecting it back with an unnatural yellow shine. She took a step toward them. Luis grabbed a desk lamp, ripped it free from the wall, and swung it like a club. It caught her in the temple, snapping her head sideways. She fell, but immediately started trying to get up. He hit her again, harder. The third blow cracked her skull and she went still. They stood there panting, staring at the body. Just a kid, someone's daughter. Vanessa thought of Emily, wondered where she was right now, if she was safe, if she was even alive. The thought made her knees weak. "We need to secure every room," Louise said. "Check all the windows, all the doors. Anything that's not locked, we lock it." They spent the next hour doing exactly that, moving through the motel with the master keys. Most rooms were empty, beds neatly made, no signs of the people who'd stayed in them. A few showed evidence of hasty departures, clothes on the floor, toiletries left behind. In 204, the truck driver's room, blood stained the carpet and walls. They didn't linger. When they finished, they'd cleared and secured the first floor and most of the second. Only Thompson's room and the three they were using remained occupied. The motel felt enormous and empty, a shell of a business that would never open again. Morning of day 3. The rain had stopped, leaving the world scrubbed and clean. Vanessa stood at the lobby window, watching the highway. The number of infected passing by had doubled. They walked steadily southeast, tireless, their movements gradually degrading as decay set in. The fresher ones moved almost normally. The older ones shambled and dragged limbs, falling apart as they walked. "Where are they going?" Thompson asked. He joined her at the window, keeping distance but drawn by the same morbid fascination. Somewhere with food. With people. But there can't be that many people left. If this is everywhere, if it's as bad as it looks, then they'll keep walking until they fall apart or find something to eat. Vanessa watched a particularly decayed one stumble and fall, struggling to stand on legs that barely worked. The question is, what do we do when they're all gone? "What do you mean?" "I mean right now they're passing through. They're headed somewhere else. But eventually the food sources dry up. Then they start looking harder, start spreading out, and we're right here on the highway, nice and visible." Thompson paled. "So we leave. Get somewhere remote. With what supplies? We've got maybe 5 days of food, no vehicles that can make it more than 20 miles without gas, and the stations are probably dry or overrun. Where exactly would we go?" He didn't answer, because there was no answer. They were trapped not by walls, but by logistics, by the basic math of survival. Too little food, too much danger, no safe destination. Sophia screamed from upstairs. Louise was moving before Vanessa processed it, taking the stairs 3 at a time. She followed, Thompson behind her. They found the kids in their room, Sophia pointing at the window. A face pressed against it from outside. Infected, female, maybe mid-30s. She clawed at the glass, leaving greasy smears, moaning. Then another face appeared beside her, and another. 3 of them drawn by the sound of Sophia's scream. "Stay back from the window," Luis ordered, pulling his kids away. The infected beat on the glass, relentless. One of them hit hard enough to crack it. "They're going to break through," Thompson said, voice climbing toward panic. "Then we reinforce it." Vanessa was already moving, grabbing the dresser. "Help me." They shoved furniture against the window, dresser, then nightstand, then the mattress leaned vertically. The infected kept hitting it from outside, but the barrier held. The impacts grew more sporadic, then stopped. When Vanessa carefully pulled back a corner to look, they'd lost interest and wandered away. "That was close," Luis said. "Too close. And it's only going to get worse." Vanessa looked at the jerry-rigged barricade, at the cracked window behind it. "We need better defenses. Real weapons." "You mean like guns?" Thompson asked. "Guns would be nice, but I'll settle for anything that can crack a skull at arm's length." They searched the motel, looking for anything useful. The maintenance closet yielded a toolbox with a hammer, screwdrivers, a wrench. The supply room had a crowbar used for prying open stuck doors. Not an arsenal, but better than bare hands. Vanessa hefted the crowbar, feeling its weight. She'd never hurt another person in her life, never even imagined it. Now she was planning how to cave in skulls. The transformation felt inevitable, like she'd known all along this was coming and had just been waiting to step into it. "I need to check my apartment," she said. "Get some things. Clothes, pictures, anything useful." "That's crazy," Thompson said. "It's 3 miles. You'll never make it." "I'll go at night. They're slower in the dark, disoriented, and I need to know." She didn't have to explain what she needed to know. They all understood. Her mother, Emily. The silence that meant they were either safe somewhere without phones or dead. She had to know which. Luis nodded slowly. "Okay, but not alone. I'll come with you." "Your kids will be safer here with Thompson. The motel's secure mostly, and you'll need backup." They spent the rest of the day preparing, found backpacks in the lost and found, loaded them with supplies, water bottles, food, flashlights, the hammer and wrench. Vanessa drew a map from memory, marking her route. Down the highway to Milton Road, then north through the residential streets. Avoid main roads, stay quiet, get in, grab what they needed, get out. It was insane. It was necessary. Both things were true. Thompson agreed to watch the kids, though he looked terrified at the prospect. What if something happens? What if they don't come back? "Then you do what you have to," Luis said. "Keep the kids safe. That's all that matters." They left at midnight, slipping out the side entrance near the pool. The night was clear, stars bright in the desert sky, beautiful in a way that felt obscene given everything else. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No infected in sight, though Vanessa could hear moaning in the distance, echoing from somewhere to the south. They moved along the shoulder, staying low. Every shadow could be a threat. Every sound made them freeze. A dog barked somewhere, then went silent abruptly. Vanessa tried not to think about what that meant. Milton Road came into view, the intersection lit by streetlights running on backup generators. Bodies lay scattered at the crosswalk, people who'd been caught in the initial chaos, killed trying to flee or fight. They'd been dead long enough to not reanimate, stripped of anything useful by survivors or animals. Movement to their left, 2 infected emerging from a gas station, drawn by their footsteps. Luis grabbed Vanessa's arm, pulled her into the shadows of a closed restaurant. They crouched behind a dumpster, holding their breath. The infected wandered closer, sniffing the air. One of them had been an older man in a business suit. The other was young, maybe college age, wearing a NAU t-shirt. They passed within 5 feet of the dumpster. Vanessa could smell them, rot and copper, thick and cloying. The young one paused, head tilted, listening. Vanessa's hand tightened on the crowbar. If it came to a fight, she'd have seconds to strike before the moaning brought more. But the infected moved on, shambling south toward Phoenix with the rest of their kind. Luis and Vanessa stayed frozen for another minute, making sure they were gone. Then they continued. The residential neighborhood where Vanessa's mother lived looked intact at first glance. Streetlights on, houses dark and quiet. But as they got closer, she saw the signs. Broken windows, doors hanging open, dark stains on sidewalks. And that smell, stronger here, the sweet rot of bodies decaying in the heat. Her mother's house was a small single-story with a fenced yard. The gate stood open. Vanessa's stomach dropped. She approached slowly, Luis covering her. The front door was closed, but not locked. She turned the handle and pushed it open. "Mom?" Her voice barely a whisper. "Emily?" The living room was trashed, furniture overturned, pictures knocked off walls. Vanessa's flashlight beam caught the splintered remains of a chair, dark stains on the carpet. Blood. A lot of blood. She moved through the house in a daze, Luis behind her, both of them silent. The kitchen showed signs of struggle, broken dishes, a knife on the floor. Emily's bedroom was empty, bed unmade, window open. Vanessa's mother's bedroom was worse. Blood on the walls, on the bed, drag marks leading toward the door. No bodies. That could mean they'd gotten away, or it could mean they'd turned and were out there somewhere among the infected. Vanessa couldn't tell which option was worse. She found her mother's Bible on the nightstand, Emily's favorite stuffed rabbit under the bed. She took both, stuffing them in her backpack along with clothes and photos, evidence of lives that might be over, pieces to remember them by. Luis found her in Emily's room, sitting on the bed holding the rabbit. "We should go." She loved this thing when she was little, slept with it every night until she was 10. Then it was too babyish, so she hid it under the bed. But she kept it. She ... Vanessa's voice broke. "She's 14. She's just a kid." "I know." Luis sat beside her, his presence solid and real. "We don't know what happened. They could have gotten out. You saw the blood. I saw a struggle, that's all. Maybe they fought off whoever broke in. Maybe they ran. You can't assume." But Vanessa was assuming. She was seeing Emily infected, wandering the streets with that terrible vacant stare, seeing her mother's body cooling on the pavement somewhere. She was seeing the end of everything she'd worked for, everyone she loved, gone in a single night of violence. "We need to go," Luis said again, gentle but firm. "It's not safe here." They left the way they came, Vanessa's backpack heavier with memories. The walk back felt longer, every shadow a threat, every sound a precursor to attack. They saw more infected, a cluster of 5 feasting on something that had been human, 3 more wandering past a church, 1 trapped in a car and beating against the windows. None of them noticed the 2 survivors moving through the darkness like ghosts. The motel appeared ahead, its lights off, shape dark against the sky. They approached carefully, watching for signs of intrusion. Everything looked secure. Luis knocked in the pattern they'd agreed on. 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more. Thompson opened the door, the kids behind him. "Thank God," he said. "I thought, did you find them?" Vanessa shook her head. She couldn't speak, went straight to the office and lay down on the couch, holding Emily's rabbit, and finally let herself cry. She cried quietly, trying not to make noise that would attract attention from outside. Cried for her daughter and mother, for the world that had been, and the one that remained, for the loss of everything normal and safe. Luis checked on her after a while, said nothing, just sat in the chair nearby. Company in grief. She appreciated that he didn't try to offer comfort or false hope, just stayed. Day 4. Food was running low, 3 days' worth left if they rationed carefully. Water was worse. They had maybe 2 days. The tap was dry and the toilets didn't flush. The motel smelled like sweat and waste, the scent getting worse as the temperature climbed toward 90. "We need to scavenge," Luis said. "There's a convenience store half a mile north. Maybe it hasn't been picked clean." "Maybe it's full of infected," Thompson countered. But he didn't suggest an alternative. They all knew there wasn't one. They drew straws. Vanessa and Luis again. Thompson would stay with the kids. They armed themselves with their makeshift weapons, filled empty backpacks, and left in the late afternoon when the heat would slow the infected down. The convenience store was a Quick Mart, one of those desert highway stops that sold overpriced snacks and cheap coffee. Its windows were smashed, door hanging off hinges. They approached carefully, listening for movement inside. The store had been looted, but not completely. Chips and candy were gone, but the stockroom in back still held cases of water bottles and canned goods, soup, beans, vegetables. They loaded up quickly, working in silence, always watching the door. Vanessa was reaching for the last case of water when she heard it, moaning from outside, then more voices joining in. She looked at Luis, saw her fear reflected in his face. They moved to the window, carefully. At least a dozen infected had gathered in the parking lot, drawn by the noise of their scavenging or just random chance. They milled about aimlessly but were between the survivors and the route back to the motel. "What do we do?" Vanessa whispered. "Wait them out. They'll lose interest and move on." But the infected didn't move on. They stayed, some wandering in circles, others standing nearly still, all of them blocking the exit. The sun sank lower, and with the darkness came more of them. By full dark, there were at least 30 infected in the parking lot. "We can't wait anymore," Luis said. "The kids, Thompson can't handle them alone overnight. We have to go." "Through that?" Vanessa counted heads. "We'll never make it." "We create a distraction. Something loud to draw them away. Then we run for it." They searched the stockroom and found what they needed: a bottle of lighter fluid, a carton of cigarettes. Luis soaked a box of fireworks they found behind the counter, probably illegal stock the owner had been selling under the table. They carried it all to the back door, set it up in the alley. "On three," Luis said. He sparked a lighter, held it to the lighter fluid-soaked fireworks. 1, 2, 3. He threw the lighter and they ran. Behind them, the fireworks caught with a whoosh. Explosions echoed off the buildings, loud and bright. The infected converged on the sound, moaning in excitement. Luis and Vanessa sprinted in the opposite direction, backpacks heavy, breath burning. They made it a block before one of them cut them off. Fresher than most, fast, it grabbed for Vanessa. She swung the crowbar without thinking, the metal connecting with its jaw. Bone crunched. It fell. Luis hit it with the hammer as it tried to rise, caving in its skull. More were coming, drawn by the commotion. They ran again, veering through side streets. Vanessa's lungs screamed, her legs burned, but they didn't stop, couldn't stop. Behind them, the moaning grew louder, a chorus of hungry dead. The motel appeared ahead. They sprinted across the highway, the infected 30 yards back and closing. Thompson saw them coming and opened the lobby door. They dove inside. He slammed it shut and locked it as the first infected hit the glass. They collapsed on the floor, gasping. Outside, the infected gathered, beating on the doors and windows. The glass held, but for how long? More kept arriving, drawn by the noise. Within minutes, there were 50 of them surrounding the motel. Then, 100. "What did you do?" Thompson's voice was shrill. "You led them right to us." "We got supplies," Luis managed between breaths. "Water, food, and an army of those things. They're going to break in and kill us all." The lobby window cracked under the pressure of bodies, then another crack. The infected were pressed against the glass 3 deep, weight and momentum threatening to shatter it. "Upstairs," Vanessa ordered. "Everyone upstairs, now!" They grabbed the supplies and ran. Sofia and Miguel were waiting at the top of the stairs, eyes wide with terror. The sound of breaking glass followed them. The lobby windows had given way. "Room 223, Vanessa said. "It's on the corner." Multiple exits. They barricaded themselves inside, shoving furniture against the door. Below, they could hear the infected flooding into the lobby, spreading through the first floor, searching, hunting. "They're going to find us," Thompson said. "This is it. This is how we die." "Shut up," Luis snapped. "Just shut up." They sat in the dark, listening to the motel being overtaken. Doors banged open, glass broke. The moaning was constant now, echoing through the building like a nightmare-made sound. Sofia cried quietly against her father. Miguel sat perfectly still, shock written across his young face. Vanessa thought of Patricia Chen, of how this had all started. One sick woman in room 117. Now the motel was full of them, hundreds of infected roaming the halls where travelers once slept. The speed of collapse was staggering. Less than a week from normalcy to this. Her phone buzzed. Impossibly, a text came through. From her mother's number. At rest stop near Sedona. Emily safe. Uncle Dan's place. Are you okay? Vanessa's hands shook as she typed back. Alive. Trapped at motel. Can't come. Stay there. Stay safe. I love you both. The response came quickly. We love you. Survive. Please survive. Then the signal was gone again. But those few words changed everything. They were alive. Emily was alive. Vanessa had something to survive for beyond just breathing. She had to make it through this, had to find her way to them somehow. The night lasted forever. The infected moved through the motel, drawn by sound or scent or whatever drove them. At one point, footsteps stopped outside their door. The handle rattled. Everyone held their breath. The infected on the other side moaned, pushing against the door, but the barricade held. After what felt like hours, it moved on. Dawn came gray and reluctant. The moaning below had quieted but not stopped. Vanessa risked looking out the window. The parking lot was packed with infected. 200 at least, maybe more. They milled about without purpose, some feasting on remains, others just standing. We're trapped, Thompson said. Actually, genuinely trapped. He wasn't wrong. There was no way through that crowd, not without drawing attention and being torn apart. They had water and food for maybe 4 days. After that... The roof, Luis said suddenly. We can get to the roof from the second floor. There's a maintenance hatch in the utility closet. And do what up there? Thompson demanded. Starve with a better view? Signal for help. Send up flares if we can find them. Get rescued. Rescued by who? The government's gone. The military's gone. We're all that's left. We don't know that. But Luis's voice carried doubt. They'd seen no planes, heard no helicopters, seen no organized response beyond those first few police officers 5 days ago. If help existed, it wasn't coming here. Still, the roof was better than being trapped in a room. They could see threats coming, could spot opportunities to escape. They gathered their supplies and moved carefully to the utility closet at the end of the hall. The hatch was rusted shut. It took Luis and Thompson together to force it open, the screech of metal making everyone wince. Below, the moaning intensified. The infected had heard. They boosted the kids through first, then passed up supplies. Vanessa went last, pulling herself through the narrow opening. The roof was flat, black tar paper radiating heat. Equipment hummed. Air conditioning units that still ran on automatic, solar panels the owner had installed for tax breaks, and a clear view in every direction. Flagstaff spread out around them, a small city nestled in the pines. Smoke rose from multiple locations, fires burning unchecked. The downtown area looked dark and dead. The highway in both directions was clogged with abandoned cars, and everywhere, movement. Thousands of infected roaming the streets, clustering around buildings, searching endlessly for prey. Oh my God, Thompson whispered. The whole city's gone. Not just the city, Vanessa thought. She could see for miles, see the infection spreading outward like a plague. Phoenix to the south was lost. She could see the brown haze of smoke that covered the valley. Las Vegas would be next, Albuquerque, every population center within walking distance of patient zero, wherever that had been. And they were 6 people on a roof, watching the world end. They made camp among the AC units, using them as windbreaks, rationed the water, the food, took turns keeping watch. The infected below never dispersed completely, never lost interest. They'd found prey, and they knew it. They just couldn't reach it yet. Day 5, day 6. The heat was brutal, no shade on the roof, the tar soft underfoot. They burned despite the sunscreen Vanessa had grabbed from the storeroom. Their water ran out. They tried catching rainwater in the AC drip pans, but it hadn't rained. Food dwindled to nothing. By day 7, they were in trouble. Real, serious trouble. Miguel's lips were cracked and bleeding. Sophia was lethargic, barely moving. The adults weren't much better. Thompson had given up completely, lying in the shade of an AC unit, staring at nothing. "We can't stay here," Luis said. His voice was raspy, throat too dry. "Another day, maybe two, and the kids—" "I know." Vanessa looked at the infected below. Their numbers had thinned slightly, some wandering off in search of easier prey, but dozens remained. "We need a vehicle. Get out of here, get somewhere with water. The parking lot's full of them. So we clear them out. Make noise, draw them away, get to a car. That's suicide. So is staying here." She met his eyes. "Your kids need water. Today, not tomorrow. We're out of time." He knew she was right. They both knew. The math was simple and brutal. They planned it during the hottest part of the afternoon when the infected were slowest. The motel's roof was connected to an adjacent restaurant that had closed years ago. They could access it from the far corner, away from the main cluster of infected. Drop down to ground level behind the building, circle around, get to the parking lot from the east. "I'll go," Vanessa said. "Draw them off. Luis, you get the kids to my car, get it started. When I see you ready, I'll run for it." "That's insane. You'll never make it." "Then we all die here." She handed him her car keys. Silver sedan, passenger side doors busted, so you have to go through the driver's side. Keys are sticky in the ignition. Turn them twice to start. "Vanessa, your kids, Luis. Save your kids." She climbed down before he could argue, using a drainpipe that groaned under her weight but held. The ground was littered with trash and broken glass. She moved carefully toward the front of the motel, crowbar in hand. The infected were scattered across the parking lot, maybe 40 of them. She picked up a rock, hefted it, aimed at a dumpster 30 yards away. The clang echoed. Every infected head snapped toward the sound. She threw another rock, then another, creating a path away from her car. The infected followed the noise like children following a flute. When enough of them had moved away, she waved at Luis. He appeared moments later with the kids and Thompson, running low across the roof. They dropped down on the other side, out of her sight. She kept throwing rocks, making noise, keeping the infected's attention. Her arm ached. Sweat poured down her face. Then she saw it, her car pulling out of the parking space, Luis at the wheel. She ran. The infected saw her and changed direction, moaning in excitement. She sprinted across the lot, legs pumping, breath burning. The car was moving toward her, 20 feet, 10. An infected cut her off. She swung the crowbar, caught it in the chest, bounced off. It grabbed her arm. She screamed, yanked free, kept running. The car door opened. She dove in. Luis hit the gas. They roared out of the parking lot, infected hands slapping against the windows. Miguel was crying. Sophia was white-faced but silent. Thompson huddled in the back, shaking. "Where?" Luis asked. "North. Out of the city. Find water." They drove through a nightmare. Flagstaff's streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles, forcing them onto sidewalks and through yards. Bodies lay everywhere, human and infected both. Buildings burned. The few living people they saw ran from them, terrified that anyone in a car might be a threat. They made it to Route 89, heading toward Page and Lake Powell. The highway was clearer here, fewer vehicles, more space. The tank was half full, maybe 100 miles if they were lucky. An hour north of Flagstaff, they found what they were looking for, a rest stop with a visitor center and restrooms. The parking lot was empty. They pulled in carefully, watching for threats. The building had been ransacked but not destroyed. Bathrooms had running water, cold and metallic tasting but clean. They drank until they were sick, then drank more. Found vending machines that had been broken into, scavenged the few remaining items. It wasn't much, but it would keep them alive another day. "What now?" Thompson asked. They sat in the visitor center as the sun set, too exhausted to drive further. "Where do we go?" "Somewhere remote," Vanessa said. somewhere with water and game. Maybe up near the reservation lands. Small population, lots of space. And then what? Live like animals? Hunt and gather until we die? We survive, Luis said firmly. That's what. We survive, we protect our kids, and we hope that somewhere someone's working on a cure or a vaccine or something. Hope? Thompson laughed bitterly. That's all we have left, isn't it? Hope. That night they slept in shifts in the car, doors locked, windows up despite the heat. Vanessa took first watch, sitting in the driver's seat, looking out at the empty highway. The stars were brilliant overhead, the Milky Way a river of light, beautiful and indifferent to the dying world below. Her phone was dead now, battery long gone, but she remembered that last text from her mother. Emily was safe. That was all that mattered. Somehow, eventually, she'd find her way to them, or they'd find her. She had to believe that, had to hold on to something. Morning came with a discovery. Thompson was gone. He'd left a note on the dashboard. Can't do this anymore. Going to find my family or die trying. Don't waste time looking for me. He took the hammer, Luis said quietly, and 2 bottles of water. Idiot. But Vanessa felt more pity than anger. Everyone had a breaking point. Thompson had found his. They drove north through the day, staying on back roads, avoiding anywhere that looked populated. Passed through small towns that were eerily quiet. No infected, no survivors, just empty streets and open doors. Places where everyone had either fled or died and already wandered away. Lake Powell appeared in the distance, blue and vast. They followed the shore road, looking for somewhere defensible, found a marina with boats still moored, a small office, cabins on the hillside. Most importantly, isolation. The nearest town was 20 miles away. They pulled into the marina carefully. A few infected wandered the docks, tourists who'd been trapped when the outbreak started. Luis drove slowly past them, drawing them away from the office. When they were far enough, he accelerated, leaving them behind. The marina office was unlocked. Inside, they found supplies, more water, jerky, maps of the lake, a radio that worked, though all channels were static except one that played an automated emergency broadcast. This is the emergency alert system. Seek shelter, avoid infected individuals, help will come. The same message on loop, meaningless. Help wasn't coming, but the marina offered shelter, water, and fish in the lake. They could survive here, for a while at least. They spent the afternoon securing their new home, closed the gates, blocked the entrances, established escape routes, found a boat with fuel and made sure they could launch it if needed. The infected from the docks eventually wandered back but didn't seem interested in the office. Maybe they'd fed enough recently to be slow, or maybe they just couldn't figure out how to get inside. As the sun set, Vanessa stood on the dock, looking out at the water. Lake Powell stretched for miles, fingers of blue reaching into red rock canyons. In another world, this would have been a vacation spot. In this one, it was a desperate refuge. You okay? Luis joined her, Sophia and Miguel playing behind them under his watchful eye. Emily's somewhere out there. My mother too. I need to find them. Sedona, right? Your uncle's place? If they made it? If they're still alive? They are. You have to believe that. Vanessa looked at him. This man who'd become her partner in survival by accident, who'd saved her life and let her save his. Why are you so sure? Because the alternative means we're suffering for nothing, that we went through all of this just to be alone at the end. I can't accept that. He smiled, sad and tired. So I choose to believe our families are out there. That we'll find them. That this isn't the end of everything. Maybe he was right. Maybe faith was all they had left. Faith that the world could be rebuilt, that the infected would eventually fall apart or be contained, that humanity could claw its way back from the edge. Or maybe he was wrong. and they were just delaying the inevitable, buying time in a world that had no future. Either way, they'd survive another day, and another after that, as long as they could. Day 10 at the marina. They'd established a routine, fishing in the morning, scavenging nearby cabins in the afternoon, securing the perimeter before dark. Sophia and Miguel were adapting in the way children do, finding games in the ruins, laughing sometimes despite everything. Luis taught them to fish, to purify water, to move silently. Vanessa kept thinking about Sedona, about her family. Sedona was 200 miles south, back through infected territory. Impossible to reach by car, maybe manageable on foot if she was careful. But leaving Luis and the kids alone felt wrong. On day 12, the decision was made for her. A boat arrived. Other survivors, a group of 8 who'd been living on houseboats in the lake. They pulled up to the marina, wary, armed. The leader was a woman in her 50s, former park ranger, who introduced herself as the group's de facto commander. "You're the first living people we've seen in days," she said. "The infection's everywhere. Every town within 100 miles is gone." "What about further out?" Vanessa asked. "Sedona? Flagstaff? Flagstaff's overrun. Sedona we're not sure about. It's small enough that maybe some people survived." She studied Vanessa. "You got family there?" "Daughter and mother. Uncle's place in the hills." The ranger nodded. "We're heading to a rumored safe zone in Colorado. Government's supposed to be setting up near Fort Collins, trying to establish a perimeter. You're welcome to come. But we're not going through Sedona. A safe zone. Real shelter, protection, maybe even the beginning of fighting back." It was more than Vanessa had hoped for. But her family... "I have to try to reach them," she said. "Even if it's stupid, I have to." Luis put a hand on her shoulder. "Then we come with you." "No, your kids are safe here. The ranger's offer is good. Take it." "And leave you to go alone?" He shook his head. "We're a team. We survive together." "Luis, if something happens to you, those kids need to learn that we don't abandon people we care about. That's the only way we stay human." He looked at his children, then back at her. "Besides, Sedona's on the way to Colorado. We can check on your family, then keep going north." The ranger wasn't happy about the detour, but agreed to wait 3 days. If they weren't back by then, the group would leave without them. Fair enough. They prepared carefully, took a pickup truck from the marina lot, loaded it with supplies and weapons. The ranger gave them a map marked with infected concentrations, safe routes, places to avoid. Wished them luck. They left at dawn, driving south on back roads. The landscape was harsh beauty, red rocks and pine forests, desert canyons and mountain peaks, empty of people but full of infected. They saw them everywhere, wandering singly or in small groups, always moving, always hunting. Outside Sedona, they found a roadblock, military vehicles abandoned, bodies in uniforms scattered around them. The soldiers had made a stand here and lost. Vanessa drove through carefully, weaving between the trucks, trying not to look at the corpses. Sedona itself was a ghost town. The tourist shops were looted and burned. Hotels stood empty, their pools stagnant with green algae. Infected roamed the streets, dozens of them, but not the hordes they'd seen in Phoenix. Maybe the town's small population had limited the outbreak's spread. Vanessa's uncle's place was in the hills west of town, accessible by a dirt road that climbed through juniper and prickly pear. She drove slowly, watching for threats. The house came into view, small adobe structure with a big porch, solar panels on the roof, her uncle's truck in the driveway. They approached on foot, leaving the kids in the truck with instructions to drive away if anything went wrong. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Vanessa knocked on the door. No answer. She tried the handle. Unlocked. Inside, the house was neat and clean. Someone had been living here recently. Dishes in the sink, food in the fridge that was still cold from the solar power. Beds were made, closets held clothes. "Hello?" Vanessa called. "Mom? Emily? Uncle Dan?" A door opened. Her mother appeared, thin and hollow-eyed, holding a shotgun. She stared at Vanessa like seeing a ghost. "Mom!" The word came out choked. "Mom, it's me!" The shotgun dropped. Her mother's face crumpled. "Vanessa! Oh God, Vanessa!" She ran forward, pulling her daughter into a fierce hug. "I thought you were dead." "We tried to call, tried to reach you, but nothing went through." "I'm here." "I'm okay." Vanessa held on tight, feeling her mother shake. "Where's Emily?" "Sleeping. She's been sick, just a cold, I think, but in this world—" She pulled back, studying Vanessa's face. "You look terrible. What happened?" They sat on the porch while Vanessa told the story. The motel, the siege, the escape, Luis and his kids, the marina and the Rangers' offer of Colorado. Her mother listened, face grave. "We need to come with you," she said when Vanessa finished. "It's not safe here." Dan went into town 4 days ago for supplies and never came back. We're alone, and eventually the infected will find us. Emily appeared, pale and tired but alive. She ran to her mother, and Vanessa held her tight, breathing in her daughter's scent, feeling her solid and real, not infected, not dead, alive. "I knew you'd come," Emily whispered. "I knew you wouldn't leave us. Never. I'll never leave you." They packed quickly. Her mother and Emily had already prepared bug-out bags, ready to run if needed. They loaded into the truck, 7 people crammed into a vehicle meant for 5. Luis drove while Vanessa sat in the back with Emily, holding her hand. The drive north took 3 days of careful navigation. They avoided major roads, stuck to rural routes, hid from infected and hostile survivors both. Saw things that would fuel nightmares for years. Entire neighborhoods full of wandering dead. A school bus with tiny infected still trapped inside. A hospital where bodies had been piled and burned. But they also saw signs of resilience. Farmhouses with lights on, walls fortified. Messages spray-painted on buildings. Survivors at Mill Creek. Safe zone north. We're still here. Humanity hadn't given up completely. They reached the marina on the 3rd day, exhausted and running on fumes. The Rangers group was still there, loading boats for the trip to Colorado. The Ranger looked relieved to see them. "You made it." "Good." She gestured at the boats. "We leave in an hour. You coming?" Vanessa looked at her family, at Luis and his kids, at the other survivors who'd found each other in the wreckage. "Yeah, we're coming." The journey to Colorado took 2 weeks of traveling through backcountry, avoiding population centers, scavenging for fuel and food. They lost 3 people, 1 to infection from a bite he'd hidden until it was too late, 2 to a bandit ambush in Utah. Each death was a blow, a reminder that survival wasn't guaranteed. But they kept moving, kept fighting. And slowly, the landscape began to show signs of organization. Military checkpoints that were actually manned. Survivor convoys with armed escorts. Radio chatter about the Fort Collins safe zone, about walls being built, about crops being planted. When they finally reached the perimeter, Vanessa stood at the chain-link fence looking at the community beyond. Hundreds of people, maybe 1,000. Tents and trailers and prefab buildings. Guards with real weapons. A medical tent. Children playing under supervision. It wasn't much. It wasn't the world they'd lost, but it was alive. It was hope. An officer interviewed them at the gate, checking for signs of infection, recording their names, explaining the rules. No weapons except for designated defense personnel. Strict quarantine for newcomers. Everyone contributes. Farming, building, scavenging. No exceptions. They were assigned a tent in the newcomer section, cramped but clean. That night, Vanessa lay on a real cot, Emily curled beside her, her mother on the other cot nearby. Luis and his kids were in the tent next door. All of them together, all of them safe. She thought of the Flagstaff Motel, of Patricia Chen's moaning in the night, of the moment everything changed. thought of the guests she hadn't been able to save, of the world that had burned while she watched, thought of every choice she'd made, every person she'd lost, every mile she'd traveled. 38 days since that first night shift, 38 days since the end of the world, and she'd survived. They'd all survived. But survival wasn't victory. It was just the first step. Tomorrow she'd wake up and figure out the next one, and the one after that. Keep living, keep fighting, keep hoping that someday the safe zone would become a town, the town would become a city, and humanity would claw its way back from extinction. For now, though, she closed her eyes and slept. Tomorrow's fight could wait. The nightmares came as expected. Patricia's gray face pressed against glass, the young couple dying on the stairs, Thompson's empty eyes as he admitted defeat. Vanessa woke before dawn, sweat-soaked despite the cool Colorado air. She dressed quietly and walked through the camp. The safe zone was bigger than it had seemed yesterday. Maybe 1,500 people, most living in tent cities organized by arrival date. The longer-term residents had managed to construct actual buildings, a mess hall, a medical clinic, a command center. Beyond the fence, guards patrolled in shifts, watching for infected and hostile survivors both. She found a coffee station near the mess hall, grateful for the bitter warmth even if it was instant and weak. Other early risers gathered there, people with the same haunted eyes, the same hypervigilance that came from watching everyone they loved die or turn into monsters. "You're new," a man in his 60s approached, offering a handshake. "I'm Robert. Used to be an accountant in Denver. Been here 3 weeks." Vanessa, night manager at a motel in Flagstaff. The title felt surreal now. Night manager of a building she'd never see again, doing a job that no longer existed in a world that had ended. "Flagstaff got hit hard from what I hear. You're lucky to make it out." "Lucky." She tasted the word, found it bitter as the coffee. "I watched people die. Watched my co-workers, my guests, my town fall apart. I don't feel lucky? No one does. But you're here. That counts for something." He gestured at the camp. "It's not much, but we're building." Yesterday they got the water purification system working. Day before, we planted the first crops in the greenhouse. Small things, but they add up. Small things. Vanessa looked around at the tents and makeshift structures, at people moving with purpose, carrying supplies, tending the sick, reinforcing walls, all of them carrying the same trauma, all of them choosing to keep going anyway. "What do they need?" she asked. "What can I do?" Robert smiled, genuine warmth breaking through the exhaustion on his face. "Everything. We need farmers, builders, scavengers, teachers for the kids. What are you good at?" She thought about the motel, managing schedules, fixing broken things, handling crises, working the night shift when problems arose. Skills that seemed trivial in the old world, but maybe meant something here. "I'm organized, good with logistics, and I'm used to working when everyone else is asleep." "Night watch, then. We always need people willing to take the dark shifts. Most folks can't handle it anymore. Too many bad memories." He studied her face. "But I'm guessing you're not most folks." That afternoon, she reported to the security coordinator, a former Marine named Lieutenant Chen. He was young, maybe 30, with the bearing of someone who'd seen combat and learned from it. "Night watch is essential," he explained, showing her the perimeter. "The infected are more active after dark, drawn by our lights and noise. Most attacks happen between midnight and dawn. Your job is to spot them early, sound the alarm, and trust the combat teams to handle the rest. Just watch? I can fight if needed." He shook his head. "Everyone wants to fight, but we need watchers more. People who won't panic, who will stay alert, who understand that their job is to see the threat coming and warn us. Can you do that?" Vanessa thought of those long night shifts at the motel, watching the parking lot, listening for trouble. "Yeah, I can do that. Her first night on watch was cold and clear. She was assigned to the north wall with two other watchers, a woman named Kelly who'd been a teacher, and a teenager named David who'd lost his family in Salt Lake City. They shared binoculars and coffee, taking turns scanning the darkness beyond the fence. The infected appeared around midnight, 5 of them stumbling out of the tree line, drawn by the camp's lights. They moved to the fence and began pushing against it, moaning. More appeared behind them, then more. "Contact," Vanessa said into the radio, calm despite her racing heart. North wall, 15 infected, increasing. "Copy," Lieutenant Chen's voice crackled back. "Combat team responding." "Keep count." The combat team arrived in minutes. 4 people with long poles ending in spikes, like medieval pole arms. They worked methodically, stabbing through the fence, dropping infected with precise head strikes. Efficient. Professional. The infected kept coming, drawn by the noise, but the team held the line. By dawn, they'd killed 43 infected. The bodies were dragged away from the fence to be burned later. The combat team cleaned their weapons and rotated out. And Vanessa understood. This was the new normal. Every night, defending against the dead. Every day, building something worth defending. Weeks passed into months. Vanessa settled into the rhythm of the safe zone. Night watch 4 times a week. Days spent helping with logistics, managing the supply depot, organizing scavenging runs, rationing food. Her mother worked in the medical tent, using her teaching background to train new medics. Emily joined the other children in makeshift classes, learning reading and math alongside survival skills. Luis and his family integrated into the community too. He worked on construction, using his strength to raise walls and buildings. Sophia and Miguel, resilient in the way only children could be, made friends and played games that mimicked the adult world, pretending to scout for infected, building forts from scrap materials, learning to shoot with air rifles under supervision. The safe zone grew. New survivors arrived every week, bringing skills and stories and trauma. The population passed 2,000, then 3,000. The tent cities gave way to more permanent structures. They established a council to make decisions, elected from representatives of different sections. Vanessa found herself voted onto it, voice quiet but listened to. She still had nightmares. Still woke sweating, seeing Patricia's face or the young couple bleeding out. But the dreams came less frequently. The trauma didn't vanish, didn't even diminish, but it transformed, became something she carried instead of something that carried her. One night on watch, 6 months after arriving, she spotted something unusual. Movement at the tree line, but wrong, deliberate, controlled. She raised the binoculars and saw them. 3 people, not infected, moving carefully toward the fence with their hands raised. "Contact," she radioed. "North wall. 3 individuals, alive, appear friendly." The protocol was clear. Lieutenant Chen and his team approached while Vanessa kept watch. They questioned the newcomers through the fence, checking for bites, for fever, for any signs of infection. One of them collapsed, exhausted. The other 2 were barely better off. They were from Wyoming, they said. Their town had held out for months before being overrun. They'd heard about the Colorado safe zone on ham radio and walked for 3 weeks to reach it. They had skills. One was a diesel mechanic, one was a veterinarian, one was a farmer who knew how to work with limited resources. The council voted to let them in after the mandatory quarantine. More hands, more knowledge, more reasons to keep building. "How much longer can we do this?" Kelly asked during a quiet moment on watch. "How much longer before there are more of us than there are of them?" Vanessa didn't have an answer. The infected numbered in the millions, maybe tens of millions, but they were deteriorating, falling apart from decay and damage. Eventually, they'd all collapse. The question was whether humanity could outlast them. "As long as it takes," she said finally. "However long it takes." A year after the outbreak, the safe zone held 5,000 people. They'd cleared a 20-mile radius, killed or driven off every infected in range. Farmland was producing crops. Livestock had been rounded up from abandoned ranches. Solar panels and wind turbines powered the growing community. Children were being born, new life entering a world that had almost ended. Vanessa stood on the wall one evening, watching the sunset paint the mountains gold and red. Emily came up to stand beside her, taller now, 14 going on 40 with the weight she carried. "Mom, do you think about the motel? Every day. Do you think any of them made it? The guests who left? I hope so, the Harrises maybe. Thompson." She paused. "But probably not. It's weird. I remember the world before, but it feels like a dream. Like maybe I imagined it all. Electricity everywhere, grocery stores full of food, people not carrying weapons all the time. It was real, and maybe someday it'll be real again." Emily looked at her mother, eyes ancient in her young face. "You really believe that?" Vanessa thought about the question. About 5,000 people building something from nothing. About crops growing and children learning and survivors arriving every week with hope still alive in their eyes. About humanity's stubborn refusal to give up, even at the edge of extinction. "I have to," she said. "Because if I don't, what was the point of surviving?" They stood together as the sun sank below the mountains, mother and daughter, two people among thousands who'd seen the world end and chosen to build it again anyway. The night watch would start soon. The infected would come testing the fences, and Vanessa would be there to see them coming, to sound the alarm, to protect the fragile hope that humanity had kindled in the ashes. It wasn't the life she'd imagined during those long night shifts at the motel, but it was life, it was purpose, and for now, in this new world still learning to breathe, that was enough. The first winter in the safe zone was brutal. Snow fell early and heavy, temperatures dropping below zero. The hastily constructed buildings leaked heat. Food stores, carefully rationed, ran lower than comfortable. 3 people died from pneumonia. 4 more from injuries sustained during scavenging runs when ice made roads treacherous. But they survived. Shared blankets and body heat, organized work crews to insulate buildings with scavenged materials, hunted deer and elk that wandered down from the mountains. By the time spring came, they'd lost 46 people to cold and illness and infected attacks. But 5,200 remained. They'd grown despite everything. Vanessa's role evolved. The council recognized her ability to stay calm in crisis, to make hard choices without freezing. They appointed her to head the Resource Management Division, overseeing scavenging operations, managing supplies, coordinating with the farms and workshops. It was exhausting work, 18-hour days of logistics and decisions and problems that never stopped coming. But it kept her mind busy, kept her from dwelling too much on what was lost. And she was good at it, drawing on years of managing motel operations with limited budgets and impossible demands. Luis became one of her key coordinators, leading scavenging teams into the dead zone, the areas still thick with infected where supplies remained untouched. He was careful, methodical, never taking unnecessary risks. His kids needed him alive. That caution kept him breathing when others died from overconfidence. They sat together one evening in the mess hall, reviewing maps for the next day's run. Sophia and Miguel were at the children's group, Emily with them serving as a junior counselor. The mess hall was crowded with people eating dinner, vegetable stew and bread baked from their own wheat, food that had come from their own labor. "Denver's clear enough to explore," Luis said, pointing to the map. "Most infected have wandered off or decayed enough to not be threats. There are warehouses there, distribution centers, medical supplies we desperately need. Denver's also where the military made their last stand before retreating here. There'll be bodies. Infected or regular dead, doesn't matter. It'll be psychologically rough." "Everything's psychologically rough." He met her eyes. "But we need antibiotics." Real medicine, not the makeshift stuff we're brewing. Winter's coming again and we can't afford another pneumonia outbreak." He was right. Vanessa approved the expedition. 3 teams, 20 people total, 2 weeks of careful exploration. They left on a Monday, well armed and cautious. Vanessa watched them go, that familiar knot of anxiety in her stomach. Every scavenging run was a risk. Not everyone always came back. 2 days later, the radio crackled with panic. "Base, this is Scout 3. We've got a situation. Massive horde heading north. Thousands of them. Repeat, thousands." Lieutenant Chen was in the command center immediately. "Scout 3, confirm numbers." "At least 10,000, maybe more. They're following the highway, moving in a column, slow but steady. They'll reach the safe zone in 4 days, maybe 5. The command center erupted in controlled chaos. Maps unrolled, supply counts verified, defense teams mobilized, and underneath it all, the question no one wanted to voice. Could they survive an attack by 10,000 infected? The council met in emergency session. Vanessa sat with 11 others around a salvaged conference table, watching Lieutenant Chen point to the map. The hordes coming from the south following I-25, something drew them. Maybe they heard about our population. Maybe it's just dumb luck. Doesn't matter. They'll hit us in 96 hours. "Can we evacuate?" someone asked. "To where? We're it. This is the largest safe zone in the region. We run, we lose everything we've built. And there's no guarantee anywhere else would be safer. Then we fight." This from Margaret, the council leader, former mayor of a small town that no longer existed. "We've got walls. We've got weapons. We make a stand." But Vanessa was calculating numbers, running scenarios. 10,000 infected against 5,000 people, half of them non-combatants. Even if they killed 100 infected per hour, an impossible rate, they'd be fighting for 4 days straight. And the infected didn't tire, didn't need rest, didn't stop coming until they were destroyed. "We need to thin them out before they reach us," she said. "Ambush them on the highway. Create choke points, set traps, burn as many as we can while they're bunched together." Lieutenant Chen nodded slowly. "Fire. They're stupid enough to walk into it. We could use old cars, create a wall of burning vehicles across the highway, force them to cluster, then hit them with Molotovs. How many fighters can we spare? 100, maybe. Leave the rest to defend the walls in case infected come from other directions. Do it." Margaret's voice carried the weight of 5,000 lives. "Whatever it takes. We don't abandon this place. We don't give up what we've built." They worked through the night, planning. Luis's scavenging team returned early, called back by the emergency. He volunteered immediately for the ambush team. Vanessa tried to talk him out of it. "Your kids need you? My kids need a future. If that horde gets through, there is no future." He smiled, tired but determined. "Besides, you need someone who knows how to blow things up. I was a welder before all this, remember? I know my way around fuel and fire." She couldn't argue with that. And she needed him. Needed his steadiness, his competence, his refusal to give in to fear. The ambush team left 24 hours later. 100 people, heavily armed, carrying homemade explosives and canisters of gasoline. Vanessa watched from the wall as they loaded into vehicles and drove south. Luis caught her eye before he left, raised a hand in farewell. She raised hers back, hoping it wasn't the last time. Waiting was agony. The safe zone prepared for siege, reinforcing walls, organizing civilian shelters, rationing food and water in case they were trapped for weeks. The elderly and children were moved to the center of the camp, as far from the walls as possible. Everyone else was issued a weapon, even if it was just a sharpened pole or a knife. Emily found Vanessa on the second day of waiting. "Is Luis going to die?" "I don't know, honey." "Will we die if they don't stop the horde?" Vanessa pulled her daughter close. "We're going to do everything we can to survive. That's all we can do." everything we can. The radio crackled to life that evening, Lieutenant Chen's voice strained but controlled. "Base, this is Ambush 1. Contact in 10 minutes. Say a prayer, folks." The command center fell silent. Everyone listening, imagining the scene 15 miles south, 100 people against 10,000 dead. The odds were impossible, but they'd faced impossible odds before and survived. The radio stayed quiet for 30 minutes, an hour, just static and the thudding of Vanessa's heart. Then finally, "Base, this is Ambush 1. Primary barricade is lit. Fires spreading through the horde. They're burning but keep coming. Holy shit, they're burning, but they keep coming. Ambush 1, status report. Casualties? 3 dead, 8 wounded. The fire's working but not fast enough. We're falling back to the secondary position. Prepare for some of them to make it through. Maybe 1,000, maybe more. 1,000 instead of 10,000. It was success and failure wrapped together. They'd cut the numbers, but not enough. The safe zone would still face a battle. The ambush team returned in the middle of the night, vehicles shot up and burning, fighters bloodied and exhausted. They'd inflicted massive casualties, thousands of infected, consumed by fire, or dismembered in the fighting. But they'd paid for it. 17 dead, 23 wounded, some of them dying despite the medics' best efforts. Luis came back covered in blood, none of it his. He collapsed in the command center, accepted water with shaking hands. It worked. The fire worked. But there's still a vanguard coming, maybe 800 infected that made it through. They'll be here by dawn. Then we meet them at the walls. Margaret looked around the room, meeting everyone's eyes. This is it. This is where we prove we can survive anything. All hands to the defenses. Children and elderly to the shelters. Everyone else fights. Vanessa had never been in a battle. Had killed infected in self-defense, 1 or 2 at a time, but never faced an organized assault. She took her position on the north wall as the sun rose, armed with a spear made from rebar and a sharpened crowbar at her belt. Kelly stood beside her, pale but determined. David, the teenager who'd lost his family, was there too, now 17 and harder than anyone should be at that age. They came as the sky lightened to gray. Not the mindless wandering infected they'd faced before, but a focused mass drawn by the scent of 5,000 living humans concentrated in one place. They hit the fence in a wave, hundreds of bodies pressing against the chain link, fingers grasping, teeth snapping. The fence held, barely. The combat teams worked systematically, stabbing through the gaps, dropping infected one by one. But there were so many, and they kept coming, climbing over the corpses of the fallen, pressing forward with inhuman persistence. A section of fence buckled, infected poured through the gap. The combat teams rushed to plug it, forming a wall of bodies and weapons, hand-to-hand fighting, brutal and close. Vanessa saw a man she'd shared coffee with go down, torn apart by 3 infected. Saw a woman she'd worked with on logistics stab an infected child through the skull, then vomit from the horror of it. The fighting lasted 4 hours, 4 hours of screaming and dying, of desperate defense against overwhelming numbers. Vanessa fought in a trance, stabbing and pushing and stabbing again, her arms burning with exhaustion. Kelly went down beside her, bitten on the shoulder, screaming as the infection spread. Vanessa had to pull her back, had to watch her die and reanimate, and then put her down with a spear through the head, hating every second of it. But they held, killed the last infected just as the sun reached its peak. The ground around the fence was carpeted with bodies, 3 or 4 deep in places. The air stank of blood and shit and burning flesh from the fires they'd set to contain the spread. Final count? 83 defenders dead, 119 wounded, 17 of those fatal, including Kelly, including 4 children who'd been caught when infected breached a shelter. The cost of survival measured in lives that would never be replaced. That night, They burned the dead, their own and the infected both. The pyres lit the sky orange, smoke rising like prayers. Vanessa stood with her arm around Emily, her mother on her other side, watching people they'd known become ash and memory. "We can't keep doing this," someone said behind her. Thompson? She realized with surprise. He'd come to Colorado after all, had arrived 2 months ago, gaunt and haunted, but alive. "We can't keep fighting like this. Eventually we'll lose." "Then what do you suggest?" Margaret's voice was sharp with grief and exhaustion. "Give up? Lay down and die. I suggest we remember we're human. Find a way to live that doesn't require constant warfare. Spread out, maybe. Smaller communities, harder to find. Smaller communities die faster. We need numbers to survive. We need sustainability. This..." He gestured at the pyres, at the wounded being carried to medical, at the children crying for parents who'd never come back. "This isn't sustainable. We won a battle, but we're losing the war." No one had an answer. They'd survived, yes. But at what cost? And for how long? Vanessa thought about the question as she lay in her tent that night. Emily curled against her, her mother breathing softly on the other cot. They'd survived the outbreak, survived the journey here, survived a siege. But Thompson was right. They were losing. Slowly, incrementally, one battle at a time, being ground down by sheer numbers and exhaustion. Unless something changed, eventually they'd be overrun, or starve, or fragment into smaller groups that couldn't defend themselves. The math was brutal and inescapable, but math didn't account for human stubbornness, for the refusal to quit even when the odds were impossible. She'd seen it at the motel, seen it on the journey here, seen it today on the walls. People who had every reason to give up, choosing to fight anyway. Maybe that was enough. Maybe survival wasn't about beating the odds, but about refusing to accept defeat. Keep fighting, keep building, keep hoping that tomorrow would be better than today. It was a thin thread to hang existence on. But it was all they had. She fell asleep thinking about thread, how individual strands were weak but woven together became rope, became fabric, became something strong enough to hold weight, like people, like the survivors in this camp, bound together by shared trauma and shared purpose. The next morning brought new challenges. 50 people wanted to leave, convinced the safe zone was doomed. Margaret let them go with supplies and weapons, no hard feelings. Better to lose 50 doubters than have their fear poison the rest. But it hurt, watching people walk away from everything they'd built together. Luis came to Vanessa's office, a storage room converted to workspace, with maps and reports. Denver Expedition brought back 2 truckloads of medical supplies, antibiotics, painkillers, surgical equipment, enough to get us through winter. At what cost? 2 dead, 3 wounded. Worth it. He said it flatly, a calculus that would have horrified him 2 years ago. Now it was just reality. What about the infected? Denver's mostly clear. The horde we faced was the main concentration. Lieutenant Chen thinks they'd been herded together somehow, channeled north by geography or chance. We're not likely to see another one that size for a while. Until we do. Until we do, he agreed. But we'll be ready. We're getting better at this. Learning, adapting. He smiled, thin and tired. We're surviving, Vanessa. Against everything, we're still here. She wanted to believe him, wanted to believe that humanity's learning curve would outpace the infected's numbers, that eventually they'd reach equilibrium, then start pushing back, reclaiming cities and rebuilding civilization. But she'd seen too much, lost too much. Hope was harder now than it had been at the beginning. At the beginning, everything was adrenaline and survival instinct. Now it was the long slog, the grinding daily effort of staying alive in a world that wanted them dead. Still, she smiled back. Yeah, we're still here. Months passed. Winter came again. Not as brutal as the first, but hard enough. They lost 38 people to cold and illness. But they also celebrated their first harvest from established farms, enough food to feed the camp through winter with careful rationing. Solar panels and wind turbines kept electricity flowing. Workshops produced tools and clothes. Children attended school in buildings with roofs and walls. It wasn't the old world, would never be the old world, but it was something. A foothold, a foundation, a refusal to surrender. Vanessa turned 43 that February. Emily baked her a cake with flour they'd milled themselves and sugar scavenged from a distribution center. Her mother gave her a scarf she'd knitted from unraveled sweaters. Luis and his kids came with gifts. A notebook Luis had found on a scavenging run, a drawing from Sophia, a carved wooden figurine from Miguel. They sat together in the mess hall, a makeshift family born from apocalypse. Vanessa looked at the faces around her. Emily growing into a young woman, her mother aging but still strong, Luis and his children adapting and surviving. These people who'd become her world. I never thought I'd make it this long, she admitted. That first night at the motel when Patricia Chen came through the window, I thought I'd be dead by morning. But you weren't, Emily said. You survived. We all survived. We got lucky. Maybe, Luis cut the cake, passing pieces around. Or maybe we're tougher than we thought. Maybe humanity's harder to kill than the outbreak expected. Vanessa took a bite of cake, dry and not very sweet, but made with love in a world that had almost none left. To being hard to kill, she said, raising her water glass. They echoed the toast, 5 people among thousands who'd refused to die quietly. 5 people who'd seen the worst humanity and death could offer and chosen to keep living anyway. Outside, the infected still roamed. Denver still lay in ruins. Phoenix was a dead zone, Las Vegas too, all the cities consumed by the outbreak. Millions dead. Civilization collapsed. The world transformed into something alien and hostile. But in this corner of Colorado, in this camp of survivors, life persisted, stubborn, fragile, refusing to end. And Vanessa, former night manager of the Flagstaff Motel, survivor of the outbreak, coordinator of resources and defender of walls, allowed herself to believe, just for a moment, that maybe they'd make it. Maybe humanity's story wasn't over. Maybe tomorrow would come after all. The candles on the cake flickered in the mess hall light, tiny flames against the dark, and 5 people sat together in the warm glow. Survivors all, holding on to each other and the thin hope that was all they had left, but somehow, impossibly, was enough.